If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 51. Chapter 51, A Choice. Why'd you decide to go descend to Gakai? Hephaestus asked, and Hestia rubbed her chin. Why hey? I guess I just wanted to see what's so special in Gakai. After all, you went down and you didn't return immediately. But it seems that there's a pretty good reason hey. Hestia grinned at her and Hephaestus blushed. What do you mean? She fidgeted around as she fixed her hair. Coo, stop trying to act like you don't know. You have the hots for the child that took care of your curse, don't you? Hestia looked at her with half-lidded eyes. Who wouldn't? He took care of my curse. Then painstakingly visited me every week to check up on me when he's so busy. Hephaestus got into a daze. Thinking about how dreamy Lars was. Like a prince that appeared to save the damsel when all hope is lost. And the best thing is, he's not just kind, he's cool Kaa. Hephaestus remembered him raising her chin as he demanded free equipment. I'll be the judge of that. Introduce the guy to me. Hestia huffed. She wasn't convinced at all. Like you'll stand a chance, Hestia. You've never met a good man in your life, he'll blow you away. Hephaestus hyped him up. Let's see. Hestia didn't want to give Hephaestus to some rando. __hostess of fertility __. Hephaestus wanted to celebrate Hestia's descent to Gakai and she invited some people. Hi Hestia. You seem to be doing well. Demeter appeared and Hestia smiled at her. Demeter. Long time no see. Hestia was pleasantly surprised. Good day, Hestia. Astrea nodded at her and they got along. She might not be as famous as the three virgin goddesses. But Astrea is one as well, one of the only few. Have you finally found your justice, Astrea? You're quite obsessed with it. Hestia teased her. I think I do. My justice is to create a peaceful environment for my children. Astrea smiled softly as she remembered the ones who passed. Hephaestus and Demeter almost winced at her answer, knowing the feel of losing children. So she's your friend, Hephi. Lars arrived with his entourage and Hestia looked at him critically. Hephaestus never lets anyone call him that. Even her, and Hephaestus was also squirming around. That's him. Hestia stared at him and he already lost points. Because he was surrounded by beauties. What's with this playboy? He's with beautiful Amazons and an elegant young woman. Hestia checked out Dione, and Hermod. And is he seriously rubbing a renard's ears right in front of Hephaestus? Hestia was shocked at Lars' dominance. She looked at Hephaestus and the goddess was in a daze, staring right at him with a megawatt smile. She's hopeless. Hestia could only lament. Her friend is already in the deep end. Yes, I'm Hestia. She raised her hand in greeting. Yo, I'm Lars. We're from Demeter's familia. Lars pointed at Demeter and the goddess hugged him. Isn't he so cute? He's my most hard-working child. Demeter's C-rank familia turned to S-rank due to him. They were exporting dungeon crops everywhere. Their tax was crazy high, it rivaled the guild's income. Ah! Is that the reason why he's a player? Hestia accused and they looked at her with raised brows. Look at him, he's definitely a playboy. Hauling beautiful girls around him. Hestia claimed. Well, I'm single though. How can I be a player? Lars sighed at the accusation. I guess that's kind of true. He looked at the most obvious ones, Dione, and Haruheim. Ryua was the cuter type, Elise was the shy type, and Kagaya was eyeing him all the time when they're together. Ah! I see. Lars realized that he was going to start their villain arcs if he keeps ignoring them. Even some of the Xenos were starting to act weird sometimes, like Marie who just clings to him all the time whenever she sees him and rubs herself all over him. You finally realized? Demeter scoffed at him. For being a really dangerous guy, he was clueless. Lars-san is quite the sinful man. Seer nodded sagely and the girls turned on him immediately, glaring at him. I'm fucked, aren't I? Lars groaned as he thought of the stress he will have to go through. After all, he's a normal guy from Earth. And some cultural things wouldn't click for him because it goes against his common sense. I'm gonna have to pick, aren't I? Lars frowned in exasperation. Customers who have a reservation has arrived. Lunwar announced. Oh no, Loki and Hestia in the same area. Hephaestus didn't think of them meeting so soon. Her head was filled with fantasies, so she didn't factor in that Loki's favorite place is the hostess of fertility. Oh! Mia, give me some booze. Loki went in like she owned the place, as always. Lars. Listen, Riveria banned me from getting Soma wine. Loki whined to him. But then, she saw Hestia. They were like deer that was caught under headlights. This isn't going to be pretty. Demeter smiled wryly. Mia, I didn't know that you accept cows here as customers. Loki opened her eyes. Venom immediately coming off of her tongue. HOH? Is that the rambling of a plank I hear? I can't hear it due to the clapping of my thick cheeks. Hestia fired back. The two then immediately glared at each other while clicking their tongues. Damn! Are they like mortal enemies or something? Lars blinked at their insults, they were ruthless. Lowly cow tits, shouldn't you go with Ninsen to get milked? Why are you here? Loki scoffed at her. Shouldn't you be at the laundromat? A washboard's gotta work. Hestia pointed at her chest. Gah! Loki did an orts as she received critical damage. Hey, let's calm down here. Lars went between them. Arg! Let me at him. Loki tried to strangle Hestia and Lars stopped her from doing so. SHHH, it's not like the end of the world if your chest is small. Besides, you have a great ass. Lars shrugged and everybody froze. Lars, do I have a good one too? Ace broke the silence and he nodded. Thanks, so you like em? I work out. You can touch too. Ace smiled at him and he choked on his spit. That's a generous offer. Lars had a wry expression on his face. Ace. We'll talk about this later, young lady. Riveria chided her immediately. Everybody then acted civil, because Lars and Riveria were trying to control everyone. Another large group entered the hostess of fertility, and this time, it was someone that made Hestia smile. Artemis. Hestia ran at her and Artemis looked at their direction. She then smiled softly. My bestie. Hestia spread her arms to hug Artemis. But the goddess of the hunt walked past her like she wasn't even there. Lars Kun, thanks for inviting us to this party. The goddess gave her hand to him and he kissed it. Everybody who heard her name had their jaws drop. Artemis? You're not a clone or something, right? Loki blinked in shock. What terrifying prowess! Even Artemis is not safe from his grasp. My Audra is as amazing as I thought. Seer bit her nails. Artemis. Hestia was both hurt and confused as hell. Artemis wouldn't let any man go near her after all. They'd be turned into porcupines. Athena's quarters would be burned to ashes by magic, while Hestia would just ignore them. Hephaestus squinted her eyes at Artemis and the whole pub was speechless. Everybody knew about Artemis after all, she's famous as all hell even in Gakai. Yo, Artemis! Why not try to settle here in Orario? It must be tiring to be a nomad. Lars smiled at her. No, we must protect the places without strong adventurers. Artemis refused and Astria nodded. The two got together well, even when they were in Tenkai. And like Astria, Artemis has a solid sense of justice. I guess, how about you make militias instead? Prevention is better than cure. Lars advised. After all, they won't be able to help every village or settlement that needs it. Lars, you are simply too smart. I haven't thought of that. Artemis rubbed her chin. Hey, Orion-sama. Artemis-sama really looked forward to meeting with you again and hearing one of your stories. Lant had a cheeky grin. You could have just called me Artemis. Lars chuckled and she blushed like a tomato. Ahem, missing a friend is normal, no? Artemis coughed. And it was sealed. Damn. So that's what he's been doing outside Orario? Rizzing up ladies? And Artemis no less. Hephaestus felt like she was in a crisis. Her rivals were simply too strong. Demeter, who was the mommy type, Artemis, who is a cute tsundere. The silver Saint Ermid, the sexy chocolate Amazonas, Tiona and Tioni. And the doll Princess Ace. She had to take action. I must cook up a plan with Tsubaki later. Hephaestus began scheming. Hephaestus Familia __. Hestia was currently lazing on a couch while Hephaestus walked to and fro with a serious expression. Hephaestus, why are you so tense? Hestia was reading a novel while eating Jagamarkins bought with Hephaestus money. This is a crisis, Hestia. Can't you see? Lars is definitely the closest with Demeter and his group. You've seen how Demeter acts and looks. Even though she's all fuwa, that woman is sly. Hephaestus was paranoid as hell. That's why I called you neurotic. You're like a ball of anxiety. Huan, it can't be helped then. Let this Oni-san teach you. Hestia had a smug look on her face. After all, she's had numerous quarters. Hephaestus deadpanned at her. What do you know about sexiness and seduction? You're a goddamned virgin. Hephaestus replied with a monotone expression. Ack. I'm very popular, you know. Hestia huffed. Yeah, because everyone wants the prestige, not you exactly. Hephaestus sighed. You. Why do you have to say it? Hestia got depressed. Anyways. I'll have to seduce Lars. Hephaestus planned with Hestia. Huan, I'll teach you hopeless goddesses about romance. Tsubaki stepped in. If you want to seduce him, Hephaestus. Tsubaki closed her eye and they listened intently. Shouldn't you just take off your clothes in front of him and spread your legs? Tsubaki snorted. Wah! The goddesses were outraged and they immediately banned Tsubaki at the planning committee. __wheat manor __. Lars was in the baths and he thought deeply about the girls in his life. Fuck, bastards would love to be in my place. But this is pretty hard if you're in the situation. He slicked back his hair. They're all great ladies too. He sighed heavily. He then craned his neck to the side. The door opening. And he knows that scent, the scent of plants and earth. Demeter? Why are you here? I'm bathing, you know. Lars asked and she chuckled. I know, dummy. Demeter started to clean herself and rinse off the soap from her body. She then walked up towards him and sat beside him, only covering her body with a small towel. You're one courageous woman. What if I attack you? You're very attractive. Lars sighed. My sweet child won't attack me, now would he? Demeter chortled. Stop playing, woman. I'm in the peak of puberty right now. Lars felt like he was preventing a beast from getting out of control. And purple light shone on his back as his skill tried to control him and attempt to drown in carnal pleasure. You're troubled. Demeter broke him out of his dangerous thoughts. Yeah, I am. Who wouldn't? Lars laughed wryly and she nodded. Demeter went towards his back and she hugged him. Isn't it fine? To choose whatever you want? Demeter whispered like the devil. What I want? I don't even know what I want. Lars thought about it and what he wanted to do in the first place. He just wanted to have an adventure, hunt monsters, turn them into ingredients. Have a nice, gourmet pilgrimage. But he wasn't blessed to do so. As the monsters that he covets for their ingredients disappear into dust. The Xenos turned into his responsibility and he works for them to forge a brighter tomorrow. Follow what your heart desires. As long as you're not in a crooked path, I will support you. Demeter smiled at him and he chuckled. Are you trying to seduce me, my goddess? Lars thought that such words were dangerous for men. They're simple creatures after all. You're a very attractive man, I wouldn't mind spending a lifetime with you. Demeter thought his lifespan couldn't compare to the gods. HOH? Those are some fighting words. Lars checked the description of his skill. Angula will basically turn him immortal. Remember, you always have a choice. Demeter stood up and she left with a wink. Swaying her hips as she walked away. Making Lars grit his teeth. Fuck, what a dangerous woman. A choice, hey? Well, I'm already the world's enemy, why not do something ridiculous? Lars smirked. Chapter 52, Omake, Domain Expansion. The girls were currently having an argument on who would have a one-on-one date with him. Shouldn't it be my turn? I gave up my chances first. Because good things should come last. Tiona nodded sagely. Huh? That's your problem for being an idiot. You said it yourself, you gave up your chances. Tioni tried to gaslight her. You fricking scammer, I'm not that stupid. They headbutted each other. And with their status as a demigod level 12 adventurer with maxed stats. Orario started shaking violently. Shut up you two, calm down. You're the reason why Lars is so busy, he has to clean up after you. Ermid chided them. The twins winced at her words and they thought that was true. Why not settle this with a roulette? Ace raised her hand and the girls squinted their eyes. They all had luck as a day. And the one who is picked by the heavens deserve a date. Let's start then. Tiona squinted her eyes and they got a fishbowl. A neutral party then wrote their names on a piece of paper. It was done by Bell and he sighed at them. Why are you here too, Auntie Althea? Are you daft, Bell? I taught you to be smart. Of course it's because Lars is busy all the time, managing Tenkai and Gakkai. Althea rolled her eyes. Alright, geez. Okay, I'm going to pick alright. Bell took a piece of paper from the bowl. It says here that the winner is Artemis-sama. Bell smiled wryly. Everybody then looked around and the goddess of the hunt appeared with a smug smile on her face. No using arcanum. The girls complained and Artemis snorted. Hat, do you have evidence? She changed the name on the paper with her arcanum when Bell picked it up. Cool. You're cheating. Ace called for Lars through an emergency beacon that Ermid made. He then appeared from the sky. What's happening? That alarm is for when gods use their arcanum for crimes. Lars looked around. He felt that arcanum was used, but it was from Artemis. She then whistled, pretending to be clueless. Ha, what happened? Lars was suddenly bombarded by complaints. Then let's go to a place you've never seen before. He started to manipulate space-time with his divinity and thought of bringing them to Earth. After all, there are a multitude of things that could be found there. And modern humans can't be underestimated when it comes to entertainment. But he was suddenly ambushed by Althea and he got tackled into the distortion that he was making carefully. The girls just watched on in shock and Artemis tried to use her arcanum in a panic. I can't find them. Artemis blinked helplessly. Great. Now we have to wait for them to come back. Tiona sat down with an exasperated expression. __Earth___. Lars suddenly found himself and Althea dropping from the sky. He deadpanned at her and Althea just smiled at him innocently. Don't give me that crap, woman. We all know that doesn't suit you. Lars rolled his eyes. Her expression immediately turned back to being completely unreadable and she sighed. Couldn't resist, you know? How long has it been since we just spent time together alone? Althea hugged him from behind. Wow, you're being extra affectionate today. Not that I mind. He chuckled. But he still pinched her cheeks as she sent them to another plane of existence that he has no idea about. This place looks like modern Earth at least. Lars looked around and there hasn't been anything weird, for now. Wait. Something's wrong. Lars noticed immediately and Althea knew it as well. There was a lot of energy in the air. Made up of negative emotions. This is, Japan. Lars saw the letterings around the buildings. He then saw pyrokinesis being used as short bursts of flames were used like a machine gun. His eyes then turned to slits immediately as he felt that there were a lot of normal citizens around. Althea! Lars shouted and she was already on it. Ataraxia! She used her Silentium Eden to cover the space around the whole city and the negative energy dispersed. Ravage, Ice Age! Lars froze everything in the vicinity that was burning and Althea's Silentium Eden worked as a barrier. Lars and Althea then landed on the ground. They appeared behind a teenager with pink hair. He had tons of negative energy to the point that it felt like pure evil. While there was a Cyclops-looking humanoid in front of him that also has tons of energy inside of it. Who are you? The guy with pink hair asked with furrowed brows. Rude, if you're asking for a person's name. You should state yours first. Lars squinted his eyes. Dismantle. The teen did a chopping motion towards Lars and he raised his hand. A straight line got cut cleanly behind him and Lars raised a brow at the technique. Interesting psychokinesis, kid. But this is how you do it. He did the same chopping motion and a bottomless scar formed in front of him. The pink-haired teenager that felt evil was cut in half, but he manipulated his energy to be whole again. HOH? Regeneration that strong? I would have struggled to fight that bastard back when I was level 8. Althea was impressed. Anyone would have lost to this guy back then except you. He's incredibly strong. Lars shrugged. The Cyclops-looking humanoid just stared at them in shock. You kill people for fun, don't you? Lars could feel it. The remnants of burned souls on that guy's body. He was too speechless to even speak, seeing Lars eviscerate his opponent. Lars raised his hand and the Cyclops flew to his hand. That's fine, repent as I consume your very soul and body for nourishment. Lars activated Gula. He couldn't even scream as his very essence was consumed and added to Lars' stockpile. The Cyclops' body was broken down to the atomic level, not even leaving dust behind. I'm Ryaman. Ryaman, Sukuna. You, who are you? Sukuna sweated a bit as he saw what happened to the cursed spirit he was about to fight. Lars. Now, explain what is this world? And this cursed energy? Lars played around with it as he metabolized the cursed spirit instantly. I knew it. They weren't using cursed energy before. It's something different. Something, more mysterious and primal. Sukuna gulped. What a monster, controlling cursed energy like it's putty. And it's the first time he encountered it. Sukuna frowned. It's cursed energy as you just said. And with it, I can use techniques like dismantle to slice anything without cursed energy. Sukuna revealed. He was being cheeky, making a binding vow that strengthens his cursed Tenkaiyu by revealing it. Exchanging knowledge about it for power. He then released hundreds of slashes in a second at Lars. But they were instantly extinguished by the same technique. Is that so? Lars thought that talking with Sukuna was a waste of time, he was definitely a damned villain. Lars then felt a surge of something opposite behind them, positive energy. Sorry, I have something to do you see. Sukuna disappeared and they felt him go towards the energy surge. I'll sit this one out, I don't particularly like fighting weak opponents. After all, I'm level 15. Althea shrugged. Yet, let me do all the work. Sheesh, we're not even married yet and you're already giving me all the work. Lars teased her. Humph, go. Mush. Althea ordered and he sighed. They then got to see something interesting when they arrived at the scene. Sukuna just saved a blonde guy and he was using positive energy to heal another. And there was something standing in the middle of the street. It didn't have eyes and it was shredded as hell. That thing's brimming with positive energy. Lars pointed out. I need to get Fushiguro out of here. These two are too dangerous. Sukuna looked at the black-haired teen. Oh, can't let you get away now, do we? Althea read him like a book as Sukuna looked at them warily. She quickly manipulated vibrations with Satana's Varian, creating a bird cage that would slice anything apart down to the molecular level. I'd like to see you try and break out of that. Althea challenged him. The sound of heels tapping on the ground then resounded and Lars walked up to them. Three beings stood against each other, but the other one was different. A summon or something. I can feel the big guy's connection with that kid. Lars looked at the black-haired teen. TCH, it seems I have no choice. This will be fun I guess. Sukuna clenched his fist. A black blade appeared from the summon's hand wrappings and it swung it towards Sukuna. The windows around them shattered at the resulting shockwave and Lars whistled. Aren't they quite strong, Althea? That's approximately the strength of a maxed-out level 6. Lars estimated. That white guy is comparable to Otter back when he fought Zerd. Althea agreed. The summon's blade then shone white and Sukuna dodged immediately. Positive energy? What a pain. Sukuna started throwing hands with it. In conjunction with his strong body, Sukuna used his dismantle on it. But it regenerated instantly. The two started throwing each other into buildings and Lars felt a little left out. Aren't you guys rude? Ignoring little old me right here. Lars shook his head in exasperation. But it's fine, let me show you why that's a bad idea. Lars disappeared from his place and he suddenly appeared between the summon and Sukuna. With a split kick, their heads almost flew off upon impact. The two flew like bullets, crashing through skyscrapers until they hit the ground. Lars' boots were smoking and he rolled his shoulders. I guess this is like fighting two otters? Well, that Sukuna guy is still hiding things. He skipped lightly on the pavement. No way. Mahoraga got overpowered like that. Fushiguro Megami woke up as Althea bathed him in divine elixirs. Drinking a milkshake, Lars waited for Sukuna and Mahoraga to come. Who is that guy? Megami didn't believe what he just saw. Sukuna that almost forced him to summon Mahoraga back then and the latter which has never been tamed by his clan to be used as a shikigami. They were like non-factors for Lars who was sipping his drink loudly. Well, have you ever fought a god, kid? Althea asked him and he thought she was fucking stupid for asking. Then you're in luck, you'll be seeing a slaughterer of gods at work. Althea grinned at him. Lars then blocked two fists that came at him with psychokinesis. Like an impenetrable bastion appearing right on top of his skin, their attacks didn't even touch him. Infinity? That's Gojo-sensei's technique. Megami almost had a stroke seeing it. What is that? Sounds cool, but let me teach these couple of punks a lesson first. Lars flicked them with his finger. Sukuna's torso exploded and he was torn in half. While Mahoraga regenerated and just continued to wail on him. Lars blocked them with his finger and the Shikigami couldn't get a hit in. Sukuna recovered and he attacked as well. Lars then began to block from two sides with just one arm. That guy's insane. Megami couldn't even follow what was happening. Ravage, incinerate. Lars kicked Sukuna away and he pointed his palm towards Mahoraga. Ha, think about the collateral damage. Ataraxia. Althea sighed as she put up an anti-magic barrier behind Mahoraga. A stream of flames was released from his palm. And due to the intense heat it radiated, everything at the city block they were in started to melt almost instantly. Megami screamed as the light from his attack rivaled a nuclear bomb's flash. Althea rolled her eyes and gave him another bottle of elixir. Mahoraga was completely vaporized from existence and Lars looked at his side. TCH, you monster. I guess I have no choice. Bounding vows can be made to strengthen a cursed technique. Sukuna started yapping. Learning the mechanics of techniques strengthens it. In exchange, you learn what it can do. Sukuna began to put his hands together. And this next one, uses dismantle and another technique called cleave that is more effective on cursed energy. An onslaught of attacks that can almost be called infinite. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Sukuna grinned like a loon. He didn't care anymore, he just wanted to battle a monster that has never been seen before in the world. Lars saw a shrine appear right behind Sukuna and bones sprouted from the ground. It then started, omnidirectional cuts were released and anything in his domain of 200 meters was cut to little bits until it turned as fine as dust. That is, if Lars didn't control the range of his attack. Interesting. So there's that kind of crap here. Lars' skin was so damned hard that Sukuna's domain expansion didn't even scratch him. Sukuna blinked in surprise, but he at least expected that. Seeing Lars walk through his domain expansion like it's just some wind. I can't run away from this guy. Sukuna could see it now. The difference between heaven and earth. Something that he made people feel back then. Then let me do a bounding vow as well, Sukuna. You see, I can copy anything I see to perfection for a price. Lars began to put his hands together as well. And I improve upon it. After all, how can you fight a god with a mortal's strength? Domain expansion, dimensional collapse. Sukuna's domain got cancelled immediately as time halted. An omnidirectional spatial rend was released and Lars had to control his domain. Or the fabric of reality's tier will be too big to repair. Space cracked and the two witnesses thought that the world was ending as reality peeled off by their very eyes. Lars then raised his hand as an unconscious teen floated right towards him. Sukuna getting exorcised from his body. How? How strong are you guys really? Megami asked with a gulp as he watched Lars walk up to them. How strong you ask? Lars grinned at him. Strong enough to declare war against the heavens. He tapped his foot on the ground. And cursed energy disappeared from the world like it wasn't even there in the first place. Exorcising all cursed spirits with malicious intentions as they got vaporized. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Pleasant Sound. Lars was currently teaching the new batch of Xenos in how to use their greatest arsenal, guns. He also taught them more about smithing their own weapons and armor. And with the divine skills he copied from Hephaestus, it was a piece of cake. They didn't rely on Orario for weapons and armor anymore. Though their skill of course pales in comparison to the veterans. Nodding in satisfaction at the skills that the Xenos are collecting, he was pleased. They can't rely on Althea and I forever. He sighed heavily. Althea is visiting Belle frequently. Lars and the girls need to appear in Orario or there would be questions. They just can't stay in Monstro for too long, not unless they plan on staying. Like in case there's a siege. And the gate that was in the entrance of the 39th floor raised a lot of questions. As the Freya Familia goes to the deep floors often. That damn catboy simp Alan. Reporting us to the guild when the farm is obviously right there. Lars grumbled. The gates to the 39th and 40th floor was explained by the Demeter Familia that it is supposed to stop monsters from appearing. And a few of Demeter's trusted children that just wants to farm the dungeon crops were already there as camouflage. But Alan Fromel, Anya's big brother who was cuntier than Bet, still reported it to the guild. Not that it would give them any problems, especially with Fels backing them up. TCH, I just hope that they don't do anything problematic. Lars squinted his eyes. He doesn't want to reveal Monstro yet, but it's not like he wasn't prepared to do so. When the time comes. Should I just bar the first floor with thick walls of auric alum? Lars rubbed his chin, thinking of starving Orario of magic stones. You're talking about really scary things over there. Althea deadpanned at him. Of course, I knew that our farm would garner suspicion. But that Catboy reported us too soon. Lars clicked his tongue. It's not like they could do anything. The floor is too large for an investigation due to a suspicion about a farm here. Althea rolled her eyes. And Monstro's main city is hidden really well. LYD, Grow, and Ray even reached the peak of level 5 already. Laura the Lamia, and Ranyi also reached level 5. Not to mention that level 2s were uncommon. Most of the Xenos are level 3. They're basically an S-rank familia. I can't help but worry, you know? A city of monsters, irregulars to boot. This will lead to full-blown hysteria. Lars sighed. And I'm telling you, stop worrying about it. The weak ones are armed with your so-called guns. The Astria Familia are our allies, they're 3 level 5s and a level 4. Tiona and Tioni are also level 5s. Ermid can heal groups until they're battle ready in just a moment. Althea started counting their forces. I'm not lying, based on what I know about Monstro's defenses and military might. I'd struggle to break through here when I was level 7. Althea shrugged. Really? Lars didn't quite believe her, she's the silence after all. Without using Nero Angelus, that is. Althea smirked and he pouted at her. Of course, nothing will stand in your way if you use that crap. Your third magic killed the Leviathan. Lars rolled his eyes. That's right. So put more respect on my name. Althea had a smug look on her face. Yeah, how's little Belle by the way? Lars asked her as Althea visited him a lot. Belle? He's growing up fine. I think he's a good balance between Meteria's sweetness and clumsiness to my talents. Althea snorted in pride. But... Lars raised a brow at her pause and Althea got silent for a bit. Zeus needs to go to the Dragon Valley soon. A few months at most. Althea frowned. What's the problem with that though? I thought we agreed that he'll go here to Orario before Zeus goes. Lars was confused. They all talked about it before they left Belle's mountain village. You don't understand. Belle looks up to Zeus as his own grandfather. Althea clicked her tongue in vexation. And the old pervert is teaching him to have a harem. Belle's even asking me a lot about how elves are in person. Althea's expression turned dark. My condolences. Lars didn't know what to say to that. Damn it, what if he learns that Zeus is going to be gone for good? Althea bit her lip. That's why we're here, we should distract him as best as possible. Lars patted her on the back. It just fills me with rage. That bitch's perverse husband poisoned his mind. And he'll grieve him for a lifetime if he learns what will happen to him. Althea was furious. Now, let's calm down, Althea. Lars said the wrong things and Althea glared at him. You don't say that to a woman who's raging, no siree. Calm down? What do you mean calm down? The ground below her shattered due to her dense mana. Ray and her harpy protege, Fear immediately took to the skies to see what was wrong, but they noticed that it was just Althea and Lars arguing. False alarm, it's just those two having a spat. They should honestly not do this near Monstro. Ray sighed. Yeah. They're ridiculously strong, look what's happening with just them talking it out. Fear pointed out. Lars rubbed her back and he started to massage her shoulders. Think, Althea, think. Don't be irrational. Lars reminded her to get her shit together. Let the boy love Zeus, it's not like it's that bad. Zeus has been together with him for years, of course Belle will be attached to him. Lars sighed, rubbing his temples. That. But I'm his real aunt. Althea pouted and he rolled his eyes. That gave him willingly to the Zeus familia to be taken care of. Lars rebutted and Althea winced. I did. Althea felt bitter about that and she glared at him a bit for bringing that up. Don't glare at me, young lady, you know I'm right. Lars huffed and she was pacified by his words. Young lady. I guess I'll forgive him. Althea thought of useless things. Fine, let's keep him busy as much as we can so he won't ask for Zeus. Althea grumbled. That's it, but no tricking him. Let's just say that Zeus went on an adventure to pick up bitches. Lars chortled. That won't be far from the truth anyways. I bet he'll arrive on a few brothels before getting to Hera. Althea thought that was highly likely. Lars, would you like to visit him with me? Bell has been missing you a lot. Saying that he wants to show you what he's learned. Althea asked of him. I guess I can. Bell's kind of my little bro. My Almiraj brother. Lars shrugged. He then realized something. The only human he knew that was kind of close to him was Bell. Lyd and Gro don't count, they're his citizens. And they see him as some kind of messiah or something. Finn was too fake for Lars' taste. Like an influencer that was trying too hard to get clout. He wants to be the Palam's hope, but he's like a politician that's ready to do anything to gain more votes. Bet is a little prick that has a ton of repressed anger and trauma. Lars had to fix him first, but of course he's too lazy to do so. Unlike Eyes, he wasn't cute at all. So Lars was just letting him be for now. Damn. I don't have male friends, hey. Lars got depressed. Like you need friends to grow stronger. Althea huffed at him. Shut up, even you had a friend. Lars roasted her ass and she was flabbergasted. What? What do you mean by that? Althea glared at him. You know what I mean, woman. You're a bitter and neurotic mess. Zald must be a saint or something. Lars grumbled and Althea smacked him. He flew away like a bullet and he crashed through dozens of trees before stopping. The Xenos gasped at their quarrel. That was a vicious strike. Should we help Lars G? Lyd blinked. He definitely wouldn't be conscious after a blow like that, he thought. Do you guys really want to get in between them? Gro pointed at them. Lars appeared again and he shook his head a couple of times. That hurt. Hit me a little softer, damn it. Shut your mouth. Your noise is giving me bad vibes. Althea huffed at him. Aren't they like a married couple? Laura clapped in glee at their spat. Do married couples send their partners through dozens of trees with a single punch? Gro deadpanned at the lamia. That's what I thought. Gro snorted as nobody replied. They love each other very much. They're so close that they could fight like that and forgive each other quickly. Marie nodded sagely. That doesn't seem like a loving relationship, Marie. Ronyi deadpanned at her. Everybody stared at the mermaid. Marie Chi. I don't know about you, but that wasn't exactly a soft blow. Lyd thought she was a bit wrong. Lars and Althea then went to the surface in order to visit Bell. Like nothing even happened. __mountain village __. Bell, who was hauling crates and sacks, suddenly craned his neck backwards. Sweating bullets at that familiar feeling. Bell, how are you? Althea greeted him as she appeared behind him like an assassin. Aunt Althea needs to stop doing that, for real. Bell calmed his heart and he smiled at her. Hey, Auntie. Did you come with big brother Lars? Bell looked around for a bit. Althea was sent reeling as Bell called her an auntie. But what could she do? She was his aunt. Heya, Bell. Long time no see. Lars appeared behind him and Bell hugged him in joy. Oof, why so eager, champ? Lars ruffled his hair and Bell giggled. I wanna show you the moves that Auntie taught me. Bell started swinging an imaginary knife around. So Bell the Almiraj is confident in his skills now, hey? Lars chortled and Bell pouted at him. I don't look like a rabbit. Bell snorted and Lars patted his head. Okay, fine. Here, I'll give you something. Lars gave him some starter equipment. A short sword, 2 daggers, and a long sword. Based on his build, Bell was a speed type. So he'd do well with slashing weapons. Wow! Thanks, big brother Lars. Bell looked at them with excitement. Althea then stared at him. She was in a bad mood again. I was supposed to gift Bell weapons and armor. Althea squinted her eyes. Well, did you prepare some? Lars asked her and she didn't reply. That's what I thought. He snorted and Lars taught Bell a bit on how to maintain metal weapons. Cool. This is vexing. Does Lars really have much more power than me? Althea looked at Bell, who was on cloud 9. He definitely enjoyed Lars' company a lot and Althea sighed at her incompetence. She might be smart, but she isn't exactly good at social interactions. After Bell got tired of checking out his new equipment, he fell asleep while hugging them. Alfia tucked him in and she saw Lars sitting in the living room. Your nephew's really energetic, he's like Diona. Lars sighed as he felt a bit drained. Well, it's good that he's healthy. Alfia smiled a bit and she sat beside him. Yeah, he got this from his mother or something. Lars snorted. I haven't thought of Meteria in years. But yes, Meteria was a kind girl. Joyful and thankful for her life even though she has a crippling disease. Alfia furrowed her brows. If it was me, I would curse everything in the world. But she's different. Kind, forgiving, loving. Alfia remembered her sister. Hey, it's okay. She must be happy, seeing how you're helping Belle right now. Lars rubbed her back softly. Moo. Alfia nodded and they got into a pleasant silence. Thank you, Lars. Everything is possible because of you. I never imagined that I would be able to see Meteria's son grow up to be a fine, young man. Alfia thanked him sincerely. She had a smile on her face which was rare. Not an evil smirk or grin that she usually has. And I don't regret it one bit. Lars smiled at her and Alfia felt a bit weird. Ever since back then, he didn't feel like a child. It's like he's my colleague. Alfia didn't understand it. Even though I'm not parental at all, it brings me joy to help my nephew and teach him how this world works. Alfia looked at his room. I think you'd make a good parent, Alfia. Though you'll be a tiger mom for sure. Just be a bit softer on your kid and you're golden. Lars laughed. Alfia blushed in embarrassment and she pinched his sides. I see. I would make a good parent? But that's impossible, I could not stand anyone. The noise of people irritates me to no end. Alfia huffed. How about me, you really love me don't you? After all, you haven't used Silentium Eden on me. Lars teased her. She thought about it deeply. And it was true, the sounds that he makes. His potent mana that was flowing in his veins. Nothing about him in particular bothered her. And she could only say that Meteria is the one like that in her life. A child, hey. Alfia thought about it. Her mismatched eyes staring at his gold ones. Hey. Lars made a stupefied noise and Alfia grabbed his face. I am beautiful, more so than even a number of goddesses. But do you yearn for me, Lars? Alfia asked seriously. Yes. Lars blinked and she gave him a quick peck on the lips. Does that make your heart flutter? Does it spark joy? Alfia had a blush on her cheeks and he nodded slowly. I see. Because it does for me. She stared right at him, waiting for him to say something. He then snapped out of it. I can't possibly let a lady do everything, now can I? Lars lifted Alfia on her waist and put her on his lap. Does the so-called sounds that I make please you? Lars asked her and she nodded. You sound pleasant, like music. Alfia hugged his neck with her arms. Then I should strike a chord. He kissed her. This time, more deeply. Separating after a few seconds, Alfia put a hand on her lips in wonder. Do it again. Play more of that wonderful tune. Alfia demanded. Your wish is my command, my lady. Lars hugged her waist tightly. Lars me boy. I would like your autograph. Zeus handed Lars a piece of paper. Alfia is much fiercer than any virgin goddess or elf about personal space. And Lars made her look like a normal maiden. After all, she'd beat anyone half dead if they even made a peep of an unpleasant sound near her. Say no more. Lars nodded at him and he signed his piece of paper. I'll hit you. Alfia deadpanned at him. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Abductions. After saying goodbye to Belle by leaving a letter, the duo returned to Orario and Lars flew them towards the city. Hail, Lars-sama. You make a good transport system. Alfia teased him. The days of the Alfia Express is over. Lars fired back and they chuckled. Reminiscing about the times where he would call Alfia for a ride. You've improved a lot. Though I was already level 7 your age. Alfia smirked at him. Scrub. Unlike you, we max our stats first before we level up. Lars rolled his eyes. Amateur, of course I also maxed my stats before I leveled up. Alfia had a smug look on her face. Damn. You're really the incarnation of talent for a reason. Lars imagined how she would grow if she appeared now, where she didn't need to focus on the 3 great quests. With time and freedom to dungeon dive, she would most likely be a level 9 or 10 adventurer right now. And that was insane amount of growth. I even have DS on my stats right now. I can already level up to 9. But I'll follow your creed of maxing everything first. Althea chuckled. Anything new in the lower floors? I can be your supporter and we can go deeper than anyone has ever did. Lars offered. I don't want to go to the 67th floor on my own. The monster Rex there is level 9. I can beat it, but I'll be wounded. Althea tapped on her chin. A level 9 monster Rex. Lars blinked and he thought that will be a good punching bag later if he wants to level up to 4. Yes, it's a dragon that turned the 60th floor until the 70th into a tundra. And the deeper you go, the colder it gets. Althea snorted. She didn't like going to those floors, it was cold as fuck. Then let's go beat the crap out of it later and make leather bags out of its hide. Lars chuckled. I like the sound of that. Althea nodded at him. Returning to Monstro, the two of them were inseparable for now. And the first one to notice it was Tioni. Fishy. The Amazoness squinted her eyes. The two were of course close. Everybody knew that. They just had something special that nobody could explain. But now, it's different. Tiona. I'm going dark. Tioni tapped her sister's shoulder and she began to sneak around. Hey. Tiona was confused as hell as she continued reading hero stories that Lars wrote for her. Tioni peered into Lars' shack that he still lives in even though there are a lot of buildings now for Monstro. Do we accept Bel and Demeter's familia? Or let him find his own? Althea asked Lars and he shrugged. Let him find his own, you want the little rabbit to be a hero right? He can't turn into one if he can't even find a familia to start his adventure. Lars was adamant. Bel. Who is that? Tioni was confused. You're right. I can't be overprotective about my little boy. Althea sighed. Tioni went wide-eyed and her mind started racing. Is that the reason why she just disappeared for months? The Amazoness thought that Althea had a son. And who could be the father? Except Lars, who is the only male she is interacting with. Tioni's soul almost escaped from her mouth. And no. I can't give up. Cool. Althea might be more beautiful. Sexier. Stronger. And stronger. She did an orts as she saw how far outclassed they were by Althea. But I'm tanned and exotic. Lars would definitely love this chocolate skin. Tioni did a guts pose. Tioni, what the hell are you doing? Your noisiness is cluttering up my space. Althea could feel her chaotic mana. Sorry. Gotta go by. Tioni ran like the wind. Lars just raised a brow and he began patrolling Monstro. Checking what the city needed. I think we need more camouflage for now. Lars rubbed his chin pensively. The top familias are beginning to restart their dungeon diving. And Monstro isn't exactly small right now. While he was making decisions about how the city will develop, he was tackled by Ray. Whoa? What's the matter, Ray? Lars asked her and she was sweating. It's trouble. We just had a report that some lamias and harpies are being transported by some adventurers. Ray informed him with a grave tone. Someone's poaching Xenos. Lars furrowed his brows. Damn it, Fells. How did you not know that Xenos are known by other people? Lars clicked his tongue. If they were being poached, then there's a market for them. And this was a true emergency. Gather everyone, we will be having an expedition of our own. Where were they last spotted? Lars asked seriously. They were last sighted at the large tree labyrinth. It seems that there's a group of Xenos there that eluded us. Ray frowned. Call the Xenos, quick. Lars ordered and Ray flew to the skies, calling the other flyers to inform Monstro of an emergency. TCH, this is going to be troublesome. Lars immediately called Fells. What can I do for you, Lars? Fells answered pretty quickly. We have a problem. Lars looked at them with a frown and Fells knew that something was terribly wrong. __Monstro__. Lars looked at the Xenos that Ray and Fear gathered. They were at minimum, level 4. Nodding in satisfaction at their picks, the able-bodied Xenos were ready to do something. Some groups even scuttling around to get their armor and weapons. Citizens of Monstro, you must have heard. Your brethren and sisters are being held captive to be sold or tortured. Lars squinted his eyes. The Xenos gasped and everybody was antsy to save them. But fear not, we have already barricaded the entrance to the dungeon. Fels did it for us, though our time is limited. Lars clapped. Now, let us save the poor souls and bring them back here to Monstro. Your home, somewhere you belong. Lars looked at the hellhounds. Ranyi nodded at Lars and she used her webs to strap them to harpies, griffons, and other flying Xenos. They then got carried by them in order to be the trackers. Should I intervene? Althea asked him and he shook his head. No, they'll take care of this. You can't, it will be overkill. Lars rejected her offer. You're right. Then fix this mess, the Xenos might be noisy. But they're a part of our home still. Althea looked at them with a bit of fondness. They were nothing to her back in the past. Just a whim of Lars, but they were genuine. Much more so than humans and gods of Orario. And that puts them in her tolerable list. I guess I'll do some work too, Ermid, Tiona, Tioni, you form a squad too and bar anyone from Rivera in going down floors. Lars ordered and they nodded. The guild might be able to ban entrance to the dungeon for now. But those who are already inside aren't included in that. Stay safe. Althea kissed him and the girl's jaws dropped. I will. Lars started to fly using his psychokinesis in order to be as fast as he could. What was that? The three asked their master immediately. Hey! Althea didn't know why they were fidgety and shocked. __middle floors __. Lars was currently sniffing the air for adventurers in the large tree labyrinth. The humidity was great for scents to diffuse as well. But there's a problem that came with it. Everywhere in the dungeon floor he was in, vegetation could be seen. And the scents were all muddled up. I can't rely on my sense of smell here, shit. Lars smelled the harsh poisons in the labyrinth. His eyes turned to slits and he went to the highest point on the floor. But he got nothing. Damn, where are those pricks? Lars clicked his tongue. He continued his search and after an hour of diligent flying, he found one of the tracking groups fighting adventurers. Good job. Lars flew towards them immediately and he crashed right between the two groups. What's happening? The guy in front shouted in confusion. You came and messed with the wrong house, fool. Lars saw that the cages behind them contained some shivering Xenos. And he knew why they were taken, they were exotic and pretty. And humans love pretty things. Who are why a loud crunch resounded as he saw his comrades. Hi! They shouted in fear as their leader froze like a statue. He then kneeled down, coughing up blood. His neck spun around a 180 degrees. Who I am doesn't matter. You should be more worried about where you're going. Lars looked around and he nodded. Strings of web that were stronger than steel wires incapacitated the other adventurers and Lars walked up to them. He went towards the closest one and he raised his face. I'll give you two choices, the easy way. Or the hard way, the choice is yours. Lars pointed at their leader who was staring at them blankly with hollow eyes, dead. Fuck you. And these monster bitches. Our friends will know what happened. The guy knew he was done for. But he thought that their leader will fuck them up later, so he grinned as he spat at Lars. Lars raised his finger and his prisoner's spit stopped in midair. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to spit on people? He opened his mouth and pulled on the guy's tongue. If you don't want to talk, then so be it. You could have made this much easier. Lars sighed. Helga, how about a snack? Lars looked at a hellhound with a cute, pink ribbon on its neck. The hellhound nodded at him and Helga's pack started to surround the man. Without his tongue, he could only give out moans of fear. And the others watched with bated breath. Helga's pack started to take bites out of the poor bastard and the others trembled in fear at his fate. Do you know that attack magic isn't that scary? Wanna know what's really scary? Lars asked them as he smirked. He started chanting and a diamond-shaped magic circle formed in front of his hand. Dia Fratel, Ermid's healing magic. Something that he copied from her, began healing the sod that Helga's pack was tearing apart. And he started getting healed. We can do this all day, don't worry. I've got plenty of time and mana to spare. Lars thought that they were going to start singing. But something else happened. I'll talk. I'll talk. The one responsible is the one of them cried out, but his head suddenly exploded. The others then followed suit and Lars frowned heavily. Curses! He couldn't believe that they'll even employ tactics like that. Must have been put on them without them knowing. Ronyi gave her insight. Yet, nobody would agree to this. Ray gagged at the brutal sight. It does not matter, I can still see who they're with. Lars took one of the bodies and he looked at their back. Their fauna. Lars used Typhon a bit to unlock the fauna and see which god it belonged to. Eye close familia. I see. Lars squinted his eyes as they found a target. Ronyi, Ray, take the lamias and harpies. Lead them to Monstro, you two are the strongest here. Lars ordered and they saluted. Lars took out the phone orb in his inventory and called Fels. I want to know everything about the Iclos familia. Who their latest adventurer was, their rank, their members, anything. Lars said immediately. The Iclos familia, hey. Fels sounded a bit miffed. They've gone off the radar for some time now. Fels explained and Lars snorted. I want any information about them still, compile it and we'll hunt them down to the very last man. Lars wasn't playing. Understood, I'll send you their files as quick as possible. Fels ended the call to prepare them. Iclos, hey? God of nightmares? I'll enjoy savoring your divinity. Lars' eyes turned to slits as he tried to get a whiff of Iclos. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, Under Plain Sight. The ban of entering the guild didn't last long and the city didn't ask much. Not really affected by the blockade that only lasted a couple of hours. Lars then went to the surface with the girls and they called for their allies. Astria and her familia, Demeter and Ace. They quickly gathered at the Stardust Garden. As the Wheat Manor had members that didn't know about the Xenos. What happened? Astria asked Lars because the events were easy to tie together. The guild banning entry to the dungeon. And then, Lars calling them for a meeting immediately after. It's about a familia that is kidnapping the Xenos. Lars informed them and the ones in the dark gasped. Really? Who are they? Demeter was shocked at the news. Iclos familia. Lars scowled and they went quiet for a second. I've heard that they went missing for quite some time now. Elise raised her hand. Fels also told me that. So I'd like to ask everyone to keep an eye open in the dungeon for suspicious things. I think the Iclos familia is inside of the dungeon. Lars hypothesized. Evilus did hide in the dungeon as well. Do you think they're in cahoots? Kagai was having a bad feeling. Yeah, those cockroaches are definitely hiding somewhere. And they can't be on the surface, so it's likely that they're in the dungeon. Lyra rubbed her chin. Then shouldn't we release a task force or a bounty to try and get as much information about them? Ryuhu offered a good plan. That's a nice idea, Ryuhu, we're not exactly hurting for funds. So I'll be giving a fat bounty for information. Lars thought of using a 100 million valis as a bounty. Everyone would be scrambling to get a clue. I don't think that's a good idea. Demeter chimed in. Why though? Tiona agreed with Ryuhu and it was a pretty good plan in her eyes. They'll just hide harder. Ermid pieced the puzzle. Correct, if they could smuggle Xenos out of Orario without alerting anyone. Then they can surely get info about the bounty on their heads. Demeter explained and Lars nodded. Thanks, you guys are lifesavers. I guess I need to hire a professional for this. Lars thought of someone. They looked at him in curiosity. Hermes, he's a jolly guy, right? Lars smirked. Ooh. How devious, befriending Hermes and hiding in plain sight. 3 birds with 1 stone. Demeter was impressed. He came up with a quick plan. And it was a sound one too. Okay, just have a look out for something suspicious then everyone. If they can hide and probably sell Xenos. Then there's another exit or entrance to the dungeon. Lars squinted his eyes. They nodded at his insight and that made sense. How else would they be able to make use of the Xenos besides selling them? __travelers in __. Arriving at Hermes' familia home, Lars was accompanied by the whole gang. Tioni, the Lightning Empress. Tiona, the Crimson Lord. And Ermid, the Silver Paladin. The new nicknames that Demeter earned for them in the Donatus. The farmer? What's your business here? A member of the familia addressed Lars' nickname. He thought it wasn't as cool as the others, but what can he do? He couldn't really show his magic or skills. We have something to talk about with your god, is he here? Dione stepped up immediately as people don't really know that he was their leader. El Lightning Empress? Yes, Hermes-sama is here. Please enter and make yourselves at home. The young lady was nervous as hell. After all, they were the youngest level 5s in Orario. Along with Ace. Though the record for the youngest level 5 is Althea, who got there at 15. They were then met with a tired-looking girl with blue hair. Pick. Asfi Al Andromeda, it is nice to meet you. Your fame precedes you. She eyed Dione, and Ermid carefully. They were powerhouses after all. Nice meeting you as well. They returned her greeting. Now, what do you need from Hermes-sama? Asfi asked them. We are going to commission your familia about something. Lars stepped up and the Hermes familia raised a brow. For all intents and purposes, he's just a level 2. With a pretty mundane nickname too. Not really knowing that he was called the farmer because he harvests monsters like they were wheat in the dungeon. About what? Asfi thought it was going to be quite a simple one. Like maybe catch some thieves who export their goods illegally. We'll talk in private, with Hermes. Lars walked to Asfi's side and he put his arm on something. Asfi was alarmed immediately as Lars grinned at them. Them, including the invisible person that he hooked his arm on. Impossible. My helmet of Hades was found out just like that. Asfi was shocked as hell. You're as amazing as the rumors. Hermes suddenly appeared and the girls were surprised. He was there the whole time? Cool. Ermid. Make an invisibility helmet like that too. Dione shouted in excitement. Ermid deadpanned at her as she focused on potions, not magic tools. Shut up, Dione. Ermid doesn't make tools like that. Dione chided her sister. Let us go to a private room, shall we? Hermes gestured for them to follow him. They were then served some tea by a purple-haired Palom. Oh my gods, you're totally adorable. Dione carried her like a stuffed toy. Please don't treat me like this, I have rights. The Palom deadpanned at Dione. Please let down Meryl. Asfi stared at Dione and Lars sighed. We're not here for pleasantries, Dione, later. Lars had to admit, she looked like a little gnome that was wearing a wizard hat. She was cute as fuck. Sorry. Dione looked at Meryl and she thought of a little girl with golden eyes running around, calling her mama. She was developing a terrible disease, baby fever. Ahem, so what we want? Lars coughed and everyone focused up again. Yes, what is it that you want to commission? We don't just accept everything. Hermes hid his eyes with his hat. Ever heard of the term Xenos? Lars went down to business immediately. He was gambling a bit, but Asfi gasped and Lars smirked, he won the gambit. How do you know that? Hermes immediately looked at them and the girls were too calm. They also know about the Xenos. Wouldn't you like to know? But that's for you to find out. Lars chortled at his expression. Now, for what we came here for. The Iclos Familia has most likely sold off Xenos outside of Orario. Lars said seriously. The atmosphere changed immediately. What? The Iclos Familia? But they have been off-grid for a long time. Asfi was shocked. Yet, you already know that entry to the dungeon got banned. It's because of that, we found Xenos being transported. Lars informed them. That's really troublesome. Hermes frowned. So, what I want you to do is track them down outside of Orario. Name your price. Lars didn't give a damn how much. Are you sure about that? This is gonna cost extra, especially because we don't know where they are. Hermes wanted to accept, but he needs to know if he's committed to it. Auranos has been planning with him and Ganesha for years in order to introduce the Xenos to the surface. Ganesha even had a festival added to Orario's yearly events in order to make people used to monsters more. What do you need? 100 million? 200? Lars started naming prices and Hermes was shocked. I knew that the Demeter Familia is rich, but not that rich. Hermes shook his head in exasperation. We have a deal. Lars gave out his hand and Hermes didn't have a reason to reject their quest. The god shook hands with him and Asfi was done contemplating. You're going to make me take care of the Familia again. Asfi knew that Hermes will definitely be leaving them behind to go outside of Orario. Asfi-chan, I'm going to have to leave the Familia to you. You're my adorable captain after all. Hermes ruffled her hair and ran away. Wait. Damn it. Asfi looked like she was about to cry. Need some help? Lars offered with a wry smile and she looked at him with bright eyes. Her tired expression was definitely due to Hermes dumping his work onto her. Really? Then please, take care of me. Asfi didn't even had the shame anymore to reject his offer or think about it. Ermid sighed as she felt that he was going to be raising up another woman from another familia again, like Ace. She used her magic on her and Ermid felt alive once more. I guess I'll drop by from time to help you. I'm the expedition group's captain anyways. Lars offered his hand to Asfi. Yes, I believe we will be having a nice partnership. Asfi smiled. Oi, why are you helping her? You just came back recently and you're gonna be busy again. Tiona pouted at him. That's right. I knew I could count on you, Tiona. Tioni was cheering her on. Well, this is really important. And I believe that we should treat our contractors well, isn't that right, Asfi? Lars smiled at her and she nodded. That is correct, thank you very much for this. Hermes-sama always dumps his work on me after all. Asfi was relieved that she'll receive some help. And Hermes will take a lot of time, even with his connections. They have no idea where the probable Xenos are. If they've been even smuggled outside at all. What Lars was betting on, is that they look used to it. Even having metal cages for the Xenos that they captured. Meaning, they have done it before. And when you see Hermes, could you guys also investigate the Iclos Familia? I want to know where are they. Lars stood up. The deal was done and he had to relax a bit. He was having a headache due to the idiots that are kidnapping Xenos. I'll let him know. You didn't have to ask, we'll find them. Asfi nodded at him. Oh, how reliable. Thanks Asfi, see you later. Lars waved and they exited the premises. Captain, those three behind him were scary. Why are they following him exactly? Meryl could feel the tension coming from the girls. They were like coiled springs ready to move. I don't know, but he seems reliable. Maybe it's that? Stop dilly-dallying, Meryl. Hermes-sama bailed on us, we have a lot of work. Asfi sighed. __monstro__. Lars decided to check up on the harpies and lamias that got captured. They were still a bit jumpy, but overall, fine. It was to be expected that they would be like that. Thank you for saving them, Lars. Laura slithered towards him and she had a sincere expression. It is no matter, every Xenos in the dungeon is a prospective citizen of Monstro. Lars smiled at her. Even so. You moved so quickly, with conviction and no hesitation. Laura looked at him with awe. We've been preparing for things like this for years, no? After all, we can never know if adventurers would find Monstro one day. Lars chuckled. Don't be too humble, Lars. It's annoying if you downsize your quick thinking and actions that saved these children. Ronyi nudged him on the shoulder. Yepers. Lars saved the day, he didn't even need Alfia's help. Marie chimed in as she rolled herself in a wheelchair. Something she requested from Ermid vehemently. Though she did need a spritz bottle at all times to make sure she didn't dry out. Fine, fine, you're welcome. Lars chuckled and they smiled. He looked at them interacting with the leaders. Ray was teaching them softly, like how a mother would. Lyd was firm, but gentle, like a father. Gro was telling them to fight back against the disgusting humans. Fear was playing with the harpies and everybody was preparing for a feast. Look at the sight in front of me, doesn't it warm your heart? Lars asked them and they nodded. We never did imagine that we'll have a place like this to call home. Ronyi smiled softly as she looked at their home. And throughout the years, she even had Arachne sisters now. Indeed, let us enjoy the scene. For I believe that dark powers are at play. Laura sighed. You reading a lot of poetry? Lars asked as he blinked. Did you notice? Laura was delighted and they enjoyed the impromptu festival for now. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Date. Waking up in the morning, Lars felt hungover because they could subconsciously think of alcohol as non-poisonous. He quickly changed his mind though and his body metabolized all traces of it instantly. Ah, much better. Oh wah. What the shit? Lars was surprised out of his mind at the sight of Alfia staring at him like a doll in a corner. Jesus woman, what the hell are you doing? Lars rubbed his chest. Why so frightened? Alfia was confused at his overreaction. So? What do you want? Lars thought she wouldn't really wait for him like that without any purpose. I want what is called a date. Althea demanded and his mind went into overdrive. Thinking of the reason why she would ask for one. Is it because Hermes is doing work outside of Orario right now? Lars guessed. That god is annoying. Like a fly that should be crushed. Althea snorted and he smiled wryly. Only you, Althea. Okay, did you have any plans? Or do you want me to guide you? Lars asked. Orario has changed over the years, of course. And Althea would be lost. Surprise me then. Althea shrugged in all of her smug haughtiness that was effortless for her. Okay, my lady. Lars started to stretch and Althea stared right at him. He didn't like wearing shirts when he's at home. It was stuffy and it makes him hot. HOH? See something you like? Lars wiggled his eyebrows at her and she nodded. You take care of yourself well. Althea patted his abs and he didn't expect her to be so forward. Thanks I guess. He then gave her a little peck and she blinked. What was that for? Althea raised a brow. It's a morning kiss, dummy. You're really unromantic. I see, do it again. Althea requested with a small blush on her face. Maybe I spoke too soon. Lars chuckled and he put his arms around her waist. Good morning, Althea. Lars gave her a deeper kiss and her cheeks flushed at the affection. I like this. Do it every morning from now on. Althea nodded sagely. Don't forget about a good night kiss. Lars chuckled at her innocence. She might be able to crush anyone with a single word, but she's quite ignorant about anything romantic. The only love she knows is familial, being fiercely protective of Materia. And in extension, Belle. Come on princess, let's prepare then. Lars went to the shower. But he was surprised when she followed him inside. This is going to be weird, but this was fine a few years ago. Not now though. Lars had a wry expression. Why so? You already know how I look like naked. And I am not embarrassed to show my body that I have trained diligently. Althea took off her dress. But I do. Lars could see that she's matured like fine wine. His life-saving elixir that turned her back to her absolute prime aged her backwards. And now, she's approximately in her mid-20s again. And what a sight it was. Lars gulped and Althea also ogled him. Perv. Lars hit his nether region. Althea then smacked him for being a smartass. You say that, but you also ogle every part of my body. Althea rolled her eyes at him. Well, I can't help it. You're quite the beauty after all. Lars burned the sight into his mind. I'll forgive you then. Althea put her arms around his neck and her mismatched eyes stared right at his golden orbs. You're playing a dangerous game. Lars squinted his eyes. I know, but I'm an adventurer, aren't I? Althea smirked at him. Lars hugged her waist as the scalding hot water hit their skin, not affecting them due to their high endurance. Though it did give them a warm feeling. And Althea's breath hitched as her soft and supple body was squeezed on his rock-hard physique. He reached for her plump, yet firm tushy and Althea yelped a bit. HOH? I thought adventurers should be prepared for everything. Lars teased her. I am. Don't get cocky. Althea kissed his chest, she then licked his nipple and Lars' grip on her butt tightened. You're a natural, aren't you? Lars paid her back some by sucking on hers. You're like a baby. Althea remembered Materia breastfeeding Belle. Let me clean you up. Lars lathered soap on his hands and he caressed her body. Giving a husky hum, Althea was pleased by the movements of his dexterous fingers on her supple flesh. You like that? Too bad, I won't be giving you much more. Lars finished washing her off and he focused on himself. Redirecting his blood flow to his brain with pure willpower. Althea pouted at him and she wasn't able to do anything much. Because he bathed incredibly quickly and dried himself off with his psychokinesis in a heartbeat. Come on, maiden of silence. Let us bring some music in your life. Lars dried her off as well and he gave her a bright smile. That sounds good. Althea hummed and she was in a really good mood. __Orario__. They arrived in Orario and Lars was confident to show her off now. With their alliance with Astria, they have 5 first-class adventurers. And with Ermid with them, they're basically immortal. He already relied on Althea for years, so he didn't want her to protect them. Orario has simultaneously changed a lot, and hasn't. Althea observed the bustling city. In your point of view, it must have. Lars chuckled. She was looking around in curiosity. She has never been to the surface for leisure. It is noisy though. I quite miss the time where they would go silent at the sight of me. Althea frowned a bit. He grabbed her hand so she won't go ballistic and she looked at their censored hands. Hand-holding in public? You are too lewd. Althea chuckled at him. There, any better? Lars ignored her teasing and she closed her eyes. Indeed, I do not need Silentium Eden to silence everything. Althea hummed a bit as she tightened her hold on his hand. Come, I know a good place around here. Lars guided her to a cafe. Hi, dear customers. Would you like to try our specialty? The waitress was really eager, seeing such a beautiful couple. We'd like to, extra large please. Lars nodded and he led Althea to the terrace. They watched the street below and Althea didn't know that the world could be so colorful, full of life. What is that special you talked about? Althea raised a brow and he smiled. You're going to see the jumbo berry special for couples. Lars chuckled as she seemed confused. Althea wasn't really much of a talker and she just listened to him talk about what they did all these years. Their treat then arrived and it was pretty large. After all, the waitress knew him. He was a regular. Isn't this excessive? Althea blinked at the parfait in front of them. I told you, it's the jumbo berry special. Lars scooped up some and he put it in front of her face. She just stared at it and with her incredible spatial awareness, she noticed that other couples were feeding each other. Sickening. Althea almost rolled her eyes. Come on, Lars had a smile on his face and Althea thought it was different. She humored him and Althea felt a bit embarrassed. I am no child, I can feed myself. That's not the point, it's supposed to be a cute and romantic gesture. Lars sighed at her. Is that so? Then another. Althea demanded as she liked it. But she won't admit it openly. Lars looked at her fondly. Althea is basically a child soldier that Hera raised to fight against the atrocities of the dungeon. She knows nothing about normal feelings, pleasant times, and peace. The woman is a veteran of war against monsters and other adventurers. In her short life, she has seen many lifetimes worth of terrifying things that would traumatize hardened warriors. Lars only managed her PTSD recently, in which she would shake and get anxious if she wasn't in battle. A life full of unimaginable stress. So much so that her mind's normal state is always ready for a life or death battle. He patted her head as he reached over to her. You've done well, Althea. She went wide-eyed at his words and she teared up. Huh? What is this? Althea wiped her tears. I do not know, what are you feeling right now? Lars asked and she thought about it deeply. I feel all tingly inside, warm and happy. Althea replied and he caressed her hair softly. Then it must be the first time you've felt it again in years. It's fine to relax from time to time. Lars kissed her forehead and she blinked. Pleasant. Do it again. Althea demanded and he gave her cheeks kisses. Let's do this again, it was pleasant. Althea looked at him seriously. Sure, let's go again in the future. Lars smiled and she was infected by it. Yeah, I really like this feeling. Althea beamed at him and he has never seen her make that expression before. Beautiful. Lars subconsciously blurted out and Althea's cheeks flushed. Do you mean it? Althea already knew she was beautiful, it's a fact. But she wanted to hear it from him. Yeah, I do. Lars grinned at her and she nodded in satisfaction. After they finished the jumbo berry special, Lars looked at the giant tower in front of them. I'll show you something magical. Lars hugged her waist and they flew towards the top of Babel. After a few minutes of leisure flight, they arrived at the top and Lars manipulated the air so they won't have trouble breathing. We're so high up. Althea looked downwards and she thought it was amusing. Everything looks like trash from this height. Althea chuckled. Really? Not even going to ants? Straight to garbage. Lars laughed at her and she snorted. I can level Orario with my magic, its defenses are garbage. Althea huffed. They then watched the sceneries in peace, the cold wind hitting their skin. Althea, did you like our outing? Lars asked and she nodded. Good, you've been through a lot. I'm happy that you're enjoying this. Lars caressed her hair and she positioned herself on his lap. She rested her back and head on his chest. I have, but I'm still not done. The black dragon still lives, I must be prepared to defeat it this time around. Lars immediately pinched her cheek and she raised a brow at him. Stupid woman, it should be we. We should be prepared for the black dragon and the gods. After all, we're a familia. Lars huffed at her. I see. Yes, we are one. Lars, would you leave me like the others did? Althea asked and he frowned. No, why would you even ask? He furrowed his brows. They all leave. I am scared. Althea swallowed her enormous pride that is even higher than his who has a skill for it. Meteria got together with that cowardly piece of garbage and died shortly after childbirth. Zald sacrificed his life for the future generations. My sisters in arms were killed by the black dragon. Althea looked melancholic. Belle is the only family I have left. And you? I don't want you to fight the gods. I'm scared that you'll end up like my familia. Althea looked up at him with concern. Is that so? Lars hugged her tightly. Do not worry, I still have a lot of things I want to do. I won't lose, I'll win. Lars put his head on her shoulder. She reached out to caress his head and she sighed. I have no choice then. I'll trust you to return to me and Belle. I guess, Tiona, Tioni, Ermid, and Haruheim too. Althea rolled her eyes. Lars laughed and he kissed her cheek. Yeah, even if I have to break out of Tenkai, I won't leave you guys. They watched the scenery as the cold wind hit their skin. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, On the Job Training. Returning to Monstro, Lars was met by pouts. Where have you been, mister? Tioni squinted her eyes. Yeah, we saw you guys having a cute date. That's not fair. Tiona puffed her cheeks. Did you guys enjoy yourselves? Ermid wasn't as forward as the twins. Did you guys spy on us? Lars raised a brow and they flinched. Why yet? So what? We demand some of your time. You've been cozying up to Althea for some time now. Tiona huffed as she tapped her foot on the ground. Why yet? You already know that we like you very much. Tioni glared at him for the favoritism. Ha, so? You want to go on dates as well? Lars asked and they nodded. Then why didn't you just ask? Lars is a paragon of gender equality. If they wanted a date, they could ask him themselves. We didn't think of that. Tiona wondered if it was that easy. Well, now you know. Lars rolled his eyes and they blushed in embarrassment. Oh okay, then we demand a date. Tioni got really excited and she thought it was her time to shine. Why yet? Ermid was blushing like a tomato. Unlike the Amazons, she's a normal human girl. Though she's a paladin that can change the tides of battle. We have a problem though. Lars squinted his eyes and they gulped. Who goes first? Lars mused and they looked at each other for a solid moment. Let's settle this with a fight. Tiona was ready to throw hands. Bring it on. Tioni was about to use her magic. Wait. Let's keep it simple with some rock paper scissors. Ermid suggested. The twins were getting really aggressive and they didn't agree. That's a good idea. Lars smiled at her and the twins nodded immediately at Ermid. You're a genius, Ermid. Tiona patted her on the back. These two sure are thick-skinned. Ermid couldn't believe how shameless they are. Lars then let them duke it out and the one who won is Ermid. Unlike the two Amazonas, she has the craftiness of a human. And Ermid delayed her pick. The twins did an orts and Ermid walked up to Lars. Just a simple date is fine. Ermid fidgeted around and he chuckled. No need to be so nervous, we've known each other for years already. Lars patted her head. She blushed like mad and Lars forgot that teens get embarrassed easily. Oh okay, tomorrow at the plaza? In the afternoon. Ermid played with her hair. Gah! Is this the real strength of a fair maiden? Tioni was sent reeling at her cuteness. Damn, we're at a big disadvantage. Tiona furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Ermid was imagining their date in her head and she was in a daze. Then it's a date. Lars patted her head and he left for the surface to go to the Hermes Familia. Lucky. Tiona puffed her cheeks in jealousy. I knew I wasn't going to be the only wife, but why is Ermid 2nd? Tioni did an orts in defeat. I was with him first. Ermid snorted at them and they couldn't refute that. ___ travelers in ____. Lars was currently playing poker with the Hermes Familia. The other members were tense and Lars revealed his cards. Royal flush, it seems I win once again. Lars smirked at them and they wailed in despair as their money was taken. Are you Lady Luck's child or something? That's 5 times in a row, you must be cheating. A Charianthrope accused him. I would never. Lars smiled at them. Lolun, he wasn't doing anything suspicious at all. Asvi spoke up. Really? Or are you just in cahoots with him because he's hot? Lolun, the Charianthrope vice-captain looked at her with suspicion. Wah! You know that's not true. Asvi shouted with a blush. That you like me? Or that I'm very handsome? Lars asked and the Familia laughed. Coo! What are you even doing? Aren't you supposed to be helping me? Asvi clicked her tongue. The faster they finish the work, the faster the Familia can look for clues about Iclos after all. Well, I already am finished. Lars pointed at a stack of papers nearby. And he cheated with his psychokinesis, stamping and signing everything in record speed. Wah! Asvi couldn't believe it and she was sent reeling. Would you like to join our Familia? Asvi offered him immediately as she was dying due to the paperwork. Oh my, you're so forward Asvi. Lars chuckled at her and she blushed like a tomato. Shut up. Asvi ran away back to her office and Lars chuckled. You're going to give her a stroke one of these days, please go easy on her. Meryl asked of him. Sure, if you let me carry you like a stuffed toy. Lars pinched her cheeks. Even between palms, Meryl was extra small and cute. Okay, I respectfully decline. Meryl furrowed her brows. Lars then waved goodbye as he roamed around Orario again. With nothing much to do, he visited Hephaestus to check on her new eye. There wasn't any problem to it, but that's in the now. Hephi. How are you doing? Lars kicked down her office's door like he owned the place. Lars. Hephaestus was annoyed at first, but when she recognized him, she beamed. Okay, the player is here. Hestia looked at him with suspicion. Shut up Hestia, Lars isn't a playboy. And even if he was, it's much better than being a neat. Hephaestus rebutted. Gah. I told you. I just need some time to find my first child. Hestia looked like she was about to cry. Ha, ease up on her Hephi. She doesn't have anything to her name, of course no one would join her that easily. Lars sighed. Yeah, thank you. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Hestia couldn't believe that he backed her up. Humph, that may be so. But I've already offered her a job as a clerk and she couldn't even last a month. Hephaestus got angry. Hestia winced. But, everyone's just looking at my boobs. Hestia complained. That's only natural, with these lewd knockers of yours in display. Hephaestus rubbed her boobs roughly. Kaye. That hurts. Hestia smacked Hephaestus and Lars chuckled at their antics. You guys get along really well. Lars smiled in amusement. If you want a job Hestia, how about I offer you one? Lars thought of a good job. A job? This isn't a trick, right? You're not going to make me sign a contract that says you'll be able to claim me, right? Hestia looked at him with a raised brow. What's with that awfully specific scenario? Lars thought it was like a terrible plot for porn. Nothing. Hestia coughed and Lars shrugged. Yeah, there's a Familia that doesn't have their god right now. You can be their temporary leader. Lars thought of the Hermes Familia. What? Is that even possible? Hestia looked at Hephaestus for confirmation. Normally, no. Not really, it all depends on what the other party says. Hephaestus gave her insight. Says her. Hestia pointed at Hephaestus and he smirked. They owe me quite a bit. I doubt helping a newly descended goddess by showing her the ropes would be unacceptable. Lars shrugged. I'd feel bad though. What if Hermes' children don't like me? Hestia was apprehensive. I told you, this is work. I'll pay you a lot. Lars did a money sign. Thank you very much for taking care of me. Hestia bowed and Hephaestus deadpanned at her. Hestia Sama sure is a little bundle of energy and positivity. Tsubaki laughed at her antics. Come on, you're bothering Hephaestus by doing nothing in her office. Lars took Hestia away from there. Bye, I'll rehabilitate this good-for-nothing goddess. Lars waved at them. Gooby. Who are you calling useless? I'll have you know, I guarded the sacred flame for eons. Hestia smacked Lars with her twin tails. Ha! If it's with Lars, I'll trust him with Hestia. Hephaestus actually wanted to boot out Hestia. The goddess governs the hearth and home. She was in no way a troublesome girl. Hestia would just read and ask Hephaestus for a couple of thousand valis a week. But Hephaestus doesn't quite want her to be tainted by Gakkai. So she always tried to make her work various jobs in order for her to return to Tenkai. But she was quite adamant in finding a familia. Though being rejected time and time again weakened her resolve. He just had to butt in when Hestia was about to lose a lot of motivation. Hephaestus sighed. You jealous? Tsubaki teased her and Hephaestus blushed. Yet, she can't even appreciate him. And Hestia's going to hang out with him. Hephaestus puffed her cheeks. Kahahaha. Then work hard so you could flirt with him later. Tsubaki advised and Hephaestus speedrun her paperwork. Travelers in __. Asvi, I've got a little gift for you. Lars was carrying Hestia on his side like a little sack of potatoes. You brute. Ha, ha, I didn't know people could run that fast. Hestia was shocked by Lars' speed. Hey? Who's that you got there, Mr. Farmer? Lolun poked Hestia. Oi! I'm not some toy. Hestia glared at the Charianthrope and Asvi appeared. Why are you carrying a goddess with you? And she's not even your goddess. Asvi was exasperated. This here, is Hestia. She doesn't have any familia members yet. And she wants one, but she has no clue how to run one. Lars smirked at her. No. No way, nuh-uh. Asvi already knew what he had in store for them. Yes way, you How about you teach her what a god needs to do for their familia and let her run the familia while Hermes is away? Lars explained with a bright smile. You're just turning us into a training center now. Asvi couldn't believe what he was trying to do. Not really, ever heard of on-the-job training? Teach her how to run things, then she'll take over while Hermes is gone. Come on, it's a win-win scenario. Lars whispered to Asvi like the devil. That's quite the proposal. Asvi thought about it. There are some things that she would rather not do. Which is to converse with gods, they're quite annoying after all. It's one of the main reasons why Hermes leaves the work to Asvi in the first place. And being an ex-princess, she knew how to talk to troublesome people. No, it's too much work. Asvi shook her head and she thought she was getting tricked. Hestia's really competent, you know? She managed the sacred flame for eons. Lars gave Hestia a thumbs up. Yet. Nobody could have done it better than me. Hestia followed up. And when Asvi thought of it, guarding something for millions of years indicates strong will. Hestia is also a virgin goddess, meaning she has incredibly strong resistance to temptation, like lazing around. Wouldn't she be a good goddess that could manage some of Hermes Sama's work while he's away? Asvi could see the benefits. Unfortunately, even though she wears glasses, she could not see the disaster that is Hestia. Only a little. Asvi agreed reluctantly and Lars nodded with a smile. I knew I could count on you, Asvi. Don't worry, Hestia's a quick learner. Lars massaged her shoulders in gratitude. Okay, I'll be counting on you, goddess. Asvi nodded at Hestia. Isn't this like really bad? Lars just put a lot of pressure on me. Hestia was flabbergasted. Aren't you glad, Hestia? Asvi here and the members of the Hermes Familia welcomes you warmly. Lars smirked at her. She gulped as the children of Hermes stared at her. And not to mention, Asvi is an incredibly busy woman. Most likely busier than even Tsubaki. For she's one of, if not the best item maker in Orario. Ermid doesn't create magic tools for anyone but their group after all. Otherwise, she would be the best item maker. Especially with her medicine and antidotes. So people all around the world is trying to get an item from her. Yo, let's get along, Hestia-sama. Lolun grinned at her and she gulped. Sure. Hestia broke into a cold sweat. You'll pay for this, Lars. She was put under massive pressure and she couldn't back off now. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, A Saintess Heart. Preparing for her outing, Ermid was trying to pick some clothes. Okay, I have no clothes to wear. Ermid looked at her closet and it was filled with shields and light armor. She then saw her uniform when she's attending others as a doctor. I guess that's fine. Ermid checked herself out in it. Pick. Having trouble finding clothes? Why not just copy our style? Tiona suddenly appeared on her window. Tiona. Spying on people is rude. Ermid pouted at her. You're hiding too much, you look like a prude. Tioni also popped up and Ermid sighed at their antics. It's none of your business, now is it? Besides, your outfits are shameful. Ermid couldn't conform to their culture. Hey? This is pretty much standard though? You should see how others dress. Tiona looked at her clothes. She was wearing a miniskirt that looked tribal and a crop top that only covered her breasts and back, like Loki. Ermid's eyebrow twitched. It was worse for Tioni. Because she was growing up nicely. And her boobs are the biggest among them. Shut up, it's a cultural difference. Ermid sighed and they just shrugged, doomed to never understand each other. Whatever, we'll just look out for Haruheim in the upper to middle floors today. Lars was adamant that she should be at least 15 before she grinds the dungeon. Tiona was confused. As an Amazon, even if she isn't as bloodthirsty as normal ones from Telskyra, she's still bred for pure battle. And she thought it was such a waste for Haruheim to just train in the surface and harvest crops for years. Especially with her special magic, Uchide no Kojuchi. It was perhaps the most busted support magic that they've ever seen. Bar Ermid's Diafratel that could turn entire groups into zombies that don't die. As Haruim's magic levels up the target by 1. Is she about to level up? Ermid nodded at Lars' decision. Haruheim had a lot of time to just enjoy life in general. And now, she's ready to take on the heavy responsibility of being with them. Yeah, and speaking of the cute devil. Tioni waved at Haruheim who was wearing an armored kimono. She was carrying a metal fan and an uchigatana, a good balance of offense and defense. Hello everyone, please take care of me. Haruheim bowed at them with a smile. She wasn't the deathly scared girl anymore who would tremble like a leaf all the time. You ready? Let's go. Let Ermid here be, she has a little date. Tiona pulled on Haruheim. Take care of Lars, Ermid. Tioni gestured that she was watching. How can you even watch us when you're in the dungeon? Ermid was confused. But she didn't care about that anymore and she went with them towards the surface. Using their secret passages that they made. __Orario, Plaza __. Lars was waiting for Ermid and he thought he was like a kid waiting for his date again. Youth. Lars thought it was nice to enjoy such a leisurely activity like a date. Lars, did you wait long? Ermid appeared and she smiled at him. I did. I waited for 30 minutes here. Lars teased her. After all, if you are 15 minutes early for a date, then you're on time. Oh, really? Sorry. Ermid winced and he ruffled her hair. I was here for just 15 minutes, come on. Let's go and have a lot of fun. Lars chuckled. Humph, you tricked me. You asshole. Ermid glared at him. Come on, I prepared a little something special for you. Lars smiled as he led her somewhere. __Deadless Street __. Hey, why are we on Deadless Street? Ermid looked at him weirdly. It is after all, the slums of Orario. The biggest one that is. Well, I know you're a really kind girl. So I thought of an event where you'll enjoy yourself. Lars hovered his hand in front of him. Large containers suddenly appeared in front of them and tons of disposable bowls and cutlery was spread out. Lars. Should we begin? Hestia appeared with Lulun and Meryl. Behind them, a couple of members of the Hermes Familia was there. Yeah, call for people. We'll start. Lars opened the lids for the industrial cookers and the scent of beef stew diffused in the air. Fresh bread enticed everyone and Hestia drooled. This smells delicious. She gulped. Oi, you better use this chance, it'll make you more popular so you can get Familia members. Lars advised her. I can't be sloppy here. Hestia smacked her cheeks. A soup kitchen. Ermid blinked and he nodded. We also have a tent here for patients. Lars took out a large tent for patients that don't have a lot of money. It was a medical mission and a feeding program combined. Ermid's eyes sparkled. It was what she dreamed of. Healing people with her knowledge and potions. Helping those who are unfortunate. She couldn't do it on her own, so she could only do it whenever the chance arises. But this time, it was an event that he prepared for her. Lars. Thanks. She hugged him and she backed off after she felt her chest squish on his torso. You like it? Lars patted her head and she nodded with a bright smile. I've already informed the guild that we'll be doing this once a month. Would you like that? Lars smiled and she nodded eagerly. I always did want to heal other people, now I can do it in a large scale. Ermid was pleased. Then let's call in those who are in bad shape. Lolun, gather the people who needs treatment the most. Lars ordered and the Charianthrope saluted. Aye, sir. Lolun started to order her familia and they gathered everyone who needed healing. Ermid then chanted her magic and the tents that were filled by patients got healed. It doesn't hurt anymore, my knee that was hit by an arrow in the past feels brand new. An NPC cheered. All sorts of cheers resounded, from children to the elderly. Sick or injured due to adventuring. And Ermid could hear it all as they chanted her alias. She almost teared up at the sight and he patted her on the back. Look, your magic is quite amazing yet. Lars cheered her on too. I hope I can do this, one small step at a time. Give the people healthcare that they need. Ermid had a fond expression as she saw the people who were healed. And we're also offering food. Line up please. Hestia shouted and everyone also focused on her. A goddess with a dynamite body serving food, nothing could get better than that after being healed. Hestia was swarmed by the people and the Hermes Familia had to force them to be in line. After a few hours, Ermid and the Hermes Familia retired in the Hostess of Fertility and they celebrated for their good deed of the day. Lars-san, what's your order? Ryu, who was now a part-time waitress in the pub so she could get better at human interaction, served him. You already know Ryu, we'll get one of everything. Lars ordered and the cook, May, cursed once again. Mia smiled wryly and she had to give May double pay whenever Lars arrives. Lars Naya. I heard you were giving out free food. Can you also give me a meal Naya? Chloe did the cat begging pose and her eyes dilated. Ha, I guess. Man, this place didn't change hey. Lars hasn't been in the pub for some time. We did have Ryu Naya. Anya clung to Ryu and the elf glared at her. She's still a bit prickly Naya. Anya backed off and Ryu sighed at them. Hey, don't trouble her too much. Lunwar chided them. Ryu-san only lets me touch her. Seer hugged the elf's arm and Ryu rolled her eyes. You're lucky you're Elisa's friend too. Ryu threatened her, but she did have a small smile on her face. Did you like our day? Lars asked Ermid and she nodded. I feel pleasantly tired. Thank you for that, Lars. At least one of my wishes came true. Ermid had a pleasant smile on her face. Glad I could make it come true. He caressed her hair. Are you not going to ask about my other dreams? Ermid looked at him with half-lidded eyes. So, what are the others then? Lars chuckled at her being playful. I want to be with a reliable man. She rested her head on his shoulder. HOH? I see. How about my dream? Lars asked her and she raised a brow in curiosity. I quite like kids, I want a lot of them. Lars whispered and she blushed an atomic red. If you want many, I believe the Tizanare family is quite fertile. Ermid hid her face on his shoulder due to embarrassment. Then let's make a lot later. Lars teased her as he nibbled on her ear. Ah! How lewd! You two are all over each other. Ryu, who is an elf, thought that even hand-holding in public should be banned. TCH, getting all lovey-dovey in front of me. Seer clicked her tongue. Sorry Ryu, I'm on a date with Ermid right now. So I'm all hers right now. And Seer, why do you even like me, you weirdo? Lars raised a brow at her. Unlike Ryu, he didn't really save her or something. And he might be a regular in the pub, but unlike Chloe who loves the butt of younger guys, he didn't know her type. It's because you're cool. Seer couldn't say anything reasonable. How shallow. The whole staff said at the same time and Hermes Familia also stared at her like she was a shallow girl. You've got it all wrong. Lars-san is really kind, handsome, and dangerous. Seer wiggled around. And unlike what he expected, they nodded at her. Yet, he's got that mysterious air Naya. And he feels dangerous when he glares at me. It makes me so hot and bothered. Chloe, who was a raging pervert, fidgeted around. Damn. Women are weird as hell, why would you like a dangerous guy? Lars sighed. He might be the Rizzler, but he wouldn't understand his targets. Let's share celebrate. Hestia was already hammered. Everybody laughed and they began celebrating. __monstro___. Lars was carrying Ermid who was inebriated and he put her in their home. Lars, I love you. Ermid doesn't really show it unlike Tiona and Tioni. But she is really happy that she got kidnapped by them. As they've seen what Diane sect was all about. The god's a little prick that runs a store for rich snobs. Thanks. Lars teased her and Ermid puffed her cheeks cutely in anger. You're supposed to say I love you too. She hit him softly on the chest. Sorry, but I don't love you, Ermid. She was so shocked that she even went sober immediately. I like you, if somebody says they love you immediately, don't trust them, okay? Lars followed up. She sighed in relief and she glared daggers at him. Bully, bad guy. She huffed at him. Well, love is cultivated. And it takes two to raise a healthy one. Lars kissed her and she blinked dumbly. Yet. Let's cultivate it together. Ermid smiled at him and he nodded. They kissed. They heard Tiona scream silently. Coo. It should be me. Not her. Tioni was frustrated as hell as they spied on them. Ermid suddenly appeared behind them and she iron-clawed their face. So you guys were spying on us, hey? Ermid's face twitched. Ha, did you at least guide Haruheim properly? Lars sighed at their antics. Yes sir. I guarded Haru-chan while Tioni spied on you. And we even saved a newbie that almost got killed. Tiona reported. Ha, they just watched. Let them down, Ermid. Lars shrugged and she tossed them on the window. It's futile, Ermid. We'll always be here. Tioni didn't want to do this, but she'll cock-block her in the foreseeable future. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, Twin Power. Lars was currently being carried by Tiona and Tioni. How did I even get myself in this situation? Lars wondered. __earlier___. Minding his own business, Lars was cataloging the products that was produced by Monstro. Including the magic stones and drops that the Xenos are collecting every day. The taxes of my people are abundant as ever. He was in a really good mood. Even popping a couple of drops and magic stones in his mouth that tasted good. Humming, he didn't know that people were conspiring against him. At Lars' shack, Althea was reading in absolute silence. Using Silentium Eden to block out any sound. It was so silent, you could hear your blood flow. The most silent place in the world. And she frowned immediately when she felt the noise of two people. They might be more tolerable due to Lars, but invading her private space with him is not appreciated, at all. Tioni. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't cripple you for disturbing my silence. Althea closed her book and she stared at the twins. They shuddered immediately at her apathetic expression. She was dead serious. The twins gulped and they broke into a cold sweat. Tiona immediately groveled. Tioni. You idiot, do a doxa immediately. I learned this from Haruheim, it's what you do to royalty. Tiona grabbed her sister. They then trembled on the ground as Althea stared at them. Excelia comes from the divine. And when one gathers as much as Althea, they will start to feel like a demigod. Speak. Althea's tone was final, speak now or prepare yourselves. Althea. We've come to bargain. Tiona spoke up, gathering her courage. As a wannabe hero, she required to be brave. Bargain? Interesting, what is it then? Althea humored them. Here, we have something that would please you. Tioni grabbed something in between her cleavage. Without even moving, Althea took it by manipulating pure mana. A piece of paper. Althea scoffed, but when she flipped it over, she saw something magical. It's called a photo. Lars asked Ermid to make a device called a camera. Then, it prints out accurate paintings like that little treasure. Tioni was sure she would value it. A photo, hey? And it's one of Lars while he is sleeping under a tree. Althea wanted it. Needed it. Why yes, that is our offer to you. Tiona replied, but they didn't dare raise their heads. Very well, I accept. What is it that you request of me? Althea grinned as she pocketed Lars' picture carefully. We need you to knock out Lars, you're the only one who can do it. Tioni requested. But after she said her piece, she suddenly disappeared and Tiona looked to her side as she trembled violently. Tioni. She didn't hear a reply and she looked behind her. Tioni flee through the whole forest and Althea's hand was raised. What? So you wish him harm? Althea raised a brow and Tiona put her forehead to the floor. No. He's just too busy. And we just want to spend some time with him. Tiona managed to save her hide. You could have just said so. Althea rolled her eyes at her. I would have loved to. If you weren't so scary. Tiona screamed inside of her head. She just sent Tioni flying for hundreds of meters and she was sure that was just a warning. Alright, let's do this. Althea stood up and she could hear his mana from miles away. It was like a beacon. Althea brought Tiona with her and she suddenly appeared behind him while he was cataloging magic stones and item drops. Hey Fia, what's the matter? Lars tilted his head and she spoke. Gospel. Althea used Satana's variant to disrupt his balance to the maximum, making the fluid in his ears vibrate. She then slugged him right on the chin, making him unconscious. There, my magic will be in effect for an hour at least. Bring him to the surface in that time frame. Althea did her part and Tiona was shocked. After all, Tioni, and Ermid fought him all at the same time in their spars. And they stood no chance at all. Meanwhile, Althea could incapacitate him with a single instance of her magic. He would fare better when he wasn't sneak attacked, sure. But that's still an overwhelming loss. Time is ticking. Tiona carried Lars and she went towards Tioni immediately. __Orario__. Lars recovered now and he rubbed his head due to a migraine. Althea did a number on him. So? What in the world got into your head so you thought that sicking Althea on me is a good idea? Lars looked at them with annoyance. Well. You've been really busy these past few days. And it looks like you forgot about our date. Tioni looked sheepish. Why yeah, it's not fair that Ermid is the only one that got one. Tiona supplemented. They might not have shame due to their culture as an Amazoness. But they sure can lack courage. The twins were afraid that he'll blow them off even though he already said they just have to ask. Ha! Girls are such a pain. Lars rubbed his temples some more. I told you, you can just ask me for some of my time. You guys are important enough for that. Lars sighed and they lit up. But their face fell again. But we'll cut on your time to do your work. You don't even sleep much. Tioni held his hand in worry. Ah, that. Well, thanks for worrying. But due to my regeneration, I don't feel tired at all. Lars explained. But mental fatigue still affects you, right? Tiona argued and he nodded. I deal with that just fine, looking at Monstro's development. Seeing you guys enjoy yourselves. What man would be unsatisfied by that? Lars smiled as he patted their heads. They both teared up. Oh wow! We don't deserve you. The twins lunged at him and they hugged him tightly. Chuckling, he caressed their hair softly. Come on, don't go soft on me now. As a man and your leader, this is only natural. But you're working so hard while we play around. Tiona sniffled cutely. He took out some napkins and he cleaned them up. Then let's go play around as well. Lars smiled and they nodded. They went to the entertainment district of Orario and there were carnival games all throughout the place. Whoa, is this place just filled with games? Tiona's eyes sparkled. So childish. Tioni chuckled, but she too was excited. After all, they didn't really experience a normal childhood. And he knew that due to their stories. Where Tioni would have her limbs twisted after every session with Argana. Pain and wrath was what fueled her to go on. Lars then guided them through all the games and the Amazons quickly got them after their first try. Winning all kinds of prizes and stuffed toys, they went through the stalls like a storm. Especially Tiona who wanted to win the best prizes every time. Their stomachs then rumbled and the twins looked at him sheepishly. Their cheeks red due to embarrassment. How about a meal? Lars chuckled and they went to all the stalls that sold skewered meat. Hauling a large basket of meat, they roamed around. Just checking out the city in general. After their day, the twins still had a lot of energy, being level 5 and all. But they were content. Sitting on a bench while eating some ice cream, the twins rested their heads on his shoulder. Did you have fun? Lars asked them and they nodded. I never thought that simple games like that would be so nice. Tiona smiled and Tioni hummed in agreement. I'm glad you enjoyed girls, here. Lars gave them some stuffed toys of a Valgong dragon and Udius. They hugged it tightly and he caressed their hair. You're safe here, even with Argana and back here. They won't be able to bring you back. Lars smiled at them. They looked at him with wide eyes and they saw it in his golden orbs. He would fight Telskyra for them. After all, what is a country compared to the heavens? Lars. The twins lunged at him and they assaulted him with kisses. Don't look, little Timmy. They're lewd exhibitionists. A mother covered her son's eyes. Easy girls, we're in public. He made them calm down. So it's all good if it's in private. Tioni licked her lips and he smiled wryly. That's not what I meant. Lars sighed at her antics. Lars, I'm pretty sure I'm ovulating. Tiona whispered to him and he started sweating. Oh no. They've contracted baby fever and are too far gone. Lars pinched their waists and he ran away. Hey! Get back here! Just a kid or two. That's fine, right? Tioni shouted with hunger in her eyes. We're too young for this. Lars sprinted like his life depended on it. Then let's just practice. Come on. Tiona had a beaming smile on her face. He then got chased by blurs in Orario and the male body of Orario cursed the handsome bastard that was being chased by Amazonas. __Orario__. A blonde man was currently swirling a glass of wine on his hand as he looked at Orario. Ein, what do you have for me? His emerald eyes locked onto a hooded individual. My lord, everything is going according to plan. Yet there is someone that has been sighted in Orario that could be a potential ally. A young lady's voice resounded. Who is it? He raised a brow and Ein handed him a recording in an oculus. The magical orbs that Fels and Monstro uses for communication, only modified for recording events. He started watching it and the oculus showed the streets of Orario. There is nothing here, Ein. His voice sounded cold and the young lady kneeled immediately. Forgive me, my lord. Please look at the terrace of that cafe there. She instructed immediately and he took a look. The man's eyes immediately widened in shock as he saw that person. Impossible. How could that person be here? He blinked dumbly at who was right there. Yes, my lord, during one of my patrols. I managed to see her by pure luck. Ein was satisfied that her master was hooked. The trouble she went through to not get seen and hide was worth it. And she would have gotten caught, if Althea wasn't massively distracted. Ein. Well done. Seeing such a valuable person in plain sight. He smirked and Ein blushed in embarrassment at the praise. I live to serve. She nodded at him, but somehow. His words does not bring her the joy she expected. Even though I am filthy. My lord does not discard me like the garbage that I am. She hid her self-deprecating smile. The incarnation of talent, alive and kicking. She is a variable that will help us massively. He grinned like a loon. Yes, yes. She will be the key for the orgy that I am seeking. His eyes showed madness. Nothing, but pure desire for his so-called orgy was in his very essence. And Ein could see it through the window of the soul. Ein, find her at all costs and make contact with her. We shall give her an offer she can't refuse. He smirked. Forgive me, my lord, but what would interest her? Ein couldn't understand. Althea is a level 7 that could wipe Otter off the map easily. In the records of the Hero Familia, it is well known that Althea's strength transcends levels. Even her level 9 captain, the Empress, cannot assure victory against her all the time. And that's with a staggering 2-level difference. For normal people, that's the difference between heaven and earth. Good question, Ein. The Maiden of Silence is a haughty witch that does not care about anyone's opinion. He swirled his glass of wine again. But you see, she has a disease. And we have the means to get something that she needs. A branch of a holy tree from elven forests. He grinned. She might not accept it at first due to her pride. But she'll use it, when that comes to pass. She will have no choice but to keep coming back for more. He laughed and Ein nodded. By your will, Enyo-sama. Ein bowed deeply. Intent on completing the task at hand. Chapter 60, Omake, Evil Cycle. Tossing and turning on his bed, Lars was sweating. Ugh, ugh. He was sweating, but the temperature in Monstro is always regulated. All of the 7 symbols on his back had a dull glow on them. Throughout the night, he continued to roll around in distress. The morning came, but he was still in his log cabin. He's a relatively light sleeper that always gets up early, but he didn't. A few hours passed and noon came, but he still wasn't seen by anyone. Which was odd. Lars is still asleep. Althea returned from the deeper floors and the concerned leaders of the Xenos nodded at her. Yeah, we checked on his cabin. But he's just sleeping there. Ray pointed at his house. Lars Chi doesn't get up late, ever. Lyd added and Gro just nodded. Why don't you just check for him yourself? Althea raised a brow. Ah, you see. Just looking at his cabin gives us the creeps. Our instincts are telling us not to do anything rash. Ronyi shuddered. Nonsensical, I will wake him up then. It is not good to be lazy. Althea pushed them and she went towards his cabin. I've warned her. My spider senses are tingling. Ronyi shrugged. Althea busted down his door open and she grabbed his blanket. Wake up, Lars. It's already late in the afternoon? Don't tell me you're using acedia for a big fight. Althea shook him. He would normally put up a sign that he was using his skill. But that wasn't the case here. Noisy. Lars slowly sat up with a heavy frown on his face. Excuse me. Althea was shocked that he would say something like that to her, that was her trademark. I said you're noisy, woman. Lars glared at her. Something was terribly wrong, and he looked a bit different. I've been having a good sleep. And you come in and ruin it. Lars ruffled his hair in annoyance. Althea was shocked and she thought of something. Is this anger I feel? Something that they experience as well. She could see the parallels of his attitude right now with her normal behavior. And she was self-aware enough to notice that he was making her angry. How are you going to pay me back for that, hey? Lars stood up and she walked up to Althea. He pinned her onto a wall and she didn't quite dislike that. Althea didn't know how to react at his sudden change. You don't even know? Then I'll decide for you. Lars lifted her chin and Althea could see the deviousness in his eyes. Wah! HNGH. Althea's mouth was suddenly violated by his tongue and he inflicted a lot of energy on it, using luxuria. Oh my gods! It feels heavenly. Althea's body seized as all the nerves inside of her body fire. If she wasn't a level 9, she would be like a victim of nerve gas right now. But he controlled it immaculately, giving only enough intense stimulation for her nerves that only Althea could handle. He grinned at her, his teeth showing. Lars shoved 2 fingers inside of her mouth as he spun her around. Lars caressed her chest, his fingers glowing purple, filled with the power of lust that made her brain melt. Call me master, Althea. Lars licked her neck and Althea was already in a daze. Mishter she then snapped out of it and she pushed him away, her level 9 magic stat resisting his ministrations. But not for long. HOH? What a bad servant you are, I have to punish you more then. He flicked his wrist and she was sent to the bed. Lars, snap out of it. This isn't how you usually act. Althea got worried. He laughed at her. How I usually act? Honey, this is plain old me. But better, let me show you. Lars went on top of her and he ripped her clothes. Althea went wide-eyed. He kissed her little nub softly and her brain almost melted as she gritted her teeth so hard she created a shockwave. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. Althea smelled a sweet scent in the air and Lars grinned at her. That's it Althea, beg for forgiveness and bark for me. Lars put a collar on her neck and she bent over. __monstro___. After an hour of mind-numbing ecstasy, Althea was unconscious in his cabin. Out for the whole day as she twitched from time to time. That was some good stress relief. Lars breathed in the air. But I want more. He licked his lips and looked for his next target. Hi Lars, how's it going? You aren't sick or something? Ronyi found him and she waved at him. No, not really. But have you ever heard of bondage? Lars asked her with a smile. Bondage? Restraints you mean? Ronyi tilted her head. Yes, excellent. How about we experiment on that? Lars moved his fingers lightning quick. Ronyi felt her arms get tied behind her and her spider legs were bunched up together, incapacitating her immediately. We'll have a lot of fun. Lars brought her to his cabin and she was confused as hell. Some time later Althea now had a partner on his bed, a tied-up Arachne. And they were both out for the count. He slicked back his hair as he drank some water to rehydrate. He gave them a lot of moisture after all. you two need a lot more endurance. Laura and Marie has you beat. He tapped their butts and he went back out again to find more willing targets. And he found a group of them at the guild. Ah, Lars. Finally woke up? You sleepyhead. Tiona lunged at him as she hugged him tightly. Yeah, what's up with you? Tioni was worried that the was under the weather. Lars-sama, is everything alright? Haruheim saw that he looked a bit different. His eyes were a bit sharper. And when his scent hit her, she froze on the spot. Lars? Sleeping in? That's really rare, in fact. This is the first time I've heard of it. Rose, who was exchanging loot for the party, commented. Yeah, do you need healing or a doctor? Ermid checked him out, but there was nothing really wrong with him. I do need something, but I believe it's better if we talk in private. Lars smiled at them and their hearts skipped a beat. His pheromones already did short work of them and they followed him to a private room in the guild, courtesy of Rose. So? What's up? Rose asked him and he smirked. He put a film of mana around the room, eliminating all vibrations that hit it. Meaning, no sounds comes out and in. First of all, thank you very much for your service. Second, thanks for the meal. Lars smirked at them and they saw a pink mist float around the air. They immediately went wide-eyed. The pink mist acted as stimulants and their desires were prioritized immediately. And the first ones to budge were of course the honest Amazons. Lars Tiona shimmied off her clothes immediately and Tioni did so as well. The older twin went down on her knees as Lars put some lube between her cleavage. Tiona kissed him with hunger in her actions. El Lars-sama. Haruheim panted heavily and Rose, who was beside her, was getting more animalistic by the second. Her fangs grew longer, her hackles stood on end. And she was heating up like a furnace, ready to mate. She growled, lunging on Lars as she used her legs to lock his face down. Easy, girl. You're quite greedy, aren't you? Lars grinned as Rose ripped her pants in a hurry. Lars. What's happening? Ermid was breathing heavily, but she resisted it the most. Due to her ridiculous resistances, being a paladin. Oh, nothing, just making your desires surface. It's what you want deep inside, what you lust for. Lars grinned and Ermid frowned. Something's wrong with you. Ermid resisted with all her might. But she was suddenly attacked by a wild Haruheim from the rear. Haruim's rough tongue licked her neck and Ermid shuddered in delight due to the increased sensitivity. But you didn't deny it. Ermid-san, how about we give Lars-sama a good time? Haruheim breathed heavily in her ear. Her fluffy tail caressing her legs softly. Ermid's vision spun as she watched Tioni's ministrations on him. Tiona was kissing Rose while Lars dined on her. He paused on his duty for a quick second and he smiled at them. Come and get your reward for being a good girl. Lars' voice was soft, yet it was clear in her ears like a demon. Ermid looked like she was running out of breath. It's fine, right? She asked no one in particular. Come, Ermid-san. Let us indulge in pure joy and receive Lars-sama's love. Haruim's sweet voice broke her in. __hostess of fertility __. After a few hours, Lars was currently eating at the infamous pub. He got hungry due to all the exercise. And he called upon his patron deity, Demeter. Lars, what did you call me for? Did you miss me? Demeter greeted him in all her fluffy glory. But that quickly changed when she saw his slightly sharper look. He grinned at her and Demeter could feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't put a finger on it. Goddess, I of course missed you. He gave her hand a kiss and she blinked. He wasn't really the flirty type. So her mind ran a mile a minute to check what was wrong. Hi, Demeter. Did Lars also call you here? He said he has something in store for us. Hephaestus also arrived as she sat down on their table. Why yes, he did. Demeter didn't know it yet and she stared right at him. Well, I suddenly craved for something a little divine. Lars smiled sweetly and Demeter could feel goosebumps on her skin. Hey? What do you mean? Hephaestus was confused. Bar wench. Lars called out and everybody in the pub went quiet as their eyes went hollow. Seer looked around and she blinked in shock as she pointed at herself. Yes, you. Come here, you little bitch, in heat. Lars demanded and she was flabbergasted. In her shocked state, she walked towards him unconsciously. Lars grabbed them and they disappeared as he flew, using his psychokinesis. They arrived at a hotel that he already reserved and he entered through the window. Lars? What's the meaning of this? Demeter was confused as hell. Why yes. And I am not a bitch in heat. Seer glared at him. I mean. Why'd you bring us here? Hephaestus raised a brow at him as she crossed her arms under her bust. Lars snapped his fingers and their clothes were eviscerated. The two goddesses just looked at him in surprise while Seer crouched down as she screeched. Lars Hephaestus was about to ask what he was doing, but they suddenly stilled due to his psychokinesis. He then walked up to Seer and he pulled down his pants. Stop pretending, you little slut. You want this, don't you? I can smell it on you, Freya. Lars grabbed her hair and everybody went wide-eyed. How did you know? Freya's transformation got invalidated as Lars used anti-magic on her. I can smell divinity on you. And I can smell a horny bitch. And Ishtar isn't an Orario, I turned her into my slave for my boy Gilgamesh. Lars grinned. Why you can't do this? Even if you are my Audr, you're out of it right now. Freya tried to resist. But he smacked her with his Excalibur and she shut up. What is this? Why do I feel so excited? So alive. Freya awoke something in her. He then grabbed her head and went to town on her. Demeter, who was able to resist his magic due to her being his patron deity, dropped some ichor on his back to know what was wrong with him. Why your soul? The black part is overpowering the light. Demeter got worried. I'm just a bit stressed, Demeter. Don't worry, it will pass. Just like a cycle. I'll call it evil cycle. Ain't I a genius? Lars grinned as he used Freya like a toy. Demeter. What do we do? Hephaestus didn't really dislike his domineering behavior, but it was weird. We have no choice, Hephaestus. We have to fight back. Demeter furrowed her brows. How? Hephaestus was powerless and Freya was being violated right in front of them. We have to team up. Demeter kneeled down beside Freya as she sucked on some other parts. That's right, you can't let Freya handle all the load, now can you? Lars grinned and Hephaestus did a guts pose. We just have to fuck his brains out? I'm in. She issued a battle cry as she lunged at him. __morning__. Lars was standing beside the window, his face shone under the soft sunlight. Like his skin was made of diamond, it shimmered. Ah, I feel so relaxed, Lars stretched as his so-called evil cycle finished. The three goddesses were panting heavily behind him and Freya received it the worst. She was twitching from time to time as she drooled, her eyes were in a daze. Lars. You can't get in that cycle again. Demeter didn't want to go through that again. I definitely pulled a muscle or something. She winced as she felt her back hurt. You do know that I have great arm strength, not core strength. Hephaestus is a blacksmith unlike Demeter who was a farmer. She had great arms, but her core and legs wasn't anything special. And she felt that her lower body was like jelly, while her abs and back were sore as hell. Audr. Audr. No more. Freya whispered like a loon as she drooled. What a wonderful way to start the day. Lars felt like he could work for a few more years again without stopping. Meanwhile, an alliance was formed and everyone in his life made sure that he didn't receive a lot of stress. Chapter 61, Chapter 59, Tranquility Before Chaos. __Twilight Manor __. In Riveria's room, the yoga group was having their weekly session that was sorely missed by the high elf and the ex-murder hobo, Ace. Lars, we haven't done this in a long time. I missed it. Ace's face was serene and Riveria smiled at their interaction. I also missed this. It's good to get stronger in the dungeon. But it's also a nice change of pace. Lars breathed rhythmically. What did you even do? It's like you suddenly disappeared from Orario. Riveria was curious. The expedition group of the Demeter Familia made waves upon waves in Orario. A little squad of 3 that can dive deep inside the dungeon. And it was only possible due to Ermid. With Lars' help, she was able to make a bag of holding. A little backpack that could contain enough supplies for an expedition. Hunting down monster Rexes is actually a big deal that needs to be reported to the guild. And the trio killed Amphisbena on their own. A feat that shot up their fame massively. Not to mention that Ermid is the record holder for the fastest level up to 2. Everyone is eyeing them for what's to come next. The only reason they're left mostly alone is due to Demeter working overtime to keep the hussies and no good gods away. Anyways, how has Meowmere been treating you, Ace? Lars asked and Ace's eyes sparkled. Don't even ask, she hugs it to sleep like it's a stuffed toy. Riveria sighed and Ace pouted at her. She was like a kid that couldn't sleep with her teddy bear. And the mama elf of course chided her that sleeping while hugging a dangerous sword was not optimal. I love it very much, of course I'll keep it with me at all times. Ace huffed. Well, I'm glad that you like it so much. Lars chuckled as he patted her head. Riveria blinked at her reaction. Is she a cat? Why is she purring? Is it the reaction of the sword? Riveria thought of useless things. She's been carving through the floors with it. Ace caused pandemonium in the Colosseum one time. She went on a hunting spree. Riveria sighed. Yeah, my stats increased a lot due to it. Ace bobbed her head in joy at that. Even though she's calmer now. Once a murder hobo, always a murder hobo. Go her job, remember to max out all your stats before leveling all right. Lars smiled and she nodded eagerly. The time then came for the magic lessons. And as a scholar that have a passion for magic, Riveria just couldn't help but be enamored by Lars' magic. Lars, I'm really curious about something. Riveria went serious. Ask away. Lars gave Ace some jagamarkans. aka, hash browns or croquettes. And she started nibbling on it like a hamster. How does your magic work exactly? Riveria is sensitive to magic. She could even be called a prodigy among prodigies in magic. If you exempt Lars and Althea in the mix, that is. The former having an understanding of magic that's out of the box. While Althea is simply built different. My magic, hey? Is it because it's so strong with such a short chant? Lars grinned and she nodded. Well, how about I show you a little better trick? Lars imagined a flame, how it starts, how it's fed, what makes fire appear in the world. And the root of it all, is molecular excitement. He then supplemented it with fuel. Creating a flame out of thin air. I'm no scholar, Riveria. But there is a study of the universe called physics. Lars did the opposite and turned the blazing flame into ice as he sapped its energy. Physics. The duo looked at him in confusion. There are academics present in the world where they study how the world works. But they're too blinded by magic and the mystic. Science finds answers through pure logic, experimentation, and observation. Unlike magic that seemingly bends the world to your will. Yes, physics. Like this ice for example. How does it form? Lars asked them and they looked at him like he was stupid. Because it's cold. Ace answered and he nodded, but Riveria thought about it more deeply. But why is something cold? Riveria asked and he gave her a thumbs up. Yes, there is an explanation for everything. And I have an intrinsic knowledge of it. Lars winked at them and they frowned. How? How do we learn of that sorcery? Riveria was salivating at the thought of the secrets of the world. I can't explain, I'm just blessed by the divine. Lars said with a straight face. And Loki, who was spying on them, couldn't believe it, he was telling the truth. The duo slumped down in defeat, but he patted them on the shoulder. Ace went wide-eyed as she looked at Lars touching Riveria. She's the untouchable royal princess after all. Don't worry, I might not be able to explain it well. But I've been trying to turn my magic chantless. And I researched about it. Lars took something from his inventory. And it was his notes on how magic affects physics. He might not be a nerd, but he still had a tertiary education. So he tried remembering everything he could and pieced anything that he remembered little by little. Are you sure? This is your notes. Riveria felt reluctant, he was giving away his work for free. It's nothing important really. Just a side project of mine. Lars shrugged. Now, Ace. I know you're more of a kinesthetic learner. So I'll give you a feel of how my magic works. Lars grabbed her hands. How inappropriate. Riveria's ears turned red at the indecent hand-holding. Lars made his mana flow and he formed gusts of wind with it. The flow of magic cycled through Ace first before the spell was cast and she tried to remember it as best as she could. One more time. Ace requested with puppy dog eyes and he couldn't quite reject her. So he did it a couple of more times and she started practicing immediately. How about you, Riveria? Try it. Lars smiled at her and the elf nodded with a serious expression. She then made her mana flow like how she sensed him do it. Remembering his words that magic is pure visualization. Chants are a crutch. Exchanging valuable time for strength. He instructed her and the duo tried to cast their magic with pure mana manipulation. Riveria tried to release cold air, imagining one of her spells that she uses often. But she couldn't imagine and let her mana form the spell cohesively. It was like playing the piano for the first time. Multitasking with something that difficult right off the bat just can't work. Lars saw that she was about to cause an ignis fatuus due to her rampaging mana. Ataraxia. Lars used Silentium Eden on her immediately and the room turned deathly silent. It was like mana was muffled and snuffed out completely. Riveria, who panicked, slipped. As an ignis fatuus that was fueled by her large mana pool would destroy the Twilight Manor. "Are you okay?" Lars shook her and Riveria looked up at him. He was holding her and she could feel her chest squish against his. It felt like warm granite and Riveria was in a daze. "Sorry, I forgot about ignis fatuus. You need more control on your mana. Ace can make it flow easily because she's a magic swordsman. It's always flowing subconsciously. And she's had years of practice on her belt, even though she doesn't realize it." Lars sighed. It's no problem." Riveria stuttered as the tips of her ears went red in embarrassment. He then raised a brow and Ace pulled on his hair. "Lars is an idiot, Riveria's a high elf. They don't like being touched." That. Lars thought it was stupid, but he respected her culture nonetheless. So he made her float away and Ace puffed her cheeks. "Me too." She pointed at her head and he chuckled at her antics. He then caressed her head with a high-impact head pat, making her nod in satisfaction. "Well, don't try to use any chantless spells for now. Just ask Ace how she makes her mana flow whenever she uses aerial. It will help with subconscious mana control." Lars instructed. "Oh, okay." Riveria was in a daze. In her long life, the only man that has ever touched her is her father. And being an elf princess, the Yandere elves basically worshipped the ground she stepped on. She has never been treated normally by someone. Even the other top executives are careful around her somewhat. But he didn't care. And that made her somewhat happy. "Wait. He's just a fraction of my age." Riveria got depressed as she thought of their age difference. "She's almost a century old now. Couldn't you have been born earlier?" Riveria got melancholic as she thought that he wouldn't treat her so casually in public. What she wanted was someone who can stand beside her as an equal. A friend or companion that doesn't see her as the level 6, top adventurer. Or the elven princess. But someone who just sees her as Riveria, the elf academic that's passionate about magic. "Let's try it in the dungeon after you two had some practice." "Private Ace." Lars called out to the blonde and she saluted subconsciously. Even though she didn't know what he meant. "Teach our new recruit here how to be a battle mage." Lars pointed at Riveria. "Yes sir." Ace nodded and Riveria chuckled at their antics. "Yeah. Please take care of me." Riveria stuffed down her desires in the recesses of her mind. __travelers in __. Hestia-sama. What exactly are you doing? Asvi was currently scolding Hestia, who was sitting on the floor in a seiza. Take told me that this is how you should sit so the scoldings will pass quickly. Hestia twiddled her thumbs. You were lazing around, ordering Meryl to fetch you some novels and snacks. Asvi sighed and Hestia looked down. Well, I thought I needed a little reward. Hestia at least looked apologetic. Ha! You can't have a break after every hour of work. Asvi rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll try harder. Hestia didn't know that managing a familia was hard. She might be the goddess of the hearth and home. But there were no taxes in heaven. The little goddess just watched over the eternal flame. Until she gave it to Prometheus so the eccentric god could help humanity in its darkest times. Before the age of heroes, where monsters roamed the earth in droves. Ha, anyways. Please finish your paperwork. I'll check them if there are any mistakes. Asvi pointed at her table and Hestia sighed in defeat. She went towards the stacks of paper in defeat and Asvi observed her carefully. Goodness! Lars gave me more work. Though he still comes in from time to help. Asvi rubbed her temples. Hestia worked when it mattered, but she just had to take a break every hour. While Asvi observed her for any tomfoolery, she saw an owl outside of her window. A message from Hermes-sama. Asvi opened it naturally, like she was just airing the room. And when she read the contents, she frowned heavily. Lars and Co. will be extremely displeased with this news. Asvi's face scrunched up. On all the places where some Xenos could be. They ended up in a place where it's basically untouchable. She then sent a message to him through an Oculus. I hope this gets fixed without any trouble. That place is on par with Orario as a world superpower. Lars, who was minding his own business, having some afternoon tea time before heading out to the Hephaestus Familia, received Asfi's message. Let's see, did Hermes finally find a clue? Lars excitedly checked it out. But when he read it, his face fell. Althea, call the Xenos and Fells. Why? Did you receive unpleasant news? Althea raised a brow and Lars looked in front with a cold expression. A lot of the Xenos have been transported to Telskyra. Lars revealed and Althea frowned. Chapter 62, Chapter 60, Monstro's Move. After Asfi sent the message to Lars, she didn't have to wait long and someone knocked on her office. Yes, who is it? Asfi asked, but there was no response. Ha, is this another one of your pranks, Lulun? Asfi opened the door with a sigh. But what awaited her was a hooded individual. Who? Asfi's voice got stuck inside of her throat as the mysterious person's presence hit her like a truck. Asfi couldn't breathe, it was like a mountain was crushing her. Do not speak to me. Althea walked inside of the room and even Hestia sweated bullets as she felt the amount of excelia on her. Gather your forces, we will make a move. Go on, I am waiting. Althea ordered and Asfi tried to catch her breath as Althea's pressure lightened up. Asfi is a smart woman. And she didn't ask any more questions. Who are you? Hestia asked her and Althea craned her neck towards her, still hidden beneath her hood. Hestia, hey? I do not know what Lars sees in you to help you. But no matter. Althea sighed as she thought he was spreading himself too thin. I am an ally, that's all you need to know. Althea didn't speak any further and the room went deathly quiet. As if the noises that would normally be there disappeared due to her presence. This girl is dangerous. Hestia gulped in anxiety. After a few minutes, Asfi gathered the Hermes Familia and she appeared with them in tow. Passable. Follow me. Althea gestured for them to follow and they nodded slowly. Hestia-sama, please look over the Familia. Asfi mouthed to her and Hestia nodded. After they left, Hestia's legs went as soft as jelly as she sat down. Who in the world is that? And Lars knows her? Just who is that guy buddies with? Hestia was sent through a loop. __monstro__. Being led down through the dungeon, the Hermes Familia arrived at the city of monsters and they were shocked. A city. Asfi blinked in surprise, the others also looked around in awe at the architecture. It looked like a pretty small, yet advanced city. There were paved roads and houses that looked sturdy. Is that house's foundation made out of adamantite? Lulun almost passed out at the sight of it. They are noisy. But I'll allow them to appreciate Lars' hard work for now. Althea had a smidgen of a smile on her face. Get a hold of yourself. A tiger shook their vice-captain awake. The power of money did a number on her. The members of the Hermes Familia who is trusted by Hermes and Asfi walked through the city. And they felt the eyes on them. Why are the Xenos being scared? Meryl looked around and Asfi patted her back. They're wary, but make no mistake. The Xenos around us can butcher us like fresh meat in seconds. Asfi gulped. Asfi had a magic item on her that informed her how strong the mana concentration around her is. Monsters' strength can be calculated by their mana. That's why monster Rexes have such large magic crystals. And her magic tool was vibrating violently. Meaning the Xenos surrounding them were almost all level 4 and 5. Do not be afraid, everyone's just shy. Tiona appeared with the other girls and the Hermes Familia's tension lightened up. Yes, thank you. Asfi nodded at Tiona. Shut up, Tiona. You are too loud for my liking. Althea looked at her and she zipped her mouth. Sorry, she's a bit cranky. Lars is the only person that can be noisy around her. Ermid whispered to Asfi and she nodded. Wait a minute. An adventurer with so much presence that dislikes noise. It clicked inside of her mind. Asfi paled like a sheet of paper and she craned her neck towards Althea slowly. She of course knew her. She made a magic item to counter her in the past. A shield that reflects magic, made by cooperating with Tsubaki. And that was the only thing that gave the Astria Familia a chance against her. Not that Althea was serious in destroying it. Killing them wasn't the goal. We're lucky she didn't blast us with her terrifying magic. Asfi gulped. The veterans that fought during the Great Feud could still remember it. The feeling of their whole body vibrating and almost exploding. They then followed them quietly, arriving at a log cabin. Lars. Asfi blinked, wondering why a registered level 2 was leading them. And why someone like Althea, who's basically a demigod, followed his orders. He might be an amazing person in management. But there's a reason the highest leveled members become captain. Asfi was confused. Captains were the commandos of the group. They are the general in the back lines if their team can handle the threat. But when something goes awry, they turn into the vanguard or rearguard to protect everyone. Hello, Asfi. Hermes Familia, your captain had unpleasant news for me, I believe. Lars looked at them with an unreadable expression. It unnerved them. He wasn't like Diona, who is all smiles by any means. But he always looked kind and gentle. Yes. Hermes Sama found a trace of Xenos being transported to Telskyra. Asfi reaffirmed the news. Diona and Tioni froze and they looked at Lars with fearful expressions. But they remembered their date with him and his words. Nah, he'll win. The twins believed in him with all of their being. I see. Did Hermes tell you where they are held? Lars brought out a map of Telskyra and Asfi shook her head. Then we need to find them on our own. Hermes might be good, but he isn't a spy that could infiltrate a world superpower good. And Telskyra's population are mostly Amazons. He's in a huge disadvantage there. Males are either slaves or breeding stock in Telskyra. Ermid rubbed her chin. Analyzing the situation. Yes, unfortunately. Asfi agreed with her. Asfi, you have mystery like our Ermid here, correct? Perseus. Lars asked her and she straightened up. Yes, I do. What do you need? Asfi already knew what was up. Good, it seems we're on the same page. I want you to make a communication system. Lars started drawing something on paper. And it was an earpiece. He then began designing a tower as well. A signal tower. You see this earpiece? It will be a radio. A radio is something you use to call other people in a distance. Lars explained and Asfi gasped. That's insane. Asfi could see how precious something like that was. Long-distance communication is of course non-existent in Orario. At least the instant type that is. And this tower is what makes it all work. I want you to make them magically resonant. Lars appropriated radio waves into a magical world. And it's already being used. With the Oculus that people like Fels use a lot. This is genius, Lars. I can already see how important this can be. Fels was shocked. The Oculus, which has been around for centuries, got a massive improvement in efficiency by Lars. And he looked like he just pulled it out of nowhere. As if he thought about it on the spot. Asfi nodded and she thought that would work. Eliminating the problem of using a magic stone from a monster Rex to make the Oculus. It was the reason the spheres were big. They needed a power source large enough to transmit images and sound. But with them being connected to each other in the first place, it eliminates that problem. Leading to the birth of a smaller device. There's a problem though, it's going to need mithril. Asfi frowned. It was the only material magically conductive enough for it. That's not a problem, you can see the foundations of our city. Lars waved his hand and ingots of silvery metal that glittered appeared. Pure mithril bars. Asfi was sent reeling at the sight. Just based on sight, it would amount to the billions. Let's get to work. Hermes might be able to send us more information while you two work on this. But when it gets finished, Monstro will make a move and I want you guys to smuggle out some Xenos. Lars squinted his eyes. This will be an operation that would show the fruits of our efforts. Lars rubbed his hands together, thinking about the things he made with great difficulty. Trinitrotoluene, he's had tons of them waiting in his inventory. And the people of the world has only ever seen black powder in action before, called wyvern powder. TNT is a whole new beast altogether. Lars knows that human ingenuity is still the most dangerous thing in the world. Orario would still lose to modern humans when a war breaks out. They're that good at killing things and causing destruction. Asfi and the Hermes Familia nodded and the girls led them back to the surface in order to make the devices. And now we wait. Lars squinted his eyes. What are you planning? Althea raised a brow. We're going to launch a strike team to Telskyra. Break them down, grind their walls to dust, and take anything we can. Lars grinned. __wheat manor __. Asfi managed to make a couple dozen earpieces with her mystery and metalworking day. Ermid meanwhile, took care of the enchantments. She had a better understanding of what Lars wants, being with him for a long time. Testing, testing, you hear me? Lars tried it out. I can hear you. Asvi was excited at the success as she replied from the Traveler's Inn. Perfect. Lars nodded in satisfaction. I would have liked to receive more information from Hermes-sama, but nothing came in. Asvi informed him. It has been a couple of days, he must have went to other locations by now. Lars thought it couldn't be helped. Tel Skyrim might not have as many top-class adventurers as Orario, but they still have tons of them due to the brutal upbringing needed there. We travel at dawn. Lars cut off the line and he started cataloging everything they needed. Firearms, dynamites as grenades, armor, cold weapons, etc. Lars. Are you really attacking Tel Skyra? Demeter frowned, she was anxious about what he'll do. If you're worried that I'll kill Callie. Then do not worry, I'm not stupid, Demeter. Lars sighed. A woman can worry. Demeter sighed in relief at his words. After all, if Lars kills Callie, all of the Amazons in Tel Skyra will be sitting ducks. It doesn't have as many monsters as Orario's dungeon, but they're still at a place where a lot of monsters roam. And normal people would get slaughtered like cattle if they're left in the wild like that, with no walls to protect them. Skill will only take you so far. And the Amazons that lived there are used to their fauna their whole lives. If it disappears, they'll essentially be paralyzed due to the changes. And he has to know if she does it all just for entertainment or fun. That's where he will cross the line. In all his years in Orario, he learned that gods are chained down by their divinity. Like Loki who is inclined to be a trickster, Hephaestus that cannot help, but to smith. Demeter that is naturally motherly and loves to do agriculture. Kali is a goddess of death, destruction, and darkness. The world they were in is a dog-eat-dog world. And similar cultures have been present in the history of his earth. It is the result of circumstances. But I will still save the Xenos, they are the ones that need help the most, Demeter. Lars wasn't going to budge on that. You are truly a kind child, Lars. Demeter felt only the truth from him. She hugged him from behind and she closed her eyes. Godspeed, Lars. I wish you success. Failure isn't an option, my goddess. Lars looked at the direction of Tel Skyra. Chapter 63, Chapter 61, Thunderous Applause. At the dead of night, Tioni appeared at the entrance of the dungeon with a small blush on her face. Mister, is this the Wheat Manor? Tioni stumbled a bit, as if she was pleasantly drunk. And no ma'am, this is the entrance to the dungeon. The guards gulped at the sight of her. Chocolate skin that looked like shiny bronze as light hit it. A tight body that is the result of superhuman athleticism. Large busts and supple breasts that is only hidden by a piece of cloth. It is of the opinion of the masses that Amazons are built to be seductive. It just came naturally to them. Then can you help me? Tioni batted her eyelashes at them and the guards had lewd grins on their faces. TCHE, disgusting filth. I should gouge their eyes out. Tioni thought in rage. Why yes, let us help you get to your destination, if you help us get to heaven too. The guards approached her and Tioni sprayed something on them when they got close. I feel dirty, lecherous fucks. Tioni spat on the ground as she thought of stomping their heads in. Calm down sis, it's just a simple mission. Tiona prevented her from doing so. Still, Perseus does have a lot of talents. Tioni looked at the bottle she had on hand. Well, she does have mixing as a too. Asfi-chan can easily make something like this too. Tiona nodded in satisfaction at its effects. They're out for the count now. Tioni put on an earpiece. This is Bonbon 1, Percy how copy? Tioni contacted Asfi. This is Percy, loud and clear Bonbon 1. Asfi replied. Guards are down, proceed with the operation, over. Tioni scowled at the filthy guards on the ground. Roger that, Squad Mercury en route to Exfil. EDA 5 minutes. Asfi looked behind her and she nodded at her familia. Emperor, this is Bonbon 2. Prepare for Exfil, the coast is clear. Tiona contacted Lars as he could move large objects easily. Isn't this kind of cool? We're like super spies or something. Tiona was giddy, almost jumping around like the Energizer Bunny. Ha, be quiet Bonbon 2. The operation is ongoing. Tioni sighed at her. Guarding the entrance to the dungeon, the Hermes Familia came from different directions and they arrived one by one. Squad Mercury is ready for exfil, where's Emperor and Monster Ops, neutralization? Asfi asked, a bit jittery. After all, they're going to smuggle monsters. They might be Xenos for them, but to others not so much. We're here, exit at different gates. Lars took out some large boxes and the Xenos entered them. They waited a couple of moments and the other squad also arrived. The Justice League is here. Elise grinned at them and the Astria Familia also arrived. They're trusted throughout Orario, we'll have a better time exiting through the gates. Asvi nodded. The Ganesha Familia are like the police force of Orario. And the Astria Familia is the equivalent of the SWAT team. They wouldn't be stopped at all by the former if they wish to go outside Orario. Sage, this is Emperor. Lars contacted Fels and the Sage already talked with Aranos. The head of the guild informed Ganesha about their operation. Everything is all green, Emperor. The Ganesha Familia will not stop Squad Mercury. Fels gave the go and Lars nodded at Asvi's team. Everybody went to the gates of Orario, still anxious about it all. They're risking a lot. And everything will go to shit if they're caught. The Hermes Familia sighed in relief though, the Ganesha Familia's gate guards let them pass after seeing their emblem. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. But this device sure is amazing. We can never cooperate this smoothly and quickly without it. Asvi wanted it really bad. Isn't Lars awesome? Tiona puffed her non-existent chest in pride. Tiona, why are you shouting out Lars' name here in the open? Ermid glared at her. Sorry. Tiona rubbed her head sheepishly. Come on, let's go to tell Skyra. Lars gestured for them to start their journey. He then busted out large 4x4s. With Asvi's metalworking, she was able to make the parts for the engine easily. And Ermid enchanted it so it could act in one full piece. Too bad the engine's quiet, but it's extremely efficient for off-road. Lars made them get in and they started driving off. __Babel___. My, oh my, what is it did I just saw? Freya smiled in amusement. Otter, what did you see? Freya asked her captain and he was a bit shocked too. His cute ears that was out of place due to his huge body twitched. Those monsters. They are intelligent, my lady. They followed instructions to a T. Otter furrowed his brows. So I wasn't seeing things. Just what is happening with Lars and his group? Freya licked her lips. She hasn't been excited like this in years. Even the princess she got interested in for a fleeting moment was like a rock in comparison to the gem she found. Commanding intelligent monsters. Strength that does not match his level. And most of all, I cannot see his soul. Freya shuddered in delight. Oh, how I wish to see what his essence entails. I wish to wrap it around me. I'm sure it will bring me ecstasy. Freya fidgeted around. Leave me, Otter. I would like to be alone. Freya said with urgency. Yes, my lady. Her most loyal child bowed as he exited her chamber. Now. This will do, my Otter. But I have been waiting for years already. Freya's eyes glowed and she was getting impatient. The only reason she didn't make a move was due to Demeter's influence, combined with his friendship with Loki's child. It would certainly lead to a domino effect that might just destroy Orario's top familius. But her reasoning is starting to waver. As a goddess of war, she does not care if she goes to battle for her Otter. __ to tell Skyra __. So this is the surface. Lyd was one of the chosen Xenos that got to come with them. Oh wow, are those the stars? Ray's eyes shone and Lars couldn't help but look at the scene warmly. This is what they've been yearning for after all. But it wasn't the time to move out yet. And they've already taken a huge risk just to get a small group of them outside. Don't get used to it though, savor it now. Lars reeled them in and they nodded. How do we do this, Lars? Asvi asked him and he took out a few sticks of dynamite. What is that? They looked at it curiously and Lars smirked. The Xenos didn't know what it was because he tested it outside. These are little things that go boom. Much stronger than fire stones, I'd say that they're 5 times stronger by weight. Lars smirked. What? 5 times? Asvi was shocked to the core. I need it. Lyra looked at it with fervor. She loves bombs after all. Don't give it to Lyra, she'll blow everything up. Kagaya deadpanned at the palm. I need it. Lyra felt the sticks of dynamite whisper to her. That's really dangerous. Elise couldn't help but remember what happened in the lower floors back then. Elise, don't worry. Lars won't use it for evil purposes. Ryu rubbed her back and Elise nodded. Yeah, you're right. She smiled and Lars fidgeted around. You're going to make me blush. Lars acted shy and they snorted at him. We'll break down their walls. And the Xenos will barricade in front of Telskyra. Trust me, they will never break through. Lars smirked. I hope you're right, Amazons are ferocious. Kaguya winced, thinking of a horde of high-level Amazons running at them. And they do not want a lot of casualties at all. So it's much harder to fight. Ray will be checking out the city for us. The goblins will then scurry towards the walls and plant these. Lars went through the plan. I need IT. Lyra tried to get them, but she was stopped by Kaguya. Stop being difficult. Kaguya put her in a chokehold and Lyra was sent to Dreamland. Was that necessary? Ryua winced. You get a palom that really wants something to calm down. Kaguya snorted. Okay, we're about to arrive. Let's stop nearby and wait for night time. Lars could see the city. But it was almost dawn. And a night raid was much easier for them. Especially for the Xenos who could see through pitch darkness much more easily. Adventurers could do it as well, but their night vision isn't as good. Everyone started to set up camp and Lars called the leaders to his tent so they could debrief. Okay, everybody. This is a map of Telskyra that I got while traveling outside of Orario. Lars took out the map. He then formed stone nendroids of the leaders. Oh wow! As expected of Lars, you can capture the beauty and cuteness of this Elise. She wanted to poach them. I'll give them to you later. Lars smiled wryly at her antics. See, we have 5 first-class adventurers. You guys will be the vanguard and squad leaders. Lars gave them troops to command. Lyra will be your tactician and supreme commander. Lars pointed at Lyra and she nodded. After all, Elise might be their captain. But Lyra just has a better tactical mind. Living a hard life had its perks. How about us, Lars Chi? Lyd raised his hand and Lars was about to get to them. Ray will be our eyes, codename Osiris. She will tell us everything that is happening with a bird's eye view. Lars started explaining their roles. Now this device will surely show how overpowered it is. Asfi can't imagine fighting a group with that much of an advantage. Information is power, especially in a war. And someone that could convey everything that's happening in real time is beyond busted in battle. Lyd, you will lead the bombing squad and plant the bombs in front of their walls. You'll be our sign, detonate them when Ray gives you the signal. Lars moved their pieces towards the walls. Ray, you will be their support. Guide them towards the least populated wall. Lars instructed and she nodded seriously. Who will infiltrate the place? Kaguya asked. As an assassin, her mind went to that immediately. I will, I need to talk with Callie as well. Lars squinted his eyes. So our team will be going in. Tioni furrowed her brows. But she thought that Argana and Bak are still in Orario, which was fortunate. They were genuine level 6 warriors that are bred for pure battle. Those two are at the top of the top in strength. Belnus and Elnia will fight us. Ermid I guess will be with the vanguard outside. Tioni wondered. Yes, Ermid is our paladin who heals. And she's specialized for this kind of warfare. Lars nodded at her. Then I'll wait for Ray's comms. I'll use Muse Mine to make a minefield. Lyra smirked and Lars smiled. Right in one. Lars gave her a thumbs up and they started preparing. Lars began taking out the weapons that the Xenos will use. Machine guns of all kinds were being loaded with belts of ammo. What is that? Elise asked and Lars fired shots at a tree, eviscerating it. That's dangerous. Elise gulped, she was able to see the bullets. But they were too fast to evade. Especially when they traveled that quickly. So it's effective on first-class adventurers, hey. Lars smirked and he won his gamble. Just you wait when dozens of these babies are fired all at once. Lars grinned. Lars, please don't aim it at their torsos. Elise looked to be begging. Don't worry, I've already briefed the Xenos to aim at their legs. Ermid can patch them up real quick after that. Lars patted her head. Thank you. Elise nodded at him with a smile. __night__. This is Osiris, how copy? Ray was wearing a black outfit to cover her vibrant colors. This is Pink Loli, loud and clear Osiris. Lyra grinned. Reporting, the west wall does not have many guards. Ray could see Telskyra in its entirety. The south was the main gate and the country was surrounded by large, stone formations. They won't expect an attack from the other parts of the circular wall. It was like a colosseum that doesn't have that much facilities inside its walls. And the majority of the citizens lived outside, forming residential areas there. As expected of a country that is filled with death battles. The center of the country is a huge colosseum. Predator, you heard Osiris. Plant the care packages. Lyra instructed LYD's squad. Squad, move out. LYD wore clothes the same color as the rocks around and their team sneaked around. Not expecting any attacks at all, with Telskyra having a fierce reputation, the guards do not take their job seriously. If they even guarded their walls at all. The bomb has been planted, over. LYD informed everyone. Then everything is set, give Telskyra a thunderous applause. Lars ordered and LYD detonated the bombs. A thunderclap resounded all throughout the country and everyone was awoken by the explosions. Shockwaves made the rocks fly away and the squads were gobsmacked at the power of TNT. I really need to get my hands on that. Lyra's eyes shone with greed. Chapter 64, Chapter 62, All-Out Assault. Looking at the destruction that was caused, Lyra shook her head and she sobered up. Using Muse Mine, she planted landmines with her magic and the whole area at the west wall turned into a trap bonanza. Ranyi. Toss the sticky bombs on the wall. Lyra ordered and the Arachne nodded. The others lit the sticks of dynamite and Ranyi manipulated her web skillfully, sticking the bombs on the walls. After a few seconds, the shell-shocked Amazons were treated to another string of explosions. The Monday squad is awesome. Lyra thought of numerous strategies with the Xenos. Too bad they couldn't carpet bomb the city. Casualties would appear in droves. Telskyra's western wall turned into smithereens, a large opening was quickly made. We're under attack. Launch a counter-offensive. A level 4 Amazonas took the reins as backup began to arrive. As expected of Telskyra, they appeared pretty quickly. Lyra grinned. This won't be pretty. Raihu thought that the minefield would take out a lot of their manpower. Amazing, we didn't even use any magic. Yet we broke through such a large wall with ease. Kaguya was impressed. That's Lars for you, someone that can definitely match my amazing self. Elise was feeling herself and they deadpanned at her. The Amazons charged and they looked absolutely ferocious. Running at them with reckless abandon, wielding weapons of all kinds. And they weren't weak at all, even though they didn't have any access to the dungeon. The adventurers could only imagine how strong Telskyra would be if they have a dungeon right below them like Orario. Explosions began to explode again, they weren't as strong as the bombs that Lars made, but they put a stop to their charge. Telskyra's unstoppable-looking charge towards them was halted immediately. Stop! The outside is booby-trapped. The level 4 Amazonas had impressive vocal cords. And everybody stopped on their tracks, stepping backwards. Ready your spears. They weren't a world superpower for nothing, immediately changing to range attacks. Adapting to the situation quickly. The Xenos roared and they also charged forwards. What? Monsters with armor and weapons. The standing army of Telskyra were in shock. Spears and arrows flew and shield-bearing hobgoblins stood in front. Ranyi. Give them a boost. Lyra ordered and the Arachne's fingers and spider legs moved lightning quick. Harnesses stuck onto the vanguard and they floated in the air at the right time. Blocking everything that was sent to them. Charge! Lyra gave a battle cry and the whole vanguard stepped in. Agaris Alf-Synth. Elise charged head first, like a red comet that shone brightly in the night. Kaguya and Raihu were a blur, parrying down spears and javelins that were sent towards them like it was fired by a ballista. Level 5. They're level 5. The Amazons' morale fell. Fight. We are Amazons of Telskyra. We do not back down in a fight. Their commander roared. Living up to their name as women that fought fiercely, they met the Astria Familia head-on ferociously. Steel clashed against steel, but the level 5s were too much. The middle guard also arrived and they started sniping the archers and spear throwers. It was extremely effective, coupled with their amazing dynamic vision, they disarmed the Amazons at the high ground. But they were only a small group, compared to the Amazons that started to swarm them like hornets. The female warriors were in their home base after all. We've got you surrounded. You will inevitably tire. Surrender now. Their commander tried to reduce the injuries. And they respected the strength of the Astria Familia. They will receive too many casualties if they fight 3 level 5s that were extremely skilled in fighting. After all, the Astria Familia is hardened through the great feud of Orario. Everyone saw wisps of light started to form and Ermid finished her chant. Daybreak. Spears of light appeared in the sky and the Amazons blinked dumbly. The dark sky burned brightly like it was dawn. And green orbs of magic also formed behind the elf. Luminous wind. Ryuo made her magic hover in the air. Someone was also floating in the sky. The Maiden of Silence. Copying Lars' psychokinesis with her magic. Forming vibrations below her in such rapid intervals that she managed to fly, albeit for a short time only, needing tons of focus. Silence, savages. Gospel. Althea's magic crashed right towards the remaining walls and everything crumbled to pieces. Sorry, but we're not going to surrender without a fight. Lyra grinned and Ermid put her raised hand down as a barrage of light fell down from the heavens. ___ tell Skyra, Southgate ___. Lars and the twin Amazons walked up to the gate where they escaped from their home country. They could still remember the time where Tiona spoke up and asked Callie to let them go. And Tiona clenched her fists in anger upon remembering how easy it was to escape Tel Skyra. Ready to raise hell? Lars asked the twins and they nodded. Raising their weapons. Walking through the abandoned street, they made their way towards Kali's location. Lars could smell her divinity, she was inside the Colosseum. Arriving at Kali's abode, Tioni kicked down the door and they were met by a little girl that was wearing a mask. I did not expect this, Tioni. My children have grown well. Callie twirled her red hair as she smiled at them. Cut the crap, Callie. We aren't your children. Tioni gritted her teeth, still remembering the death matches that changed her forever. Callie, we aren't here for pleasantries. Tiona got serious. Belnus, Elnia, how about we give them a proper Telskyran greeting? Callie could feel it, they were level 5. And it was only proper to greet the ones who returned with a fight to the death. I'll leave them to you, Tioni. Lars nodded at them, trusting them to defeat their opponents. HOH? You're Lars, aren't you? Argana and Back reported your appearance to me. Callie grinned at him. Yes, I am. And you're Callie, hey? I at least expected more. Lars looked at her up and down. She frowned at him. What do you mean by that, child? Callie raised a brow. I mean, Amazons are seductive, right? Why are you a little girl? Damn, do you like men who love Lolas in particular? Lars scoffed. Insolent. Belnus, Elnia. I want them tied up and beaten nicely. Break their limbs. Callie shouted and Lars grinned. The 2 level 5s went forward and they prepared for a fight. Belnus was carrying scimitars while Elnia had a spear on hand. The tall and muscular Belnus charged at Lars, aiming a swipe at his arms to literally disarm him. Elnia then targeted his knees, wanting to break his kneecaps so he would get crippled more. But he raised his arms and they suddenly stopped in front of him. They're your opponents. Lars threw Belnus to Tiona, while Tioni got Elnia as her foe. The twins then kicked them towards the middle of the Colosseum. Beat her ass for me. Tioni shouted as they went towards the Amazonas. Lars walked up to Callie and she glared at him fiercely. What is with this child? What was that? Callie did not understand what just happened. It looked like he just controlled her Amazons and he threw them to the side like trash. Let us have a talk, Callie. Lars sat down in front of her, taking out a chair. I do not have anything to say to you. Callie was defiant. But not for long. Lars raised a finger and he pointed downwards. Grovel. Callie suddenly felt an irresistible weight above her. Groveling on the ground like a peasant, she tried to resist with all her might. She broke into a cold sweat. Even gods can get afraid. And she could not understand what was happening. Answer me truthfully, your life depends on it. Lars raised her head with his boot, putting it under her chin. What is your purpose here in Gakai? Lars squinted his eyes and she frowned heavily. Why does it matter? She gritted her teeth and he kicked her on the face lightly. That wasn't an answer. She was utterly flabbergasted. Callie spat out some teeth and blood as she looked at him in shock. Come on, I'm waiting. Lars stared at her coldly. I have to make my children strong, they're made in my image. Callie frowned. True. Lars was surprised about that. But you're a goddess of death and destruction. Why care about them? It is for what's to come. My champion already lost her life 1,000 years ago. My children cannot be weak against that. Callie furrowed her brows. Champion. Lars raised a brow and Callie snorted. Evelda, the Amazoness empress that fought the Black Dragon with Albert, Arya, and Seldia. Callie explained. They were strong, stronger than anyone. Only a few today can match their strength, even with the help of Falna. Yet they failed in their grand quest. Callie lamented. Only through battle will my children grow, those who fight for riches and prestige will never survive the time when it comes back. My children fight for survival, they do not fight for honor, for wealth, for glory. And it will guarantee their existence here in Gakai. Callie said calmly. True again. Lars sighed. He already did beat her up a bit, so that was good payback for the twins. You wholeheartedly believe that, hey? Lars thought that Kallie's type are the hard ones to handle. Those with Machiavellian methods. She sacrifices the majority of the weak Amazons in her own twisted love for them. What? You expect me to say that love conquers all? That friendship is the answer. Callie scoffed in distaste. Hey? What the hell are you talking about? Miss me with that shit, I'm no idiot. Lars flicked her. You are plain stupid in my eyes, why not raise them to be as ferocious? Then send them to Orario like exchange students. Lars sighed heavily. Callie was being a fucking idiot, sacrificing Amazons who are in his opinion, one of the strongest races in the world. They could fucking kill monsters before they can even speak. The Amazons are pure killing machines. What do you mean? Callie was confused. She was too stuck in her methods. I mean, you've heard of Baldur's School District, right? It's like that. Teach them here the essence of being an Amazon, and let them rampage in the dungeon. Lars rolled his eyes. They will not only increase the economy, you will also have a lot more Amazons running around. Look at what happened to Tiona and Tioni. Even Argana and Back can't compare to them, they're level 5 while only being 17. Then, you cycle around your citizens. Lars started lecturing her. You make them go on an expedition towards Orario for a year, then make them go back here and start the process anew. They'll be able to repopulate more. Without sacrificing strength. Are you a fucking idiot? Lars looked at her like a Yankee. Sorry. Callie thought about it and she has to admit, that was a good plan. Listen here, isolated countries always fall. They are doomed to the same fate, history already proves it. Lars pointed at her head. Think, Callie, think. What will you have after 100 years? 200? 500? Orario already outnumber your country by a large margin. The gap will only increase further until Telskyra treads the path of certain doom. Lars sighed. You'll outlast every single one of your children. You'll outlive this planet and see it blow up. You must maximize your children's survival. You've had eons to think of how. And you're still a dumbass. Lars was so annoyed he posed to strike. She flinched and Callie clicked her tongue. Gods do not change, Lars. We are static, never changing. A constant in the universe. This is the problem with you gods, excuses. You live in constant stagnation. Humans do not need you, they thrive in change, in innovation. Lars huffed. I'll take over Telskyra, you do not have the qualification to make them strong. Lars stood up and Callie gritted her teeth in anger. What makes you think you are qualified? Callie glared daggers at him. I've already raised an adventurer that can be called a prodigy amongst prodigies. Yet she's just a normal girl. Grew up in a mundane middle-class family. No killer instinct like the Amazons. With motivation to become a healer. Yet she grew to level 4 in just a few years. Lars snorted. She could be level 6 or 7 now if I pushed her, that's the difference between us. I innovate, crush the norms, and bring new blood that surpass the previous generations. Callie looked at him in surprise. He did not lie at all. She shut up with that and Lars pointed at Tiona and Tioni. Look at a fraction of what our guidance results in. Lars watched the fight unfold with Callie. Chapter 65, Chapter 63, Lightning Empress and Crimson Lord. Speaking in Telskyran, Belnus spoke to Tiona with a frown. Traitor, Callie-sama gave you 2 freedom. Yet you come here and spit on her generosity. Belnus was neck-deep in Telskyra's culture. Humph, I wouldn't call that generosity, Belnus. Our family back in Orario are the ones who showed us generosity. Tiona charged and their blades clashed. Belnis was much taller than Tiona, giving her the advantage in their clash. And she also almost maxed out her stats due to not having a suitable opponent to level up. Is that the extent of your strength? Your so-called family made you softer. Belnis kicked her and Tiona blocked with her sword. Don't talk as if you know anything. Lars is our hero. He gave us a place to belong, where we didn't fear getting killed for power. Tiona used berserk and she swung her blade at her. The whole Colosseum trembled at her overwhelming might. Belnis kneeled to the ground due to the force and a crater formed below her. Then I'll show you that Telskyra's way is the correct one. Belnis parried her other blade to the side, sundering the arena. She then punched her on the face, accompanied by a fist strike. Tiona flew backwards and she bounced on the ground like a pebble before she stabbed her sword. Belnis didn't stop there and she followed Tiona with ferocious savagery. An onslaught of attacks came her way and Tiona was on the defensive. Hidden mist. Belnis uttered a short chant and Tiona suddenly found herself surrounded by a mist. Similar to the 10th floor of the dungeon. Except the mist was dulling her senses. I thought you were a true Amazon. So much for fighting face to face. Tiona clenched her hands around her weapons. Hissing, she suddenly found one of her hamstrings cut before she swung her blade behind her. What's wrong? Where's your family now? Belnis taunted her and Tiona gritted her teeth. You're lucky Ermit isn't here. Tiona looked around, but Belnis' voice sounded like it was everywhere at once. Concentrate, before she hits me I will be able to feel her. Tiona furrowed her brows as she closed her eyes. Focusing on the surroundings. Many have tried that, many have failed. Belnis mused and Tiona opened her eyes wide. Here. She swung her sword diagonally behind her again, but she didn't hit anything. Ugh. Tiona found herself get stabbed in the abdomen from right behind her. Too predictable, your sense of battle got too soft. You would have been able to dodge that if you stayed in Telxyura. Belnis kicked her off of her blade and Tiona put pressure on her wound. That may be so. But that's just because of your little gimmick here. Tiona squinted her eyes as blood flowed from her lips. Truly disappointing, is it because you only fight monsters now? Belnis scoffed. Tiona powered through her wound and she began to use her intense heat. Steam started to come off of her. And her parameters increased based on how much of a pinch she was in. Crimson blood flows through my veins and gives me life. Tiona started chanting and Belnis scoffed. Letting her continue her magic. The heart makes it ebb and flow, sustaining me. With this rupture of blood, strength fills me. Tiona's blood started to flow faster and her pupils constricted until they were pinpoint in size. Sanguine. Tiona roared and she entered a blood rage. Her magic working in tandem with intense heat and berserk, giving her more and more strength. Belnis blinked in surprise as Tiona suddenly appeared in front of her. The little Amazona stomping on the ground with enough force to shake the Colosseum. Her double-sided sword crashed onto Belnis' scimitars and they shattered into 1,000 pieces. While Belnis didn't see the heel kick aimed at her face and she spun around like a top in the air, her cheekbones shattered. Tiona then dropped her massive swords on the ground and she charged at Belnis like an animal. Scratching, kicking, punching. A flurry of savage attacks landed on her, drawing more blood. And the more that she spilled, the stronger Tiona got. Receiving an uppercut, Belnis' world got rocked and she could only see her blood get absorbed by Tiona's skin. It was eerie, a forbidden spell, blood magic. Sustaining her blood rage as long as blood is spilled in the battlefield and healing her. Belnis couldn't raise her arms up and she received blow after blow on her face. Taking a vicious front kick on her solar plexus, Belnis got buried to the wall of the Colosseum and Tiona appeared above her. The Amazoness saw her life flash before her eyes. Smiling softly at the sight of Tiona raising her foot in the air. I will die here. It has been a good run, Kali-sama. Belnis believed that she will live on through Tiona. Her fauna will be absorbed and in turn, act as the catalyst that Tiona needs to level up. But when she closed her eyes with a pleasant smile on her face, she waited. Yet nothing came, no pain, no more strikes. Ha, you. Why are you smiling like a loon? Tiona teared up at the sight of it. Belnis could feel a lot of her ribs were broken and she couldn't even breathe properly. Why are you pleased to die? Tiona gritted her teeth at Belnis' behavior. It will make you strong. Belnis replied with great difficulty, and Tiona clicked her tongue. No, it won't. It will only bring me grief. A hero does not need to kill their own allies to grow. I am strong because I have conviction. A goal to achieve. Is your goal just to keel over and strengthen the next generation? Tiona crouched down beside her as she cried. Belnis wanted to live. But the heavens has already given their judgment. Their trial by combat has resulted in her loss. And her life is forfeit. We'll have to change your mentality. Lars will be able to, I know he can. Tiona wiped her tears and she helped Belnis stand up. Because Tioni's magic is quite temperamental. __Tioni__. I do not know you much, but I know that I can't lose here. He is watching me, my husband. Tioni glared daggers at Elnia. Kali-sama has ordered me to defeat you, nothing more, nothing less. Elnia looked at her with apathetic eyes. Then come on. Let's get this over with. Tioni charged with her dual blades and Elnia kept her at bay. Her spear's reaches of course longer and Tioni struggled to get through. TCH, it's light enough that she can maneuver herself at the same speed as me. Tioni clicked her tongue. You will lose and we will claim your husband. Elnia taunted her and Tioni went batshit crazy at her words. She gritted her teeth so hard that it almost shattered. Tioni's berserk activating immediately. Elnia was as calm as still water, dodging and keeping her at bay with her spear. Every step below Tioni caused tremors as her rage fueled her like a burning furnace. Elnia took advantage of it to the maximum and she stabbed and stabbed. Tioni, who was in range, started to receive cuts around her body. TCH. Annoying. Tioni raised her blades and they glowed red, a fitting follower for her rage. Equipping them in a reverse grip, she suddenly gained more speed and her movements became nimbler. I'll kill you, you bitch. Lars isn't yours. Tioni parried her spear much better. Her dexterity increasing due to her reverse grip on her swords. She then arrived at striking range and Tioni aimed a kick at her opponent's torso. Instead of a crunch, a wet schlick resounded as Elnia pulled out a dagger. Using Tioni's momentum to cut her leg with it and she winced at the pain. You are too consumed by your emotions, how pitiful. Elnia shook her head in disappointment. Try this for pitiful. Tioni took out her throwing knives and she threw them at Elnia with amazing precision and accuracy. The Amazoness blocked them with her dagger and Tioni took the opening. Slashing with her swords at both sides, Tioni thought that Elnia would only be able to go backwards. Then, I'll use my magic against her. Tioni had another magic besides her lightning. List Iorum, binding magic that restrains the opponent by chance. Depending on how large her magic stat is compared to the enemy. Wah! Tioni was dumbfounded as her plan failed. With great balance and agility, Elnia tapped her spear on the ground and she launched herself in the air. Tioni then received a vicious kick to the face due to her short-sightedness. Foolishness, you are too green to challenge me. Elnia twirled her spear around. She is a technique type. Someone rare in Telskyra. And Tioni might be trained by Lars and Althea. But she isn't one to stay calm and collected. Althea's surgical fighting style just doesn't match well with her. And Lars' dynamic explosiveness can't be replicated. Shut up! Shut up! Telskyra will fall today. Tiona started chanting and Elnia gave her a chance to show her magic. Ah! Tioni roared as sparks of lightning started forming around her. Lightning flows through me. Fulgur armorum. A coating of lightning enveloped her and Elnia blinked at the sight. Tioni then disappeared from her place, the Amazon's speed increasing massively. Landing a straight right at Elnia's face, her opponent crashed against the wall of the Colosseum as lightning arced around the place of impact. How's that for foolishness? Idiot! Tioni charged through the dust cloud and she punched in the middle. But something stopped her and she started to get electrocuted by her own magic. The impact caused a shockwave and Tioni was stopped by a wall of water that floated in front of Elnia. That surprised me. She wiped her nose as Tioni seized due to the water coating her arm, disrupting the layer of insulation she put on her skin with mana. But not surprising enough. Elnia slashed with her spear and Tioni ducked immediately. Super pressurized water came out of the tip of her spear and the ground behind Tioni was sliced apart. Elnia then stabbed with her weapon and a spear of water pierced through Tioni's lightning armor. It seems you are not used to your magic. While I have practiced mine for much longer. Elnia analyzed and Tioni coughed as her lung got punctured. One of her lungs started to collapse due to the negative pressure inside her thorax being disrupted by the atmosphere outside her body. She couldn't breathe and her body was racked in pain, coupled with the electrocution she just felt. Elnia stepped forward at spear's reach and she stabbed Tioni again in her abdomen. Do not resist, surrender now. Elnia looked at her haughtily. Tioni started mumbling and Elnia frowned. Did you experience a breakdown? Elnia thought they all do that when they lose. She stabbed her leg and Tioni didn't react. Her spirit is broken. Elnia was about to smack her on the temple, but Tioni finished her chant. Seize. Tioni activated her binding magic and Elnia, who didn't have a worse mag stat, only gave a split-second window. But that was enough for Tioni. Ah! Liger bomb! Her lightning armor reactivated and Tioni tackled her. She grabbed Elnia's torso tightly and Tioni jumped a bit in the air. Elnia then got slammed to the ground and lightning flowed through the Colosseum. The ground was shattered and Telskyra shook due to the impact. Ha, ha, I hate tactical ones like you. Tioni stood up with difficulty and she sighed. They then looked at Callie and she was shocked. After all, Belnus and Elnia were at the same generation as Argana and Bak. They are almost a decade older than Tiona and Tioni. I'm so proud of you girls. Lars activated Ermid's healing magic and they felt refreshed immediately. Belnus and Elnia also got healed, but Lars didn't get rid of their fatigue. Yet. We did it. Tiona and Tioni cheered as they beamed at him. Chapter 66, Chapter 64, Monday. Tiona and Tioni tied up Belnus and Elnia, carrying them like trophies. Even though they left Telskyra when they were young, they're still pure Amazon that grew up there for several years. Unlike the ones who were born out of Telskyra. Callie, did you miss us? Tiona grinned at her and Tioni had a twisted smirk on her face upon seeing her all banged up. Tiona, Tioni. Callie uttered their name with defeat in her tone. So, what did you talk to her about? The twins asked him and he sighed. This little girl here, is an idiot. She says that the ritual death battles here is all for the sake of the Amazons. Lars sighed. Which is true, but it is twisted. And he does not want to enable it any longer. TCH, I say we send her back to Tenkai and rule over Telskyra. Tioni really disliked her. Lars already killed Rudra permanently, sending her back would be fine, no. Tioni squinted her eyes. Well, that's going to be a big no-no. Are you going to be the Empress of the Amazons? Lars asked her with a raised brow. Tioni shut up with that. She knows how hard Lars works to maintain order in Monstro. And the Amazons that will be left behind will not have a fauna if they sent Callie back to Tenkai. Fine, what are we gonna do then? Tioni huffed and Tiona patted her on the back. Good, I'm not telling you to let go of your hatred of her. But it's good you're thinking rationally. Tiona smiled at her. Well. Lars needs calm and elegant women by her side. She twiddled her thumbs, giving him a stare that would melt ice cream. Let's not do this here please. Lars sighed and he picked up Callie by the head. Hey! I'm not a toy. Callie tried to hit him, but she was too short. Now, I heard from a little bird that you've been buying something illegal. Lars asked her with a low voice. Buy something illegal? Callie thought about it long and hard. Those talking monsters that could fight well. Callie furrowed her brows and Lars clapped. Good girl, you know what I'm talking about. Now, where are they? Lars smiled sweetly and Callie shuddered. T3 at the prisons for monsters. They are supposed to be the monsters for level ups, but we haven't picked our fighters yet. Callie spilled the beans. Monday, you heard her. Extract them and be on your way. Lars put a hand on his ear. Aye sir, roger that. Lyd replied as he was the leader of Monday. What is your relationship with those monsters? Callie was confused. Everyone knows it, even mortals who have short memories do not forget. Monsters are the enemy. That's for me to know and you to find out. Know that they're the reason we attacked Telskyra. Lars huffed. You have a monster fetish? Callie asked with a grin and he flicked her. No, why do people say that I have one? Lars glared at her. Because you do. Tioni chimed in and Tiona laughed. Yeah, we see how you get cozy with Marie. Ugh, she's just a little clingy that's all. Lars groaned and they kept asking who he liked amongst them. After a few minutes, Monday successfully infiltrated the prison cells of Telskyra and they released the Xenos. Lyd then led them towards Lars' group because the Astrea Familia and Hermes Familia were still throwing hands with the Amazons. Lars Chi. We saved them. There was a lot. Lyd waved at him and Lars checked them out. There were a good few dozen of them. There was even rare species, like a vuvra and an arachne. Oh, Ranyi would love to have another lady friend of her race. It will also lift a lot of pressure for the other arachnes. Lars nodded at her, pleased. Pick. Hi, handsome. So you're the one who saved us. She cozied up to him and the twins pushed her immediately. Get in line. Tioni huffed at her and the arachne chuckled. I knew it, he has a monster fetish. Callie mumbled and he clearly heard her. So he smacked her again and he began healing those who are injured. Osiris, inform everyone that the coast is clear. The targets are safe and sound. Lars ordered Ray. This is Osiris, the operation is successful. Monday has exfiltrated the targets, I repeat, the targets are safe. Ray informed everybody. I see, then it's time to finish this farce. Althea who was watching over the battlefield stepped up. Ataraxia. Using Silentium Eden, the whole world seemed to go silent at her will. Be silent, Amazons. We have completed our task, it is time to say good night. Althea snapped her fingers. Gospel. Vibrations entered through the ears of the Amazons and they were all assaulted by extreme vertigo. Some even started puking due to the intense dizziness. Wow. Althea, we knew you were strong. But you really held back against us, did you? Elise had a wry expression. You were only level 3s back then, nothing but a toddler in my eyes. My goal back then was to make you stronger, not kill you. Althea explained and they were thankful for it. Yeah, I don't want to fight you for real. Kaguya can't see any openings against her. At least she is our ally now. Ryuhu sighed in relief. Keep reminiscing later, tie them up everyone. Lyra shouted and Ranyi began to tie up the prisoners of war. The Amazons were dragged to Telskyra's Colosseum. They couldn't really escape their bindings. So the wounded were healed by Ermit and then thrown to prison for now. Monday guarded them while Lars had a talk with Callie and her substitute captains, Belnus and Elnia. Everybody was present now and Lars started the meeting. We are going to talk about what's going to happen to Telskyra now. Everybody listened to him intently. First in our agenda is the ritual death battles of Telskyra. As the winners by conquest, it is now banned permanently. Lars said with finality. Callie and her captains winced, but they didn't have a choice or say in the matter. Second, is how Telskyra will continue to raise strong Amazons. They do not have a dungeon to rely on after all. Lars gave them some paper. While waiting for things to calm down, he started writing policies. Everybody read it and they mostly agreed with what he wrote. Will Orario even agree to this? You know how they are with strong adventurers, they don't like them going outside. Asvi raised a point. I will talk with Fels for this. Our Ranos cannot reject this proposition. After all, this will increase the guild's profits and an alliance between Telskyra and Orario is one of the best things that will happen to the city. Lars explained. Telskyra will be sending out groups to Orario and Lars would build an embassy for them. Every year, a group of level 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s and even 5s will be sent to Orario to grind in the dungeon. The ones left behind will train in Telskyra and would still have battles against their fellow sisters. Except, killing your opponent is now forbidden. That way, Telskyran Amazons will still be the fiercest warriors the world will see. Their culture thrives in battle and reproducing with strong males. Nothing is wrong with having a competitive environment. What's the problem was you need to win or you'll die. There will be an influx of Amazons in Orario. A lot of strong adventurers are also there. So more Amazons will be born. It's a win-win scenario. Lars smiled in satisfaction. What about the children? Althea wanted to know what his plan will be for that. She remembered Bell and she would slug him if he didn't have something for the future generations. Lars smiled at her. Third, the embassy will register the births of new Amazons in Orario. To prevent familial disputes, the embassy will have to make the couple sign a contract. Whether it's a marriage, or simply for the sake of getting pregnant. Lars shrugged. He stared at them, waiting for violent reactions. But they all agreed immediately. That's a good thing, they will have to know that Telskyran Amazons are not permanent residents in Orario. Kaguya nodded in understanding. But what if they want to stay though? Lyra asked and Lars nodded at her. A good question. Callie here doesn't really mind if her children go. So they can stay if they want. Lars pointed at Ryuo who was raising her hand. Won't Telskyrra lose a lot of their population that way? Ryuo asked and they thought that was true. I doubt it, the Amazons are a race that thrive in fighting and believe in might makes right. Even those who are born outside of Orario instinctively acts that way. Lars shook his head. That is true, my children are all hardwired to have a distinct instinct to find strong males. Either they are smart or strong to procreate with. It's in their blood. Callie affirmed. Besides, there will be an influx of other people here in Telskyrra due to the alliance. I don't know about you, but Amazons are attractive. Lars wiggled his eyebrows. The girls deadpanned at him. What about the economy though? A baby boom like that will strain Telskyrra. Elise didn't want to see poor kids begging for food. Have you forgotten who we are? We're the Demeter Familia. And Monstro supplies a lot of cheap food all over the world, we can easily expand and support Telskyrra. Lars smirked. Nobody had any more questions and the meeting was adjourned. Lars started repairing Telskyrra with his magic and he sighed at the troublesome work. The aftermath of battles is a pain in the ass after all. While he evened out the destroyed pavements and walls, he was approached by someone. Belnus, Elnia. Lars raised a brow and they brought Tiona with them. I'm the translator. She smiled wryly as the duo didn't know the common tongue, Koine. They started talking and Tiona nodded. Belnus and Elnia wants to join Monstro. Tiona translated for them. Hey? Why? Lars was confused, they just got their freedom after all. No need to be in constant fights and live with the thought of being paired against each other for a fight to the death. And he even wondered if that would have been their fate against Argana and back. Belnus couldn't help but think of how I got so strong while outside Telskyrra. And Elnia wants to know why we follow you. Tiona had an apologetic expression. Hey! I guess that's a valid reason. Lars sighed and the two stared at him. Did you two forget already? I'm strong. Lars smirked at them and Tiona translated. The duo nodded, but they said something to Tiona. They think you're a mage, not really someone who can brawl. Tiona shrugged and he thought that was a valid observation. The last time they saw him, he was a cripple that couldn't really throw hands. And both times he had an encounter with them, he used magic. Then let me heal you first and I'll show you why. Lars healed them fully and took away their fatigue. The duo looked at their bodies in amazement and Lars took off his shirt. It was expensive, made of Arachne silk. Come. Lars gestured and they understood what that meant. As expected of level 5 Amazons, they were out for blood. The air whistled as Belnus aimed a roundhouse right at the back of his head and Elnia wanted to punch him on the neck. Lars stopped their limbs and he didn't budge one bit. He then pulled on them and he slammed them to the pavement with overwhelming force. A shockwave exploded and they got planted into the ground, dazed. Your strength and control is as ridiculous as ever. Tiona whistled. Belnus and Elnia then looked at him, nodding in understanding. Chapter 67, Chapter 65, Return. Lars looked troubled as he made a mistake, he had to straighten out the pavement again. The duo kept on staring at him and Tiona looked at them suspiciously. You better not have bright ideas, get in line. We were first. Tiona hissed and they raised their arms. He continued repairing Telskyrra for now and it took a couple of days. The country of the Amazons calmed down too. Everybody gathered at the southern gates and Callie was in a bad mood. TCH, you even stole Belnus and Elnia from me. What's next? Argana and back. Callie clicked her tongue. Tiona immediately put her hand on her mouth. Take it back. Take your words back right now. MHHG. Pwa. What? What's wrong? Callie was confused and Tiona did an orts. It's too late, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Tiona looked down in defeat. Please. I'm not seducing women left and right. Lars rolled his eyes. I don't think you have a good track record. Ermid deadpanned at him. Ugh, now that you said it. He realized that he was a piece of shit. He then smacked his cheeks. You have to own it. Besides, they're not complaining. Lars convinced himself. Not that he was wrong, the ladies in his life are all super successful. They're no third-rate girls that would settle for less. Even kings and the most powerful nobles have no sway against them. They're first-class adventurers. That's right. How indecent you are, Lars. Ryuhu glared at him with a cute pout. Ah, is little Ryuhu jealous? Lars patted her head and her ears went ruby red. Lars, please don't tease Ryuhu too much. Not me though, I can take it. Kaguya winked at him. Oi! Lars obviously is a match for my wonderful self. Elise puffed her chest in pride. But when she saw the people staring at her, she blushed immediately and hid her face in embarrassment. Humph, tell me if you want to breed the next generation of Amazons. Callie smirked at him. Lars was sent reeling and he thought of her offer. Lars, you better not. Althea squinted her eyes at him. You heard the lady, we don't accept casual relationships. Lars laughed and his hands were already full anyways. Minds can change. Callie smirked. Belnus and Elnia then bowed at her. Fine then, leave me. You will grow stronger under his guidance anyways. Callie shooed them off. Come on, let's go. There's still a ton of work left in Orario. Lars took out the 4x4s. Ah! I hope Hestia-sama is doing well. Asvi bit her nail in anxiety. Meanwhile, at the Traveller's Inn. Oh wow! Where's Asvi? I'm going to go insane. Hestia was running around like a headless chicken. Managing the taxes, the requests to the Hermes Familia, and all the paperwork that was needed to be done. __monstro___. The saved Xenos were introduced to the city and its inhabitants. Let us celebrate. Gro, who saw his brethren and sisters being safe and sound, uncharacteristically started the party. Hat, you gonna cry, big guy? Don't get emotional now. Tiona bumped the gargoyle with her elbow. What are you talking about, human? Gro would blush if he wasn't made of stone. Gryu roared and they celebrated the safe return of the Xenos. Lars checked the reports from the other Xenos and Hermes has given them more information about others who are in other countries. I guess I'll let them handle this from here. There are no more large groups like Intel Skyra. Lars finished reading the reports. He looked at the partying Xenos and he smiled. Back to work, I guess. He called Fels and he sent the new policies of Tel Skyra to them. We've received a lot of new inhabitants, I guess this is good. But those eye-close fuckers are still roaming around. Lars squinted his eyes. I can't let the Xenos roam around to try and find them. And they're most likely hiding carefully right now due to the previous incident. Lars sighed. Shhh, calm down. No need to be hasty. Althea appeared and gave him some food. You're right, but I just can't let them go free. Lars furrowed his brows. There might still be Xenos in their hideout. And it was stressing him out. Correct, but if we make a wrong move, everything will be much more difficult for us. Althea advised and he nodded. Yeah, it just sucks, you know? Think of what the captured Xenos are experiencing right now. Imagine if Belle got kidnapped. Lars sighed. Althea suddenly froze and she got a murderous glint in her eyes. I see, it is quite stressful to think about. Althea nodded at him. Right? I want to bring them here to Monstro as soon as possible. Stray Xenos are all alone, against everything and everyone. He pitied them. They do not have anything to call their own. Even their brethren will try to kill them like mindless beasts. Nothing can stay hidden forever. They'll slip up eventually. We will find them. Althea assured him. Wow, are you consoling me? Are you sick or something? He chuckled and she glared at him. Shut up, do not make fun of me. I was trying to make you feel better. Althea huffed. Yeah, thanks. I feel much better now. Lars smiled and Althea walked up to him. She kissed him and then sat down on his lap to hug him. There, I feel pleasant when you kiss me. Is it the same for you? Althea looked into his eyes and he nodded slowly. Yes, I do. He smiled and she nodded with satisfaction. I like your presence, especially when you have no worries. It makes me feel serene. Althea put her head on his chest. Is that so? Then I have to try my hardest to not get worried then. Lars caressed her hair and she nodded. Good, do not fret. Retribution always comes to those who deserve it. Althea said coldly. Yeah, those fuckers will get what's coming for them. He would find them, and they'll regret exploiting the Xenos. __51 st flora___. Lars wanted to blow off some steam. Callie annoyed him to no end, and they're walking on eggshells in order to find dead men walking. TCH, this is annoying as hell. Lars frowned heavily. Now, Lei-chan. How about we have a little sparring match? Wait. Did you grow smaller? Lars raised a brow. The Cadmus dragon that he painstakingly raised got compressed, shrinking significantly. Forming longer arms, a shorter neck, a more compact torso, and smaller wings. You're a chubby boy now. Lars laughed, and the dragon seemed to be offended, glaring daggers at him. Now, don't look at me like that. Did you eat too many magic stones? Then this is my fault. He shook his head wistfully. But a transformation, hey? Is this how deviants work? Normally, they would grow larger or something. Lars observed it carefully. Lei then growled. All right, let's see what you can do now. Lars could feel that it wanted the fight to start. Is it developing intelligence too? He couldn't quite believe it. And they started the battle with a fierce breath attack. Lei's chest and throat burned a bright orange as it sucked in air around them like a jet engine. Lars' chest ballooned as he did the same. His throat and chest burning like a furnace. A pulse of dense mana destroyed everything in its path like a shockwave. Two beams met in the middle of the battlefield and refracted lasers hit the floor everywhere. Ha, that was as excellent as ever. Lars sighed as superheated steam escaped from his mouth. Lei snorted hot air in the air and it spread its wings, fueling the embers around them. They then charged at each other, making the whole 51st floor tremble. Scaly arms hit each other. Rocks turned into dust around them and Lars flew away due to the strength difference. Lei aimed its maw right at him and fired a pulse of its breath. The dust cloud cleared and Lars swiped it to the side, coating his arm with pure mana. Come on then. He made compressed air explode on his heels and sonic booms. Appearing right above its head, he spun around to gain momentum and Lars released a devastating axe kick. Earthquakes shook the dungeon floor as Lei's head crashed onto the ground. But Lei's thick skull and neck protected it from the blow and its now longer and sleeker tail whipped him. Ugh! Lars' body folded like paper and he was sent careening towards the walls. Piercing through multiple thick ones before stopping. Ugh, that was a splendid attack. He looked at his torso. There was already a purple bruise forming and he could feel that his lung was punctured by his ribs. Lei, who was almost level 8 already, surely packed a hefty punch. Or in this case, tail whip. Fuck, you're going to kill me one of these days. Lars stood up as he healed himself. Lei snorted as it shook its head to get rid of the dizziness. Skipping lightly on the floor, Lars smirked. They went into a standoff, but he started feeling something. The dungeon is almost at its breaking point. Lars could estimate the limit of the dungeon before it spawned a juggernaut. And he wasn't one to tempt fate. The dungeon is clearly alive and is out to fuck anyone up that it sets its non-existent sight on. Lars doesn't want to imagine a level 8 juggernaut appearing. Or multiple of them. The dungeon's malice was forming at the ceiling. It felt similar to Hephaestus' divine curse. But much more sinister and wrathful. Lei, you know the drill. I wish I could get you to the surface, but alas. Lars sighed and the dragon squinted its eyes. With an annoyed snort, it went back to its Cadmus spring and crystal that regrew. Don't be too bummed out, I've got Monster Rex magic crystals for you. Lars gave it the Udius and Baylor magic crystal that Althea hunted down. That Monster Rex is a little too much for him right now. It was a level 8 raid boss. Lars tossed the magic crystals at it and Lei crunched it like tic-tacs. He waved goodbye to it and he didn't see Lei stare at him. It waved back, looking at its arm. See you later. Its once beady eyes began to show more intelligence, showing even emotions. __Orario___. Lars talked with Fels and the sage informed him that Auranos was definitely all in for Telskyra's reform. It was a superpower only second to Orario. Of course he would love to be in an alliance with them, it's a no-brainer. Even Rakia, which is a highly militaristic country, can't hold a candle to the place. The only other place besides Orario that can compare is Altina, the city of magic. Ruled by the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Alongside the empire where Lunoir came from. HNGH, I guess that's good for now. Lars nodded in satisfaction at Auranos' decision. Not that he doubted the god would refuse anyways. What he doubted is what the guy knows. But he can't risk getting his secret outed. After all, Aranos is one of the very first gods that went down from Tenkai. And he for sure knows more about the dungeon than most. Lars. Someone tapped him from behind and he craned his neck backwards. Artemis? Long time no see. Lars smiled at her and she also returned the gesture. Orion-sama. Hello. Lant waved at him with a huge smile and Artemis blushed. How many times do I have to tell you, Lant? I do not have an Orion. That's only a tale that humans made centuries ago. Artemis sighed. But you like him though? You even gave him a smile. I've never seen you smile towards a man before. Lant looked like she was genuinely confused. Lant, do not tease our goddess. Sorry about her, Lars-san. Lant is the youngest you see. Rithusas smiled wryly. It's fine, what brings you here? Lars was curious, they were in a pilgrimage as monster hunters after all. We're gathering supplies, we're going on a journey that is a months away from here. Artemis explained. Ah, good luck then. You guys are well coordinated, but be careful still. Lars wished them luck. Thank you for your kind words, do not worry. We have done this plenty of times. Artemis appreciated it. Then, this is a good luck charm for you guys. Lars took out some earpieces. What is this, Orion-sama? Lant received it curiously. You'll be able to talk with each other by using it. Even though you are away from each other, the range is a 100 meters. Meters I mean. Lars corrected himself. Why do they even say meters here? It's weird as hell. Lars hoped they wouldn't ask any more questions. Wow. That's really valuable. Artemis blinked in shock at how useful that was. Right? You can launch efficient pincer attacks with it. This is my thanks for this. Lars patted Lant's head as he pointed at his earring. She bowed alongside Rithusa at the valuable gift. Magic tools are extremely expensive after all. There's a reason why Asvi is busy as all hell. I'll get out of your hair then, Godspeed. Lars waved goodbye and the trio waved back. See? He even gave you a gift back, Artemis-sama. Orion-sama is so romantic. Lant fidgeted around as she went kaya. Lant. Artemis glared at her weakly, a blush present on her face. Orion, hey? I do wish to hear more of his stories. Artemis remembered the tale of Orion and herself that humans made. She smiled pleasantly. Let's go, the Erso's ruin is quite far away. Artemis looked at his gift with a fond smile. Chapter 68, Chapter 66, Search and Contact. Heeding Althea's advice, Lars went to the wheat manor to mess around and have fun. Lars, what's the matter? Demeter was wearing a sun hat as she picked some crops from vines. What's the matter is, you're not using the magic tools we gave you. Lars crossed his arms and Demeter chuckled. She pointed to the direction of their fields outside Orario. The children over there are using them. I quite like picking the bounty of nature manually. Ha, I guess if you say so. Hi, Persephone. Lars greeted his captain nonchalantly. Ara, it's Farmer Kun. Persephone chuckled at his alias. It was pretty appropriate too, even if the others do not know why Demeter picked that as his nickname. Because he's Orario's #1 farmer, bringing in food from the dungeon. Hundreds of tons of them in fact. Back to square one, what's the matter Lars? Demeter asked with a soft smile. She was more relaxed now, learning that he didn't go to Tel Skyra in order to commit genocide and deicide. There were actually no deaths on the side of Tel Skyra due to Ermid. Though she did have to make a couple of prosthetics due to her usage of Daybreak, blowing a couple of limbs off here and there. Truly a pharmacist. Well, you've been working hard. A man's gotta give back and pay some of his debts, no? Lars grinned. Demeter did a lot for him, and he knows it. She's the reason they are comfortable right now. And even though he killed Rudra, she didn't really fault him for it. Instead, just accepting it as a fact that he needed to go. You don't need to do that, you know? You're a part of my familia. Demeter smiled softly. Well, if you say so. Lars shrugged and he pretended to walk away. CK. You're going with me. Lars used his psychokinesis on her and Persephone waved goodbye at them as Lars kidnapped her. Mao, you could have done this more gently. A lady does not like forceful men. Demeter huffed at him. Humph, tell that to women that love excitement and can change bad men. Lars quoted the heir and Demeter didn't have a retort to that. Well, they're not the majority. She huffed at him and Lars snorted. You go to the fisherman for advice to catch fish, not the fish, Demeter. Lars rolled his eyes. That's true. Demeter just gave up with a sigh, he was too quick with his rebuttals. He then put her down and he started pulling her. Going through the busy streets of Orario, they arrived at the marketplace and Demeter looked at the stalls fondly. Are those our merchandise? Lars noticed her expression. Yes, isn't it so fulfilling? Being able to provide for so many people? And with your cheap dungeon crops, children who struggle can buy more food. Demeter was happy. He insisted that the Demeter Familia's dungeon crops have a different price for children, especially the street urchins. It's pretty easy to not get duped anyways. Because those who live in poverty won't ever buy in bulk. Yeah, you're right. Though I did hear that there's a crazy bitch in Deadless Street that swears poverty is the way. He snorted. Minimalism is fine with him. But a god that advocates poverty? That definitely rubs him the wrong way. That goddess. Demeter donned a face of disgust. Let us not think of unpleasant things. Demeter sighed and he nodded in agreement. They then arrived at a cafe and Lars ordered one of everything once again. What brought this surprise on? Demeter had a teasing smile on her face. Althea told me to relax a bit. So here we are, and I want to show my appreciation to my goddess a bit. Lars winked at her. Such a gentleman, she chuckled. So, what made you descend to Gakkai? He was interested in how she came to that decision. Well, in Tenkai, there is no poverty in the mortal sense. Gods can have less property than others, that's about it. No starvation, the feeling of your own stomach digesting itself because you do not have anything to eat. Demeter frowned. And the mortal world suffers a lot from that. Especially in areas that cannot protect itself from the monsters that roam the earth. Demeter remembered those hard times. I descended not to have leisure, but to give the people a basic need that was hard to get fulfilled back in the past, food. Demeter smiled. With the hope that less people will starve to death, I started my familia and we naturally grew over time. It was hard at first, but it was worth it. Demeter had a soft smile on her face. That's admirable. Lars thought he was correct in choosing her as their goddess. She is not only quite logical, she's also a kind woman. Enough about me, how about you? How did you even start to build Monstro? Demeter asked. And nobody except Fels, Auranos, Astria, and Hermes knows about it. So it was fine to talk about it. Hiding in plain sight, so they say. Althea and I actually lived in the 39th floor for a year before we moved around. He chuckled. Remembering the hard times where she beat him up with a stick every day. We found Ray trying to check us out, Althea got to her and we went to their place. Lars winced. Why? What happened next? Demeter noticed his expression. Remember the nightmare on the 27th floor? Lars sighed and Demeter nodded. Well, there was a palom that wore dragon scales as armor back then, saving tons of adventurers, right? He smiled wryly. No way. You were what? Not even a teen. Demeter blinked. Yeah, I didn't even have a fauna. He laughed at his idiocy. But it still helped a lot of people. People still talk about that mysterious guy. They say he was like a storm, ending the monster parade with an earthquake. I guess that was her. Demeter was hooked. Yeah, she eviscerated everything after I fought a green dragon. Ah, youthful indiscretion. Lars reminisced. So heroic it totally matches with your handsome face. Demeter put some whipped cream on his nose. Hey, I thought you dislike wasting food. Lars raised a brow at her. It's just a little. She had a seductive smile on her face as she licked her finger. Woman, there are starving children at the Empire. Lars deadpanned at her. Ha, don't remind me of that place. All they care about is territory and wars. Demeter rolled her eyes. Well, if they ever had the bright idea of attacking Orario. Maybe I can usurp the throne and turn into an emperor. He laughed. That's a good idea, I'll wait for that day to happen. She laughed with him and they enjoyed their day. After roaming around some more, Demeter was pleasantly tired and he carried her, princess style. Hey! You only bought me a meal, mister. We haven't even had our second date yet. Demeter pouted at him. You dirty girl. What did you have in mind? Lars teased her. Nothing in particular. She huffed and he gave her a little peck. Thanks for everything, Demeter. Lars smiled at her softly and she nodded. We're in this together, you're a part of my familia, don't ever forget it. Demeter beamed at him. Not the nickname though, it's so mundane. Lars rolled his eyes. She fake gasped. After I fought the gods to give you a normal one. I should have agreed that your alias should be Mr. Cucumber. Demeter shook her head wistfully. Hey? Why? He shuddered at the nickname. Because you're always followed by Amazonas. The gods concluded that you're gifted. She looked down. Pervert. Lars huffed at her and they chuckled. Travelers in __. Hey, Asfi. Is Hestia putting on some work? Lars asked the captain of the familia. Hestia winced and Asfi sighed. He handed her a nice glass of wine and her eyes twitched. But she accepted it nonetheless. Hestia's technically doing her work. Asfi rolled her eyes. What do you mean by that? Lars raised a brow. She found a loophole, asking the familia members to calculate the taxes for her after making intentional mistakes. Also doing it on the paperwork without even checking them so everybody will pitch in. Asfi sighed heavily. Lars. Remember, I'm technically correct in my methods. The best kind of correct. Hestia backed off a bit after he stared at him. I'm cutting off your allowance. Ahem, I mean payroll. Lars deadpanned at her. New. Hestia did an orts as she still had to pay back her debt to Hephaestus, Demeter, and Astrea. Why are you so lazy anyways? This is the chance for you to learn everything you need before forming a familia. Lars rolled his eyes. But Asfi's too hard on me. She's always going do this. Do that. You're wrong. Hestia pouted like a kid. Ah, did the meanie over there bully you? He patted her head while looking at Asfi. Tche, you know damn well I wasn't shouting at her. Asfi clicked her tongue, enjoying her glass of wine which was extra filled up. Tehi, I got caught. Hestia tried to act cute. Lars started pinching her cheeks and he lifted her up, making her chest jiggle. You're going to save up another way, missy. Part-time jobs are a dime a dozen here in Orario. And you'll still be helping Asfi, without lazing around. For all the troubles you caused. Lars lectured her. She groaned, but she did know that Lars was trying to condition her to being a familia's patron goddess. Yes, I am sorry. She apologized sincerely. As long as you know why we're doing this. Run along now, read these. Lars gave her some novels. The rom-com ones that you could sink hours into even though the relationships don't develop at all. Thanks, Lars. She grinned at him and she went to the common room to read them on the couch. Ha, you spoil her too much. Asfi looked at him suspiciously. What? Lars raised a brow. Are you just trying to seduce her so you'll have a divine virgin? Asfi walked up to him and she stared through his soul. Like I care about that crap. And besides, I'm closer with Artemis. It's more logical to go after her than Hestia. Lars shrugged. That. That is true. You're just bragging at this point, you gigolo. Asfi backed off. You might get me pregnant if I get too close. She teased him and she chuckled. Do you even know how babies are made, Asfi? Lars laughed at her offended expression. Anyways, any news about them? Lars couldn't help but think that they should have been out of supplies by now. Sorry, no news of them. Asfi shook her head slowly. Okay, call me when you got some. Try to understand Hestia, Asfi. The woman's been a shut-in for eons. Lars thought that rehabilitating people just need a little help and a nudge. Fine, it's not like she's worse than Hermes-sama anyways. Asfi smiled softly. __58th floor __. Down at the depths of the deeper levels, Althea was grinding stats and she stood in front of the dreaded Valgong dragons. Called the Dragon's Vase. It was a huge floor that had crowds of drakes that could shoot flares through multiple floors up to the 52nd floor. Never did understand why these things are called dragons, they're obviously wyverns. Althea looked at them and they didn't have arms like the Baylor or the Cadmus dragon. She activated Silentium Eden with a quick chant and the monsters fired a barrage of beams at her. They hit her barrier of anti-magic and Althea scoffed, continuing her leisurely walk towards them. When the beams finished, everything around her was molten. But not a singed hair or a piece of burnt fabric was seen on her dress. She stepped forwards, but before her foot landed on the lava below, she disappeared. The dragons looked frantically for her, but they suddenly heard cries behind them as Althea swung a Valgong dragon by its tail and she used it as a club. Beating them to death with the dragon she got in her hands, Althea slaughtered hordes of fearsome drakes with her bare hands. That should increase my strength a bit. Althea dusted her hands off and she continued towards the 59th floor. Equipping some equipment for the icy desert waiting for her, she looked like she's going for an expedition on Antarctica. I always hated this floor. Humph, the cold never bothered me anyway. Althea descended. But what greeted her, was a goddamned jungle that was humid as hell. She got pissed immediately, thinking of using Nero Angelus. Calm down, something is wrong. Althea returned back to Monstro to report to Lars. Chapter 69, Question. Hello everybody, just asking. As I want to hear feedback. Would it be detrimental to the story if I were to say, do a crossover? Because there's just so many catalysts in Danmachi, it's not even funny. You can summon practically any servant there. Just an idea. And I wanted to ask you guys about it first, anyways. Ciao. Chapter 70, Chapter 67, Creature. Althea quickly went back to their home and she looked for Lars. Homing into his mana signature she ran like the wind and he was currently in their smithy. Breathing blazing flames on some metal that he had on the anvil, he looked like he was a demigod of the forge. What's the matter Althea? Lars stopped squinting his eyes due to the bright metal in front of him. We have a problem Lars. Althea furrowed her brows. Why? He raised a brow and he made the room cool down. He then sat down and patted the seat beside him. Althea sat down as well and she sighed. Remember the 59th floor? It's the last floor that the Zeus and Hera Familia reported to the guild to be public. Yeah, the glacial hell right. Lars nodded. It turned into a damned jungle, getting all humid. And I hate humidity. She squinted her eyes. Is it like that all over? Or what? He wanted to know more. I left immediately. I was wearing winter clothes in a goddamned jungle, Lars. She expressed her annoyance thoroughly. Okay, little princess is afraid of humidity. He patted her head and she clicked her tongue. Don't treat me like a child. This has never happened before. Althea rolled her eyes. Is it so surprising? The whole floor of a dungeon changing. Lars shrugged. The concept of a labyrinth changing to kill people better wasn't new to him. Especially because the place was alive. You don't understand. The dungeon has been static for centuries. Ever since Babel was dropped on it. Althea furrowed her brows. Wait, really? They dropped Babel on top of the dungeon. Lars blinked, that was metal as fuck. Yeah, the original tower couldn't really stop the surge of monsters for long. So they remade it, but that's how the gods plugged it up like an ant's nest. Althea explained. Then this changes everything. What in the world facilitated that change? An icy desert to a dense jungle. Lars could smell something fishy. And he thought that there might be clues there that would point to the Iclos Familia. Do you think that Evilus is behind this? I can see it. Althea thinks they're planning something. Perhaps. A device is being used? Magic? A ritual? We don't know, but what we do know is it's suspicious as hell. And no legal familia has ever been past the dragon's vase. Lars rubbed his chin. What will we do then? Althea asked him and he made a decision. We'll be doing a joint expedition with the Astria Familia and launch a full-on investigation. Lars stood up. I see, a good choice. I will check the other floors if it changed. I'll scout ahead, you guys investigate the 59th floor. Althea stretched. Preparing to go on another expedition to the deeper floors. __monstro__. The heaviest hitters were present right now at their plaza. Tioni, you guys will be responsible for Elnia and Belnus. They can't understand Koine. Lars pointed at their newest level 5s. Demeter just gave them her fauna and they are ready to rock and roll. Lyra, I'll leave your familia to you. Lars pointed at the Palom and she nodded with confidence. The Xenos are with me. You guys are tougher than squishy humans, we will be the vanguard. Lars looked at Ermit and she already knew what to do. Gro, Lyd, Ray, and Ranyi will be leading Monday. Pick your own squad members. The leaders of the Xenos nodded and they started picking out their brethren that were level 4. The Xenos Spec Ops were all armed to the teeth, carrying explosives for the Arachne Bombardier Squad. Foam Wars were armed with huge tower shields and full plate mail made of pure adamantite and auric alum. Goblins led by Let, the level 4 goblin took control of the Special Assassination Team, ANBU. Ray's team were armed with napalm bombs for carpet bombing. All the flyers had at least one payload. Aren't we a bit too overarmed for this? Kagai raised a hand. And she looked at the ANBU squad, she thought they were cool. Wanting to be a part of them. As she is quite informed about assassinations. Good question. You can never be too careful. If need to, we should burn that place to the ground. Lars huffed. But won't that spawn a juggernaut? Ryua winced and the whole Astria familia got a bit antsy. I've spawned one in the 51st floor in the past. I now know when one will appear. The dungeon congregates a lot of malice and energy before it spawns one. Lars answered their concerns calmly. Okay, if you say so. Elise trusted his words and they prepared for the expedition. Putting on his battle clothes, Lars upgraded them. Putting to use the techniques he got from Hephaestus. His Arachne silk garments were now lined with pure auric alum. Making it into a robe that even monarchs can't buy. Let's go. Lars squinted his eyes and they started the expedition. Culling through the floors, everything that moved was shot down by Monday immediately. Their movements, efficient. The Arachnes using their senses to restrain anything that moved immediately. The other squad members then put them down, one bullet at a time. Running around like super soldiers that could do backflips while shooting accurately. Damn, I sure did train them well. The Winter Soldier has nothing against these guys. Lars was impressed. Xenos were amazing soldiers. Their specs were through the roof, their killer instincts unmatched, and their morals were extremely different. Quickly passing through the 50th floor that is even larger than Orario, they arrived at the 51st. Okay guys, this is the Dragon's Vase. Do you know why it's called that? Lars looked at the entrance to the 52nd floor. The humans gulped, the area's name sounded ominous as hell. Valgong dragons lurk in the 58th floor that can shoot flares through entire floors. Lars explained to them seriously. That's why we have these bad boys. Lars smacked the plates of the foam wars. They'll be blocking them if necessary. I have a bad feeling about this. Ryua frowned. Lars had a smirk on his face. And he looked really smug. He was definitely planning something. Pair up with the heavy infantry in squads of 4. We'll be going down now. Lars watched them pick their shield bearer. But everybody suddenly stilled when they felt something behind them. Intelligent eyes locked onto them. Goosebumps appeared on their skin and they craned their necks behind them slowly. There it was, a little Cadmus dragon that had black scales instead of red. That thing. It's observing us. Ryua gulped heavily. Being an elf sensitive to mana, she could feel the monstrous amount of mana it had. Everyone. Prepare for battle. Lyra broke into a cold sweat as they scrambled into formation. And as if to mock them, the dragon gave them a toothy grin. It just smiled at us. It's fucking mocking us. Kagai was terrified. That dragon's level 7. No, level 8. Elise could feel her skills activate. And the strength she received was off the charts. It activated to the maximum. In a tense standoff, they just stared at each other. Lei-chan. What are you doing here? Is it alright leaving your spring? Lars asked. Phew. Everybody let out a weird noise and Lars scratched his head sheepishly. That's my friend here in the 51st floor, Lei-chan. It's really friendly, you know. He chuckled. What in the world? A deviant as a friend? Are you crazy? The Amazoness shouted. Well, it's fine. It won't fight you guys. Lei's my personal training partner besides Althea. Lars gave it some magic stones and it tilted its head at him. Yeah, I'm on an expedition. I didn't come to train today, sorry. Lars conversed with it calmly and the expedition team thought they were hallucinating. Okay, I'm done. I'm so done with that guy. Lyra raised her arms while shaking her head. Lei then nodded at Lars after they talked a bit. It returned to its spring with a flap of its wings that created gale force winds. I definitely thought we would die today. Elise started to do breathing exercises. Sorry about the little surprise, I never thought that Lei would leave her little spring. Lars chuckled. They glared at him and everybody continued on to the 52nd floor. What greeted them was an apocalyptic-looking floor that could be described with one word: treacherous. There were holes everywhere and the heat was definitely intense. There was a haze over the horizon. You said that the Valgong dragons will try to snipe us. Ermid gulped as she held her shield more tightly. Yeah, and we'll be giving these bastards a taste of their medicine. Lars jumped into the air and he inhaled deeply. What's he doing? Belnus and Elnia asked the twins. But they suddenly covered their eyes at the bright flash that followed. A flare escaped from his mouth and the floors beneath him crumbled, opening up a hole towards the 58th floor. The Valgong dragons immediately scrambled and Lars could see them look upwards. Their pupils constricted and Lars grinned at them. See you at the bottom. Last one there have poop in their pants. Lars dived down and the expedition group had to pick up their jaws. Flare breaths from the Valgong dragons then appeared from the hole numerous times. That guy's insane. Belnus was sure anyone would die at the barrage of breath attacks they saw being fired. The floors were shaking and the flying squad who had feathers were more than reluctant to jump in that hellhole he made. Don't fear. Trust in him. This is an encounter that we must overcome. Ermid raised her shield and she ran towards the hole. Ah, Ermid. Wait. Tiona pulled Belnus and Elnia and Tioni also followed. They jumped through the hole and was immediately hit by a stray shot from a Valgong dragon. Ermid's shield was the only thing keeping them safe and sound. I don't know about you. But I'm quite fine being here. Lyra patted the sweet ground as she sat down. She just saw them tank a fucking beam from below after all. And Lyra wasn't one to tempt fate. Come on. How can we fulfill our roles as paragons of justice if this stops us? Elise hyped them up. Lion. Kagaya. Pick her up. Charge. Elise raised her sword and the Fomwars responsible for them put up their shields with a gulp. Ah. No. Mommy. Lyra screamed in fright as she teared up. They then jumped to the hole and was blasted by lasers as the Fomwars blocked them. I'm gonna burn. I'm gonna burn like a match. Lyra could feel and see the reflected lasers in front of them. They then arrived at the ground, feeling like they free-falled for an eternity. Agaris Alf Synth. Let's go lizards. Elise charged at the dragons. Ha, she's as reckless as ever. Kagaya followed and Ryuhu nodded. The elf glowing a bit, using her mana to be more aerodynamic. Come on. Come on. Aren't you embarrassed to be called dragons? Lars was throwing the left, right, good night at the Valgong dragons. Leading the charge against the high-level 5 monsters. Monday soon followed and they sniped the dragons who were targeting their airborne friends. Firing at their eyes or the Arachne bombardiers throwing sticky bombs on their faces. It was a fiesta. Fire was raging everywhere and large drakes rampaged around. And when they finished them up, everybody sat down for a quick second. The Valgong dragons were no joke. Please, let's not do that again. Kagaya smiled wryly at him. I make no such promises. Lars grinned and they continued to the 59th floor. And when they arrived there, it was all jungle. Similar to the large tree labyrinth. They looked around curiously, but there's no monster in sight. What's that noise? Lars strained his ears and he heard sounds of battle a few miles away. I'll check, stay together. Apes together strong. Lars instructed the team and he flew. He then saw that Althea was in front of someone, surprising him. What, are you? Althea squinted her eyes as she felt a magic stone in her chest. Pick. That is none of your business. The redhead went into a guarded pose. Chapter 71, Chapter 68, Foreboding Changes. Althea stared at the redhead in front of her and she did not know what the hell is wrong with her. She looked human, absolutely. But she did not feel like one. Arrogant, at least you are not as noisy. I will spare you, give you a smidgen of mercy. Althea began to walk up to her. The redhead raised a brow. At first she wanted to scoff at her, but then she remembered. Althea got there at the 59th floor on her lonesome. And she's definitely not one of them. Who are you? She went into her stance and Althea didn't expect her to be ignorant of one of the most famous adventurers. I see, then let me teach you a lesson about who I am. Althea stepped forwards. And before her foot landed, she disappeared without a sound. The redhead froze, shuddering in pure terror as she felt her instincts scream at her. Dropping down on the ground with all her might, she narrowly dodged Alfia's roundhouse kick. The kick was so fast and strong that it sounded like the crack of a whip. And the trajectory of her leg created a blade of wind that gave the trees around a deep scar. What the fuck? How is that merciful? The redhead gulped as she backed off instantly. Alfia was also surprised. She estimated that the redhead was quite strong. Approximately level 4. But due to the chaotic mana in her body, she is actually a level 6. You are not bad, hey? Alfia was a bit impressed. I have to get out of here. The redhead broke into a cold sweat. Alfia just has too much Black Air Force energy. She had that dog in her. Can you dodge the next ones though? Alfia had a slight smirk on her face. TCH. Her opponent quickly whistled and plants erupted from the ground. A tamer. Alfia raised a brow. And the huge plant monsters that looked like carnivorous flowers were about level 5. She then ran like the wind, not even daring to look back. Quick! I have to get the hell out of here. She was frustrated, but there's nothing she could do. Feeling vibrations behind her, she hoped that the monsters that she has tamed could slow Alfia down. HOH? You are not human, are you? Lars suddenly dropped in front of her. Blinking in surprise, she gritted her teeth hard. Why is there another one here? You're pretty strong, aren't you? If we estimate, based on what I saw. A level 6? Level 7 with your tames over there, like a monster Rex. Lars grinned at her. Who are you people? Her eyes darted around, looking for a way to escape. But when she saw his golden eyes, his black hair, she suddenly stilled. Wait. You look familiar. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she absolutely knows him. She just knows that he's made a big impact on her. Trying to buy time? I won't let you, Missy. Lars' skin turned into scales and her eyes widened. Yes. I remember. You're not a Palom. She couldn't believe it. 7 years ago, at the 27th floor of the dungeon. She could still remember the time where a blazing flare made a path for adventurers to call for backup. Wait. You were in the nightmare of the 27th floor. Lars raised a brow. It was so out of the blue. He got distracted enough that some vines got his leg and hoisted him up in the air. I gotta go. She ran like the wind and Lars was still processing everything. Before he could stop her with psychokinesis, she disappeared through the dense vegetation. Hey, damn! I got distracted. He crushed the plant under him that was putting him into its mouth. He then saw a magic stone come from it. But it was different. It wasn't violet or purple, it had some impurities on it. Lars swallowed it and it had a different flavor too. A bit bitter, meaning it has some kind of corruption. Damn, I let her get away. But who was that? And how in the world did she get here? Lars was confused. If she was one of the survivors, Orario should know about her. She's a goddamned level 6. Not human, but a level 6 still. Lars, did you dispatch it? Alfia arrived beside him. No. She recognized me as the one who went hero time on the 27th floor 7 years ago. Lars rubbed his chin in thought. A survivor of that event. Alfia raised a brow at that. Yet. She might be an experiment. And the only ones who can do something like that to people is Fells. Or a god. Lars squinted his eyes. Fells won't do that. And a god, hey, those scum sure knows how to be vile. Alfia can't imagine what happened to the redhead to be like a monster. She was like a hybrid between a monster and a human. This is going to be a headache. Lars rubbed his temples. Should we investigate further? Alfia asked and he nodded. Let's go back to the team for now and check if the next floor is also like this. They arrived at the expedition team and they were on guard as well. Hey, guys. These plants attacked us here. Those things were pretty freaky. Tiona informed them. You were attacked too? Did anyone get hurt? He checked them. No one, really. But we did notice that those things homed into Elise after she used Agaris Alph Synth. Ermid pointed at the redhead. Yeah, when I used my magic. They just swarmed me. Elise shuddered remembering their tentacle vines. How about you two? Anything happen? Kaguya asked them. This is where things get a little problematic. Lars sighed and he started to explain. So these are tamed monsters. Tioni looked at the magic crystals of the irregulars. Those ones probably aren't. The ones we had to deal with earlier, are. Althea affirmed. We have to send this to Fels then. This can't go through the guild normally. Lyra checked out the magic stones. A good idea, this will be a bit of a doozy. Loki and Freya might be commissioned by them to investigate too. Lars sighed, and they didn't want that. Come on, let's go to the next floor. Monday, spread out please. Lars looked at the Xenos and they saluted. Investigating the whole floor, they didn't see any clues. Or the clues have been cleaned up. After a couple of hours of looking, they didn't really see anything. So they went towards the 60th floor. And it was a winter wonderland. This one didn't change. So it's only the 59th floor. Althea looked around. What's with this floor? It's so cold. Tiona and Tioni shivered along with Belnis and Elnia. Ha! Lars sighed as he snapped his fingers. They were then covered by a thin layer of heat, warming them up. I feel sleepy. Lyd, who was a lizard, is a poikilotherm. Me too. Laura and the other lamias, reptiles, arachnes, and xenos who can't regulate body temperature slumped down. We can't continue like this. At least it's confirmed that the only floor that changed was the 59th floor. Lars sighed. Okay squad, let us go. Lars led them back to the entrance of the 59th floor and they returned to home base. __monstro__. So you're saying, that a monster and human hybrid is using the irregular monsters as tames? Fels was having a talk with Lars. Yup, they're attracted to magic too. According to Elisa's story. Fels looked uncertain. Got any idea what would cause the floor to change like that? Lars asked and Fels shook their bony head. The sage has already revealed that they were a skeleton. Unable to die due to the philosopher's stone that they made centuries ago. I have to consult Lord Auranos first, things aren't as simple as it seems. Fels was shaken by the news. Yeah, that was what I thought when I learned that this is the first time that this happened. In 1,000 years at that, too. Lars sighed. Very well, thank you very much for investigating, Monstro. Your country sure is quite helpful. Fels bowed a little. No sweat, though I want you to investigate gods with weird adventurers with them. Wait. Do you have a list of the fatalities in the nightmare? Lars squinted his eyes. Yes, we can give it to you. It will be delivered to the Wheat Manor then. Lars agreed with that and they shook hands. Fels went back to wherever they stayed at and Lars went pensive. I might get more information about that woman's comrades. He thought of investigating the ones who went missing. __Orario__. Any new development for me? Enyo expected that she would at least make contact with Althea now. Apologies, Enyo-sama. But it seems that the Maiden of Silence is quite elusive. Ein bowed deeply. No matter, she will be sighted in Orario once again. She's just hiding, maybe in Deadless Street. Enyo swirled some wine as he grinned. Do you know how powerful the Maiden of Silence is, Ein? Enyo was having a craigasm just thinking of it. No, Enyo-sama. Please enlighten this ignorant one. Ein replied. Very well, she can level Orario with one spell. The spell that killed the Leviathan. Enyo chuckled in joy, thinking of it being used on Orario. That's terrifying. Ein could feel her skin get goosebumps imagining it. How can one person have such strength? Ein could only think that Althea was a tactical weapon. Indeed, that is why she would be lovely for my plans. Enyo has waited a long time. What's a couple more weeks or months? And you said that you saw her in a cafe, right? Surprising, really. Enyo was amused. The Maiden of Silence, an extremely irritable woman who has no tolerance to noise, was having a good time in a cafe filled with normies. Yes, she was having a date I believe. Even feeding her date some of her food. Ein blushed at their lewdness in public. What a time to be alive. The Maiden of Silence, acting like a maiden in love. Enyo laughed like a maniac. What's his name? Surely you've investigated him. Ein nodded immediately. His name is Lars Johansson, 17 to 18 years of age. He got to level 2 in half a year, second only to Ermid Tzainare. Ein reported. HOH? It seems he has potential. Enyo got interested in him. Ermid was too protected, too famous, so she's untouchable. Not as much as the Silver Saintess, he still hasn't leveled up to 3. I didn't think so. Then we have a plan on our hands. He most likely does not know that Althea is the Maiden of Silence, a monster in human skin. Enyo grinned as he formed a plan. Make contact with him, Ein. You already know the next step, right? Enyo smiled. Yes, Sajiga Enyo-sama. I didn't think of using him as a bridge to meet the Maiden of Silence. Ein stood up and she started her mission. Good, now go. It's only a matter of time before she has to get more of the branches. Enyo smirked. Ah, the incarnation of talent. Blinded by love. She must be in despair, held back by her disease. And love, is quite easy to take advantage of. He laughed. Yes, yes, yes. I want to see it. The face she will make as she realizes that she will not be able to last much longer. Enyo shuddered in pleasure. Where she realizes that she destroyed Orario for nothing. Dooming hundreds of thousands of lives as Babel crashes and burns. Enyo moaned as he felt himself. And finally. That dog Aranos will be unable to stop my orgia. Filthy gods, descending 1,000 years ago to stop the beautiful suffering of humans. He suddenly ceased, twitching. He then slicked back his hair, in bliss at the thought of seeing the orgia's return. Chapter 72, Chapter 69, Crescendo. You are stressing yourself once again. Althea patted Lars on the back. She saw him brooding. Well, those things are going to be a problem, you see. Lars has forbidden knowledge. He could already smell it, feel it. Those things will infect the dungeon and spread like wildfire. Look at it this way, adventurers are like disease that invade the dungeon. And when it gets damaged enough, the immune response acts up. Althea nodded at him. The juggernaut then spawns. Althea pieced it together. Yes, but those plants aren't being purged by the dungeon. Why? Because they act like this disease called cancer. It takes over and your body can't do anything about it much. Lars explained. So it will continue to spread wildly. Althea frowned when she thought about it. Ha, that's why I'm stressing about it. What if reaches monstro? Lars didn't want to expose themselves by fighting the plant monsters. Should I just use Nero Angelus on the 59th floor? Althea squinted her eyes. Wait. That would be extremely bad. We don't even know what the repercussion of that would be. Lars sweated. The dungeon is underground, if she destroys it. He doesn't know if Orario will crumble, like a sinkhole. It would be easier if I just eliminated them altogether. Filth needs cleansing, Lars. Althea snorted. That's true, but you're basically cleaning a room with a bomb, are you crazy? Ah, I forgot, you kinda are. Lars sighed. What did you say? Althea glared at him as she pinched his sides. Ow. What? I'm just telling the truth. You're similar to Ace, only difference is. You prefer killing anything that is an inconvenience. He huffed at her. Well, you're. Althea couldn't think of something bad about him. You do not show me enough affection. Althea glared at him. Thinking that he was being a bit mean. Well. Sorry, we're a bit busy right now. Lars sighed as he scratched his head. They were dealing with the alliance with Telskyra, investigating the Iclos Familia, and now. A new variable appeared. I know. Althea sat down and she pouted at him. Come here. Lars made her float towards him and she got sat on his lap. I want to stay still and have some fun too. But lives are on the line here. Lars smiled wryly. I know. I was too selfish. Althea sighed. No, you aren't. It's just everything is convoluted right now. I'm just stressed too. Belle is about to come to Orario. Zeus sent me a letter that Hera can't contain the dragon any longer. Althea revealed. So it's about that time, hey? Lars thought that time moved quite fast. Belle was a teen now. I can't help but worry, and I want some comfort. Althea kissed him. What a needy woman. Lars smiled and he couldn't quite reject her. Lars. Althea hugged his neck and she went on the offensive, kissing him more deeply. Wet kissing sounds resounded and they went on for a couple of minutes. As high-leveled individuals, they didn't need a lot of air before they would feel the need to breathe. Pwah, I will have to take care of Belle when he arrives. I won't have much time with you as before. Althea looked at him in a daze. Yeah, he's a kind boy. He'll be scammed in no time. Lars chuckled. That's why. Althea took the arms of the chair he was on off so she could straddle him. I was thinking of listening to your music more intimately. Althea whispered to him as she bit her lip. Damn. He felt her warmth. Her soft, yet toned body. Enveloping his torso. Lars grabbed her large butt and massaged it with his dexterous fingers. More. I want more. Althea kissed his neck and she sucked on his skin, leaving a little bruise. He reached inside of her dress and fondled her perky breast, perfectly supple and elastic. I've never touched myself before. So this is how it feels. She was pleased with the sensations. Really? What an innocent girl you are. Lars took off her dress slowly and sensually. Althea's breaths began to quicken and her face flushed. Her lips, turning red. She hid her breasts cutely. Looking at him with half-lidded eyes. Damn, I never knew you could be this cute. Lars slowly removed her hands. Me, cute? Do not jest. HNGH Althea groaned as he started rubbing her nipples. Lars, continue with that. Althea bit her lip in desire. Oh I will, I'll do so much more. He grinned at her as he sucked on her pert, pink nipples. Yes. I like that. Make me sing. Althea loved how his warmth transfers to her body. Lifting her up, he slowly walked towards his bed. Dropping her softly, Althea's arms hugged his neck. We'll be making sweet melodies together. He traced her collarbone and Althea shuddered. Yes, a great tune indeed. Althea looked at him fondly. __R18___. Lars kissed her breasts, going lower and lower as he reached her tight abs. I feel all tingly inside. Althea caressed his smooth hair. This will make you feel tingly all right. Lars spread her legs and she gasped a bit. Thank you very much for this delicious meal. He gave her slit a little test lick. HNGH, it's both ticklish and pleasant. Althea grabbed his face and she wanted more. With her tyrannical strength, he couldn't resist. So he made her go limp. Inserting his tongue inside of he tried to look for her most sensitive spot. I can feel your tongue spread me. Althea moaned in delight. He then stimulated her little nub over her pussy. Rubbing it softly, in a constant rhythm. Lars. Keep going. I feel so good, never better. Althea demanded. Oh my gods. She took hold of his head and pressed him needily on her mound. Althea felt pressure build up and she creamed on Lars' face. Shivering deliciously at the heavenly sensation. That was intense. Lars cleaned up his face and Althea tried to catch her breath. That was extremely pleasant. Althea was in a daze, remembering the sensations. And with her being a level 8, she could feel them more keenly than normal people. Enhancing the experience multiple times. Ready for more, princess? Lars sat up and Althea saw his member, ready to pierce her. But she remembered to be generous to her lover. Wait, I'll return the favor. Althea pushed him down until he lied down on his back. She then grabbed his cock. The only problem was, she squeezed it a bit too hard. Althea, please don't grab it like that. It might pop. Lars winced and he didn't want to experiment if it would grow back. Oh, was I too forceful? She loved it when his face pressed on her pussy harder. So she thought it would be the same with him. Let me do what you did to me earlier. She licked the base of his shaft and Lars hummed at the sensation of her wet tongue. As the monster of calamitous talent, Althea was quick to observe how he liked it. And she quickly mapped out all the sensitive spots on his cock like an eagle that saw its prey. Lars furrowed his brows as Althea drooled on his member and she rubbed his balls with her saliva. Ooh damn! He groaned at her dexterous fingers. I knew it, you love that hey. Althea went for an all-out assault, massaging his family jewels while sucking firmly on his glands. Fuck! That's amazing! Lars grabbed her head and he bobbed it up and down on his cock. Althea flinched for a second, but she quickly controlled her muscles and gag reflex. Althea, you're not called the incarnation of talent for nothing. Lars knew she could take it, so he bobbed her head faster. She hummed in delight at the thought of giving him pleasure like how he did it. So she went for the extra mile and made her throat contract. Lars got pushed to the edge and he gave her a healthy dose of spunk, straight to her stomach. Gulping every single drop, she sucked out the remnants while going upwards. Althea then backed off with a resounding pop as she released his penis. Salty and a bit bittersweet, an adult's taste. Althea licked her lips and he immediately pushed her down. You know, I have a feeling you will be kinky as hell and skip the basics. But let's stick to normal for now. Lars put a pillow under her hip. Do whatever you want. She looked him in the eye and he grinned. Just wait, I'll do a lot of things later. But for now, let's not get wild. Lars rubbed his cockhead on her sopping wet slit sensually. Why tease me? Make me yours. Althea gave him an unsatisfied stare. Good things come to those who wait. Lars slowly pierced her aching hole and Althea bit her lip. Gods, I feel you spread me wide open. She groaned as he inserted himself fully. Fuck, you're tight as hell. Lars couldn't believe it. As a mortal that was the nearest to a demigod, her body gets closer and closer to the divine. And that includes everything. Using her nigh-perfect control over her body, she clamped on his torso with her legs. She then started to fuck herself by moving on her own. Mama warned me about ladies like you. And I was hoping she was right. Lars whistled at her quickly developing technique. Shut up and start moving. Althea demanded, and how could he reject her? So he started pumping with a nice rhythm. Two can play at her game, so he maximized his length and withdrew his meat at the very edge before slamming it back down. AHN, so deep. So good. Althea cried out as she grasped the bed sheets. The frame of their bed creaked and Althea's legs grabbed him hard. So much so, that a normal person would have snapped in two. Lars fondled her bountiful breasts and tweaked her rock-hard nipples. Harder. Thrust harder. I want you to play the melody louder. Stronger. Faster. Althea shouted while panting. Lars obliged and their bodies made loud claps whenever he thrusted. Grabbing his neck, she sat up and Althea bounced on high cock like a piston. I feel so alive, so good. Althea hugged him tightly, her plump ass rippling after every thrust. I'm close, Althea. Lars whispered with a husky tone and she bit his shoulder. Give it to me, I want it inside. Finish with a crescendo. Althea screamed as her pussy clamped on his dick, hard. Fuck. Lars jizzed deep inside of her and Althea's vagina squeezed him like it was alive. Greedily sucking all of his cum. They caught their breath, but it wasn't due to exhaustion. The awesome orgasms put them in a daze. Althea then pushed him down and she kissed him. I know you're not done, so am I. It's still only the first movement of this concerto. Althea smiled with mirth. She then started riding him again, but her pussy was still clamping on him. And it was so strong that he was getting lifted off the bed. Damn. Mama was right. Lars battled her for supremacy the whole day. Next morning __. There were multiple broken bed frames around the cabin. So much so, that the house looked like it was hit by a storm. The foundation also creaked, their strengths were simply too much. Okay, we definitely have to get an adamantite frame for our bed. Lars sighed as Althea hummed in agreement, still sleepy. Don't hum me, woman. You forgot to control your strength at times. You fractured my pelvis. Lars grumbled. He had to use his healing magic a couple of times. She would have definitely killed someone by snoo if they weren't at least a first-class adventurer. Does it matter? You loved it and I did too. That's all that matters. She snuggled up to him and he sighed. Well, that is true. He just accepted it and he cuddled with her. But a wall of his cabin suddenly collapsed. After all, he pinned her on it and it just couldn't take it. You guys were heard all over Monstro. Tioni glared at them and she was jealous as fuck. There were tremors too. Tiona looked at them with embarrassment. I also felt healing magic being used. What in the world were you guys doing? Ermid was confused as hell. Ha, no rest for the wicked. Come on Althea, it's already morning. Lars stood up and the girls and curious Xenos stared at a certain spot. HAAA. Ermid fainted while the twin Amazonas covered their eyes, though there was a gap to peek. Kaya. They were mating like Almiraj all night. It must have been so passionate. Laura screamed. Can you please hide why your penis? Ray blushed as she peeked in between her wings. What? This is a person's most natural state. I have nothing to hide. And my Excalibur is not to be ashamed of. Lars crossed his arms in defiance. Chapter 73, Chapter 70, Contact. Ha, I guess a little date calmed them down at least. Lars sat down on a bench and he sighed. Are you okay, Lars-sama? Haruheim saw that he was dragged around everywhere to keep the balance. So she followed him after to give him some sweets. I'm fine Haruheim, thanks for this. Lars ate her dango. Hey, this is amazing. He nodded in satisfaction. Thank you very much, Lars-sama. Haruheim beamed at him. So, Haruheim. I've never asked you this, but are you related to Kaguya or something? Lars asked her. Their surnames were really similar. Kaguya-sama, is it? Haruheim tried to remember her. She has only been having a pretty simple life in the Wheat Manor in order for her to enjoy her childhood more. Gajano, Kaguya. Yes, we are kind of related. But not in the familial sense. Haruheim nodded. It's due to the ruling families of the Far East, Lars-sama. There are 9 of them back then, but they decreased to 8. Haruheim reminisced about her country. So, I know that Sanjano is probably higher due to the numberings in the Far East, is that right? Lars was curious. Yes, that is correct. The Sanjano family ranks higher than the Gajano, though I do not really know Kaguya-sama. Haruheim tried to remember her. I see, want to hang out with their familia? I bet that Kaguya wants to talk with someone from the same culture. Lars smiled at her. Really, Lars-sama? I guess that will be enjoyable. We can eat our sweets, drink green tea, and speak about our memories. Haruheim was excited. I'm glad she doesn't think about getting exiled anymore. It was the reason he didn't want to put massive pressure on her to go to the dungeon. Unlike Tiona and Tioni, she's a noble that grew up sheltered. Unlike Ermid, she can't be cold and calculating. She was a cinnamon roll that just enjoyed experiencing new things. Well, how about you go grab these and make an impression there? Lars gave her a basket of desserts and other types of food. Wow, I also have a couple more dangos and mochi. I'm sure Kaguya-sama would like them. Haruim's tail wagged and he patted her head. Come on, go. I know you want to. Lars smiled and she bowed slightly before she ran towards the Stardust Garden. Maybe I should bring Ace there too? Get some Jagamarkins from Hestia. Lars chuckled. Hermes returned already. And she couldn't exactly know what Hermes is doing. He specializes in information. Basically shady work. So she had to find a job at a Jagamarkin stall to pay back her debts to her friends. What would Argana and Batch's reaction would be if they find out that Belnus and Elnia are with us now? Lars grinned. The Demeter Familia's expedition party now wouldn't lose to the ones that specialized in dungeon diving. They had 4 level 5s and 2 level 4s if you include Le Noir. Althea didn't count, because they already decided that dungeon dives shouldn't include her or it would be too easy. Lars was enjoying the pleasant sunlight on his skin. He had a good time with Althea, so he was in a good mood. Sorry about that. Lars bumped into someone. Pick. This girl. She feels exactly like that woman. Lars observed her carefully. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. She bowed politely and elegantly. An elf, huh? She didn't recoil after bumping into me. What exactly are they? Lars wondered as he remembered the redhead. Are you all right? She asked him and he nodded. All good, how about you? Lars smiled at her pleasantly. Thank you for asking, sir. I'm all right as well. I spilled some of my drink on you, please let me make up for it. She panicked. I can give this girl an Oscar, she's good. Lars waved it off. No, don't worry about it. Lars made her work for it a bit harder. As a law-abiding citizen, I insist, sir. My name is Philvis Shalia. As an elf, I just cannot sully you like that and leave. She wouldn't budge. Using her honor as an elf too. Damn, she's dedicated, hey. Lars concluded that the redhead might have reported their encounter. Her magic isn't as intense as the redhead, should I play along? Lars was amused. Thinking that her weird mana was weaker due to hiding it. Okay, then. If you insist. Lars, by the way. Lars introduced himself and she nodded. Okay, Lars-san. Let us buy you a new shirt. Philvis guided him towards the district where they can buy some clothes. Wait, you look kind of familiar, Lars. Philvis saw a building and he raised a brow. You were that person that was acting really lewdly in public at that establishment. Philvis pointed at a cafe and Lars looked at it. The place where we went on a date. Lars remembered, but he got confused. He only fed Althea and vice versa. Elves really have a low threshold for calling something lewd. Lars chuckled. You two were all over each other, such affection should be reserved in private. Philvis blushed. This is embarrassing. They were deviants, exchanging indirect kisses. I might get pregnant if I'm near him, but this is my mission. Philvis resolved herself. It's a pretty famous date spot though. Lars smiled wryly. You're correct. I shouldn't judge what humans do. We are quite different culturally, though she is quite beautiful. What's her name? Philvis asked and he almost squinted his eyes. But they had something to use in this situation. Her name is Materia. Lars and Althea decided to use her sister's name in these types of cases. Materia, hey? What a wonderful name. Have you been together long? Philvis smiled. I must get as much information as possible. How is Althea related to him? How did he even got her as his lover? Their difference is like heaven and earth. Philvis had to know everything. Well, we were together for years now. But we only started dating recently. Lars explained. So they've been together long. But how? We only sighted her with pure luck. Where is she? Philvis wanted to know if she joined a familia or something. Really? Did she came to Orario recently? She looked like a noble, her dress is certainly expensive. Philvis acted curious about forbidden love. Like a girl that wanted gossip about juicy love stories. Yes, she did. She has an illness you see? And I can't take her out much due to it. Lars donned a sad expression. Oh my, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it curable? I hope it is. Philvis gasped. It has no known cure, we don't even know what it is. Lars sighed. You know. Branches from the holy tress of elf forests can actually cure a lot of diseases. Philvis gave her 2 cents and he looked at her with surprise and expectation. Really? How can I get it? Money isn't a problem, I'm the farmer of the Demeter familia. I have a lot of money. Lars grabbed her shoulders and she seized up. Philvis was gobsmacked. Sorry Philvis. I grabbed you by mistake. Lars apologized. And no, it must be due to the surge of emotions. Philvis' face twitched. Even Enyo-sama does not touch me. Not that he should, I am filthy. Philvis resisted to frown heavily in disgust at what she has become. Money can't buy it unfortunately. Philvis shook her head sadly. No way. Lars slumped down. It takes 2 to tango, Miss Elf. Lars hid a twisted grin as he looked downwards. But I can probably try to get some, I was a part of the family that took care of the holy tree. I can just say that it's for my personal use. Philvis smiled at him and he beamed. Really? Thank you, Philvis. He hugged her and she froze once again, almost having a stroke. He was messing with her. Awawa. Lars-san. Philvis shouted at him and he scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I got excited. Lars smiled wryly and Philvis huffed. I might be pregnant now. I can't get married anymore. She was shooketh. How much do I have to pay? I'll do anything. Lars looked desperate. Don't worry about the payment. Just the cost of transportation is enough. Consider it as my goodwill. You help Orario through the Demeter familia. It must be fate that we met today. Lars almost cringed at her words. Worst of all, she looked like she genuinely meant it. Damn, no wonder people love flashy aliases here. They think that it's cool as hell. We will just post a message on the guild, Dionysus-sama will love to help you. Philvis smiled. Dionysus? What god is he again? Fuck, where's the internet when you need it? But he has SUS in his name. Hence, he's SUS for now. Lars thought with impeccable logic. Okay. We will go towards your familia home when I see the message, thank you very much Philvis. I'll let Materia know. Lars ran away with a smile. Fylvis waved, but when he went away, she frowned heavily. So disgusting. She started to scratch at her skin until her skin got raw. Why? Why did he have to get involved with someone like Althea? And they seemed to have a genuine love. Fylvis felt so filthy. He even touched me. I sullied him. Forgive me, Lars. But this is my duty. Fylvis began her return to make her report. Should I get into acting? I got her pretty good. Lars chuckled. Well, Dionysus, hey. Lars went to the Wheat Manor to ask Demeter about him. __Wheat Manor __. Dionysus? Why do you ask about him? Do you want to buy some wine? Demeter asked him. Lars then explained to her what transpired in their expedition and Demeter frowned. Dionysus is a god of vegetation, pleasure, and festivity. But he's known for something else too that not a lot do. He's a god of madness and wild frenzy. Demeter explained. You think he's sus? Lars raised a brow. Sus? Demeter was confused. Suspicious I mean. Continue please. Lars forger that their slang is different. I would say yes, he might be connected to it. Especially because the monsters you encountered were plant types, but we don't have conclusive evidence. Demeter sighed. So we can safely say that he's suspicious as hell. And Fylvis appearing like that with holy branches is like winning the lottery from a ticket you got from a bottle that was washed ashore. Lars rolled his eyes. It was too fucking obvious, it almost hurt him. Yes, the elves won't ever ship them out willy-nilly either. Demeter agreed. So we agree that they're in cahoots. All the evidence we have just paints them as the suspects. Lars rubbed his chin. Be careful around them, especially if they offer you a drink. Dionysus is a god of wine. He can bestow effects on his drinks. Demeter warned him. Don't worry about that. Mama told me not to drink things from strangers, I might get roofied. Lars chuckled as he said goodbye. He's being eyed by another god. This might not end well. Demeter just hoped that it would be simple this time. __plaza__. Step right up, whoever gets this spear embedded in this rock will get a sponsored trip. Someone shouted out to a forming crowd. Hermes? He's back at it again with his antics, hey? Maybe trying to scam people. He chuckled. But when he saw the spear, he squinted his eyes. That thing has arcanum. It's a divine construct. He watched for now. People started to check it out and one by one, challengers tried to pull on it. Everybody failed and Lars thought of what Hermes was doing. Lars. How about you try? This is a sponsored trip you know. Hermes saw him and the god called out to him. Lars sighed. What the hell is this? Arthur Pendragon's legend. He grumbled at the spear that was embedded. Now, you just have to try. Hermes patted him on the back and Lars shrugged. He thought he wouldn't get it anyways. It was just a damned scam. I'm not paying for a try though. Lars gave Hermes the side eye. Just try and pull it, I won't charge you. Hermes had a wry expression on his face. Lars then pulled it lackadaisically. See? I couldn't pull it, honestly. You should think of a better carnival game, Hermes. Lars sighed. Congratulations. Hermes rang a bell and Lars was gobsmacked. He was shocked, as he didn't even pull too hard, but it did got out of the stone. Orion. Someone shouted and he looked behind him. He was suddenly attacked by a wild Artemis. Orion. She hugged him and he had to carry her. This time, Hermes was the one who was shocked. What in the world is happening? Lars couldn't help but blink. Chapter 74, Chapter 71, Emergency. Lars looked at Artemis with a raised brow. They were close, but not that close. Orion. Artemis batted her eyelashes at him and he definitely thought there was an imposter amicus. Artemis? Are you okay? Lars put a hand on her forehead. Yeah. Artemis. Are you even the real Artemis? Hestia, who was watching from the side after her shift, pointed at her suspiciously. Wait, let's not talk here in public. Lars sighed and he put down Artemis for now. They were led by Hestia to a private area and it was her current home. An abandoned church at the ruins of Orario. Hestia. You have to take care of yourself. Lars looked at her with pity. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not that pitiful, right? She started doubting if she was even living decently. I know you're now the goddess of all things fried and made of potatoes, but you can at least invest your money more wisely. Lars thought she must have spent it on useless things again. It doesn't matter. Ahem, let's focus on the matter at hand. Hermes. Is this even Artemis? Hestia pointed at the goddess. Maybe coming to Kakai changed her lifestyle as well? After all, turning into mortals influence us quite a bit. Hermes shrugged. As if. Artemis is my best friend. She won't even let a man get near her. Hestia remembered how she was in heaven. What even did Artemis do back in heaven? Lars was curious. She'd shoot arrows at you if you approached her. Hermes laughed as he reminisced the times where gods had to dodge her arrows. Humph, you even tried to peek on me with a couple of gods, Hermes. Artemis huffed at him. I cannot help it, it's a man's romance to see a maiden in her most natural form. Especially a lone one at the top of the hill. Hermes nodded sagely. You're just a goddamned pervert. Lars deadpanned at him. TCH, so you tried that on Artemis as well. Hestia smacked Hermes with her twin tails. Let bygones, be bygones, Hestia. So, about that little trip. Hermes squinted his eyes. I don't like that look on your face, Hermes. Lars sighed and Hermes started to explain the situation. We are going on an expedition outside of Orario. Hermes frowned. Hey? Outside? Why? Lars raised a brow and Hermes was a bit troubled. The place we're going, is a ruined temple outside of Orario that has something sealed in it. Hermes began expounding. Multiple familiars have been sent, but they didn't come back. He finished with a wistful shake of his head. An investigation. Hestia understood why, but why them exactly? Especially because Lars is just a level 2. Does Hermes know about that powerful woman? I should probably ask him about her in the future. Hestia could still remember Alphea's tyrannical presence. I see, so this is a really dangerous mission, hey? And you need the one who gets this to eliminate the threat? A threat that warrants the use of a divine construct. Lars revealed that he knew. The gods were shocked that he could distinguish it. So you already know, Orion. This makes things much easier. Artemis knew that he wasn't normal, so it was a relief that he won't be surprised. Well, good deduction. The ruins is a month's worth of traveling by foot. So please prepare a lot of supplies. Hermes instructed. Huh? A month's travel away from here? That's insane. Lars was reluctant to leave Monstro for too long. Even though Alphea was there, she isn't exactly a person that excels in keeping everything in order. Her specialty lies in scorched earth tactics. Don't worry, it will get shortened to a week. Because the Ganesha Familia will be giving us some mounts. Hermes winked at Lars and he sighed. So this is a mission from Auranos, hey? Lars now knew that they were all in cahoots. And that means they received a directive from someone above. What's happening, Hermes? Hestia asked as she didn't quite understand. Have you ever heard of Antares, Hestia? Hermes asked her. No, not really. Hestia tried thinking of the name, but she wasn't really focused on Gakai for eons. It's a monster that was sealed by the fairies. A mystical race similar to the spirits. And its seal is getting weaker. Hermes frowned. Wait. Artemis, where's Rethusa? Shouldn't she be with you at least? Lars noticed that her familia wasn't with her. Monsters showed up outside of Orario in large numbers. They're taking care of them right now. Hermes tipped his hat downwards. He then gave Artemis a side eye and she nodded at him in gratitude. So? We just have to get rid of it. I can fit in a week in my schedule. Lars sighed. Thank you, Orion. Artemis smiled at him and Hestia squinted her eyes. Are you really Artemis? You're the promiscuity buster. A total romance and man-hater. Hestia raised a brow. Hestia, it's me. Artemis smiled wryly at her friend's suspicions. Hestia has always been thoughtful of her friends. Why must she be like this now? Artemis thought sadly. Okay, then I'll get the expedition crew ready. The Astria Familia will go too, it's final. Lars had a bad feeling about things. That's fine, this will go better now. With several first-class adventurers, this will be a piece of cake. Hermes was actually hoping for that. Lars went towards Stardust Garden and Hermes looked at the other gods. We need to talk with Astrea and Demeter. I've already gathered them at our Familia home. I knew he'd bring the Astrea Familia. Hermes donned a serious expression. You deserve to know this too, Hestia. Hermes gave Artemis a look and she nodded. It's about my personality, Hestia. Artemis gave her a pained expression and the little goddess frowned heavily. I do not like where this is going. Hestia felt her heart beat faster. Orario's walls __. Everybody was now gathered on the walls of Orario. Take care, children. Demeter hugged Lars and she put his face on her deep valleys. Demeter. I'm not complaining, but we're in public. Lars deadpanned at her. Era, is this what you call a motorboat? She went fu as Lars' voice vibrated around her breasts. Goddess. Stop monopolizing him. Tioni grabbed him and he was smushed between them. Ah, I can see the lights. Lars looked upwards as he shed a tear. EY. Take this. Tiona hugged him from behind as well. Tiona, only your ribs will rub against him. Elnia reminded her with her icy cold, pure logic. Gah. Tiona kneeled down due to the emotional damage. Orion sure is popular. Artemis observed and Hestia huffed. Yet. That's why you shouldn't go near him. Though he is pretty helpful. Hestia warned her. Era, is this a meeting to show Lars affection? Kaguya walked up to him and she pulled her kimono aside a bit. Kaguya. Why you shameless? You're not a whore. Stop doing that. Ryuho pulled her away and Elise jumped her as well. They heard some small wyverns flapping in the air and a man shouting. Am. Ganesha. Ganesha jumped down from one of them and landed on the walls. Everyone is lively. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Ganesha laughed. Yeah, something else will get lively too if this continues. Lars rolled his eyes. Okay, let us start our journey. Hermes shouted and they nodded. But, we're missing a few mounts. Elise counted them and they're missing a couple of few. I couldn't prepare one for everyone. Ganesha announced like he was proud of it. So we'll be sharing. Tioni glared at the others and she stood close to Lars. Let's play this fair and square. With rock paper scissors. Elise rolled her sleeve like she was going for a fight. Hermes patted Lars back and he sighed. It's hard being popular. Well, I'm not really in a bad position anyways. Lars shrugged and Hermes gritted his teeth. Enviable bastard, so you're not one of those herbivores who couldn't pick one and string everyone along. Hermes was jealous. If you can't decide, why even try to drag things? People like those disgust me. Just because those who are vying for your affection wants to compete, doesn't mean you have the right to be ignorant and let everybody twiddle their thumbs in hope of receiving a smidgen of your favor. Lars scowled. What a man! May your harem prosper. Hermes rubbed his hands and Lars raised a brow. I wish your luck rubs off on me. Hermes explained and he sighed. I won, Orion. Artemis smiled at him and the others were defeated by her luck. Cool. It's fine, we've gone on dates. Artemis doesn't stand a chance. Tioni bit her lip. I don't know about you. But she's a goddess you know. Ermid could see how one would get attracted to Artemis. Hugging before marriage is sacrilegious anyways. Ryuul looked at Artemis enviously. You know you want to hug him like a teddy bear, you lewd elf. Lyra smirked at her and Ryuul's ears turned atomic red. Everybody then started the journey and Lars was controlling the wyvern as they sailed through the night skies. You okay back there, Artemis? Lars asked and she nodded. I'm fine, better than fine actually. Orion, your warmth is enveloping my chest. Artemis hugged his back and he could feel her pretty big knockers. I'll get distracted you know. Lars smiled wryly. Orion, tell me a story. Artemis asked him and he thought of one. What story would you like? Lars replied and she hugged him tighter. About love. Her voice hitched, but he would ask her about it later. Love hey? There's tons of them lying around. But this is one of my favorite ones. Lars chuckled. It's the love of a demon and a goddess. Lars remembered a little demon who kind of looked like Finn. A demon and a goddess. Artemis gasped at the combination. Yes, you can already imagine what would happen to them. And what's worse, is they're both respectively high up in the food chain. Lars expounded. The general of the demons abandoned his post when he met a goddess. Even when their races were at odds, they fell in love together. And to protect it, they betrayed their own families and people. Even fighting them so they could live together in peace. Artemis was hooked. What happened to them then? Artemis frowned. Alas, love does not conquer everything. They caused a holy war that caused uncountable casualties. And it was blamed on them due to their relationship. Lars shook his head wistfully. They were punished by the supreme deity and the demon king. The man, doomed to live in eternity. While the woman, marked for death as immortal. Stripped of her powers and memories. Cursed to reincarnate forever and ever, only to die once she remembers her lover. Artemis gritted her teeth at that. Dozens of lifetimes, he met with his goddess. Trying again and again to live happily with her. But all of them ended in tragedy. As her curse guaranteed her demise in 3 days whenever she remembers her memories. And that cycle continued for thousands of years. Did they break it? Artemis teared up at the thought of such tragedy. They did, after 106 reincarnations. With the help of their comrades. Defeating the demon king and the supreme deity to break it. Lars smiled. I can't imagine how he must have felt, seeing her die time and time again. Artemis frowned. Yes, it was a miracle he soldiered on. Once is already enough to change people permanently. But he saw her die in his arms dozens of times. Lars sighed. Do you think that love like that can happen? Artemis asked. Absolutely, it's highly unlikely. But there is nothing impossible in this world. Lars shrugged. I see. Artemis bit her lip as she put her forehead on his back. What? Do you want one, just like it? Lars chuckled. Stop making fun of me, you think it's childish, don't you? Artemis glared at him. Well, it's highly unrealistic. But love isn't logical in the first place. So it can happen, it depends though. Will you battle against all odds for me? Lars asked her and she blinked in shock. I do not know. Artemis wasn't sure, she needed to think more. That's fine, relationships are unequal at times. But you should be prepared to give 100% and in turn, you will be given the same. It should be an equal exchange. He shrugged. I see, thank you for your wisdom, Orion. Artemis went pensive. Chapter 75, Chapter 72, Outbreak. The team camped for now and everybody looked at Lars. What? Yeah, I'm the pack horse, I know. He rolled his eyes. He took out a tent from out of nowhere and it was even a fancy one. That's useful as heck. Hermes was jealous of his inventory. Okay, Kaguya, Ryu, please prepare the ingredients. You two are the best at cooking here, besides me that is. Lars had a smug expression. Cool. We failed at showing our girl power, Tiona. Tioni winced, remembering their burnt cooking. The best I can do is roasted meat on a spit. Tiona shrugged, she knew her limitations. Why is Hestia even here with us? Lars pointed at the small goddess. What? I can't be here. Hestia huffed at him. Then tell me why are you here? This is a dangerous mission. Lars raised a brow. Okay, that's true. Artemis is my best friend. Hestia thought of a reason, but that was the best she could do. Fine, that's good enough. He rolled his eyes and everyone started preparing to camp. Enough about that though, how are you holding up Hestia? As Hephaestus and Demeter's friend, you're a friend of mine too. Need any help? Lars asked the legal lowly goddess. Ugh, don't remind me. I've been trying to get a child. Yet I've been rejected 35 times now. Hestia deflated. Why does Demeter have you anyway? She's rich already, why can't I have a capable child too? Hestia was jealous. Well, because I found her first. Honestly, you'd be a pick of mine too, if you weren't lazy that is. Lars laughed and she swung her twin tails at him. Cool. I'm working hard you know. Hestia bristled. Yeah, because you'd starve. But you can work a little harder. Lars rolled his eyes. I'm gonna save up and bring in all the good adventurers. She did a guts pose. I believe I have some experience on that. Lars pointed at Ermit and the twins. Not to mention Belnus and Elnia who were hauling thick logs to create a pyre. Rub it in, will ya? Hestia looked like she was gonna cry. Now, you'll get one eventually. Lars patted her head. He saw that her hair ties were worn. She must be working her ass off on those Jagamarkan stands. He sighed. She should just continue working in Hephaestus' store. She can get commissions there. But I guess she doesn't want to rely on her anymore. Lars nodded at her determination. He took out some dyed arachne silk from his inventory. Lars sewed it together with his psychokinesis and he made a blue ribbon out of it. Here, let's replace those worn-out stuff. You've been working hard, haven't you? At least you're not a shut-in here. Lars changed her ribbons. She just looked at him like he grew a second head. Hestia was speechless. You're not fair at all. Hestia looked downwards as she bit her lip. She started crying and he panicked a bit. Hey, are you that touched by this? Hestia sniffled and wiped away her tears. I've been working hard, but nothing goes my way. I thought it was easy, just descending and adventurers will flock to me. But I'm in debt with Hephaestus, Myake, Demeter, and Artemis. Just to get by day, because I didn't know anything. Lars patted her head softly. And Demeter's child even has to help me try to get my life together. Hestia couldn't help but cry. But that's what friends are for anyways, Hestia. You know it best, you preside over family. He sighed. But I'm being a no-good goddess that just receives help. She was holding in a lot. Ha, that's true. He agreed with her and she looked like she was gonna cry harder. For now that is, you've been carrying out your duty for eons. You know nothing about how the real world works, unlike the other gods. Lars sighed. So it's fine, rely on us for now. You're already starting to stand on your own 2 feet. Lars smiled at her and she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Really? Oh wow. She hugged him and she put snot on his clothes. He smiled wryly as the others looked at them with warm smiles. After she calmed down, she noticed that everybody was watching. Ah, kill me now. She curled into a ball and the others laughed. Finishing their meals, Lars took out a huge-ass bathtub that he commissioned for events just like this. Don't peek. I'm warning you. Hestia blushed at the thought of him peeking at them. Yes, I won't. Lars sighed and the girls were delighted that he could prepare a bath for them. I won't mind. Kagaya winked at him. Elise and Ryuha glared at her and she chuckled at the shy girls. Come and bathe with us, Lars. Tiona hugged his arm and he pointed at Ryuha and Hestia. They'll mind. He deadpanned at her and she pouted. Hey, I'll mind too. Ermid blushed, but she did want to experience bathing with him in private in the future. See. Lars shrugged and the Amazoness gave up. Tiona shook her head at Tioni and they retreated in defeat. Hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Hermes whispered and Lars rolled his eyes. We're not teenagers, Hermes. Hermes smirked. But we are men. We should enjoy the sight of their nubile bodies, burn it into our minds. Hermes did a guts pose. Monologuing passionately. You just want a peek, why? You maidenless. Lars smirked at him. Gah. That is simply not true. But aren't you at least thinking of it? Hestia's massive chest, floating in the water. Artemis' dynamite body that is toned by being the goddess of the hunt, the other beauties with them. Hermes was burning with determination. I am, but there's something called discretion. If you want to look, a true gentleman woos a woman and lets her show their assets by their own. Lars nodded sagely. That's true. Hermes couldn't refute that. I am a gentleman first, before I am a pervert. Lars announced with finality. So you are a pervert? Hermes wiggled his eyebrows. Someone who's involved with multiple women? Who would think I'm not? He admitted it blatantly. And they're my girls, why would I let you look at them? Lars grinned and Hermes backed off. Okay, that's a perfect point. Hermes gave up, but he suddenly ran towards the bathing area. Hey! You little shit! That guy's fast as fuck! Lars ran after him. But Hermes was indeed fast as fuck. He was already almost at the bathing area. Come back here! Lars catched up with him and he was about to tackle him, but Hermes dropped to the ground and Lars sailed past through him. He then dropped at the bathtub he took out. Damn, Hermes dodged. That guy's pretty good. Awawa. Raihu started stammering and Elise hid under the water. Lars. Why you? Why did you land here when you were chasing Hermes? Hestia pointed at him. Think, Hestia. Why would someone like me even try to peek when she would strip in a heartbeat if I wanted to? Lars pointed at Dione who nodded in agreement. You're a voyeur. Kaguya answered instead and the others chuckled, except Raihu who was hiding with Elise. What? No. Ha. It's an accident. He just sighed. Lars, ignore them. Come here and bathe with us instead. Tiona hugged his arm and Dione walked up to him while swaying her hips. Damn. Now that he focused, they were very enticing. What the hell are people eating here? I haven't seen a single average-looking person here. Lars was perplexed. Yeah, stay with us, yeah. Tione attacked on the other side and the twins gave each other a look, doing a pincer attack. Lars, stop gawking at Hestia and Artemis, just come here already. Ermid beckoned him over as well, though she hid herself with a towel. Wait. Why does he have to go to you? He's always with you guys, I demand that he will hang out with us tonight. Elise stood up against the injustice. Elise. He can see. He can see everything. Raihu stuttered like an alarm clock. Elise went atomic red as Lars nodded at her. It was already presented to him, why would he look away? Orion, so that's how you look naked? Wow. Artemis gawked at him and they started to capture the flag with Lars as the flag. Girls can get pretty insane at. Lyra was chilling with Hestia on the side. Why yeah, they can get insane all right. Hestia was in a daze. HOH? You looking at his dangly bits? As expected of a virgin goddess, you must be repressed hey. Lyra teased her. Am not. Hestia smacked her with her huge tits. Gah. Lyra didn't receive any physical damage, but she did got hit by a truckload of emotional one. __a week to the journey __. I won't ever get tired of flying. Hermes looked around the sky, still as excited as ever. We've been flying for a week, Hermes. How far is this crappy ruin? Lars sighed. He was getting tired of flying around. And he's starting to run out of stories he could remember to entertain Artemis. The Ersos ruins are at the edge of the continent. Inside a forest, untouched by man. Lars rolled his eyes at his dramatic explanation. It's far as fuck is what it is. So, how much longer away is it? The Amazons were also beginning to get twitchy. They are too used to killing things. And they haven't felt their weapons end something for a week now. It's 10 days away, so 3 more days. Hermes smiled wryly. Calm down guys, take it as a vacation. Lyra was relaxed as hell. We've left Astria-sama our work, Lyra. Elise gave her the side eye. Wait. I see something. Lars looked down and everybody was on full alert immediately. Monsters. They're chasing a mother and dog their pair, attack. Lars shouted and everybody jumped off of their mounts. They saw scorpion monsters and Lars made a grasping motion, lifting off the civvies being chased. Lightning crash. Tione supercharged her leg with electricity and she dropped with an axe kick on the ground. The forest shook as a large crater appeared, lightning flowing everywhere. Lars kicked the air and a vacuum blade appeared from his leg. Trees started to fall like dominoes and the vacuum blade sliced anything in its way clean in half. The civvies were scared shitless, seeing superpowered freaks suddenly appear out of nowhere. You okay? Lars slicked back his hair as he asked, sighing at the monster horde. The other members of the quest were making quick work of them. Why yes, Sir Knight. The woman blushed at being saved by such a handsome man. Wow, mister, you were so cool. You were like swoosh and bam. Then the trees go eek, then kablom. The girl was excited. At least you're all right. Lars patted her head and he talked to them more. The monsters were spreading and the villages were migrating away from the direction of the Ersos ruins. I see, take these supplies then, have a safe journey. Lars gave them a backpack full of food and water. This isn't good at all. Isn't the Artemis Familia the ones keeping them in line? Lars frowned. Shouts of clear resounded in the forest and all the monsters were taken care of. The only problem was their numbers. They regrouped, but Lars stared right at Artemis. The night fell and they had to camp again. This time, Lars pulled Artemis away from the group. Who are you, why do you feel like Artemis? And where's the familia? Lars raised a brow as he confronted her. Orion. It's me, Artemis. Yet at the same time, I am not. Let me tell you a story of a goddess of purity that has been enlightened about love. Artemis closed her eyes.
Thanks for listening.